तो भरती ही है, साथ ही साथ हम नए उत्साह के साथ उस कार्य को करना चाहते हैं और कार्यों को अंजाम देना चाहते हैं। ऐसे ही कई महत्वपूर्ण उद्देश्यों के साथ, एक संकल्प के साथ आज के इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया गया है। सबसे पहले मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद देती हूं कि आज के इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में उन्होंने यहाँ आना स्वीकार किया, लेकिन कुछ अपरिहार्य कारणों के चलते वो यहाँ उपस्थित नहीं हुए हैं, लेकिन उनका आज के इस उपलक्ष्य में संदेश हमें मिला है, जो हम इस कार्यक्रम के दौरान हम सुनेंगे उनके संदेश को। तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का हम एक बार गर्मजोशी से स्वागत करें, तालियों के साथ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद देते हुए कि हर कदम पर चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए वो खुद तैयार हैं और हम सबको भी एक नई प्रेरणा, एक नया बल प्रदान कर रहे हैं। और हमें हार्दिक खुशी है कि आज के इस अवसर पर विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में हमारे बीच एक ऐसे शख्स की मौजूदगी है जो किसी भी परिचय का मोहताज नहीं है। अपनी कार्यकुशलता की बदौलत एक अनुकरणीय छाप सर ने हमारे बीच छोड़ा है। आप हैं श्री NN पांडे। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें। एक्स सेक्रेटरी फॉरेस्ट एंड एनवायरनमेंट, पर्सनल एंड एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स एंड होम डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ झारखंड एंड स्टेट इलेक्शन कमिश्नर झारखंड। सर के बारे में कुछ भी कहना बहुत कम ही होगा। Mr. NN Pandey has very extensive and wide-ranging administrative experience, spanning more than 3.5 decades of working at the field of secretariat level. He has enriching experience of implementing the policies and programs as well as their formulation at the government level. After working as SDO, DDC, DM, Divisional Commissioner, Mr. Pandey worked as secretary and principal secretary in various departments, including HRD, sports and culture, health, forest, environment, drinking water and sanitation, cabinet coordination and vigilance, transport, etc. Mr. Pandey was additional chief secretary, home and disaster management department for 4 years and state election commissioner. As secretary, he conducted election of local and urban bodies and is now fruitfully engaged with social and cultural organizations like Art of Living, Indian Delphi Council. May I request Chairman ICC State Council, Shri Abhijit Ghosh, to please escort our guest of honor to the dais, sir. सम्मान मंच पर लेकर आए और हम चाहेंगे तालियों के साथ एक बार फिर से अभिनंदन करें हमारे आज के विशिष्ट अतिथि श्री NN पांडे सर का। और बहुत बहुत स्वागत है श्री NN पांडे सर का। सर प्लीज आसन ग्रहण करें। Today we have with us Shri Atul Bhatt, Chairman and Managing Director, Mekon Limited. Shri Bhatt is chemical engineer from IIT Delhi and a postgraduate in management from IIM Calcutta. Prior to joining Mekon, he was Executive Director, Business Development and Corporate Planning in NMDC and was instrumental in formation of Strategic Management Plan 2025 for the company and was responsible for all mergers and acquisition activities of the company. Shri Bhatt has also served in ArcelorMittal as General Manager, Mergers and Acquisition, based in London, UK, and as Country Manager based in Tehran, Iran. Shri Bhatt has also worked in Tata Steel for a number of years, where he started his career as a graduate trainee in 1986. मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री अतुल भट्ट सर को। सर आप आएं और मंच पर आसन ग्रहण करें। को चेयरमैन सर से मैं निवेदन करूंगी, सर आप इसको प्लीज सर सम्मान मंच पर लेकर आएं। को चेयरमैन मिस्टर राकेश रंजन वर्मा, तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करें। आज के इस अवसर पर हमारे साथ मिस्टर भोला सिंह, डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल प्रोजेक्ट एंड प्लानिंग की उपस्थिति है। श्री भोला सिंह has joined as Director Technical CCL on 15th January 2019. Born in January 1964, Shri Singh completed BTech in Mining Engineering from IIT Kharagpur. Shri Singh is a professional mining engineer with 32 years of experience in reputed public and private sector organizations. Working at NCL at early stage of career, before joining at CCL, Shri Singh has to his credit of working as project director at Sasan Power Limited, having the distinction of being the country's first ultra mega power project. मुझे खुशी है आपकी उपस्थिति के लिए सर। मैं ससम्मान आपको आमंत्रित करती हूँ मंच पर आएं और आसन ग्रहण करें। को चेयरमैन से निवेदन होगा कि ससम्मान मंच पर लेकर आएं। तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करें मिस्टर भोला सिंह, डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल प्रोजेक्ट एंड प्लानिंग। आज के इस अवसर पर हमारे साथ उपस्थिति है हमारे बीच डॉक्टर एस.के. साहू, जॉइंट डायरेक्टर एंड हेड ऑफ द ऑफिस MSME डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ MSME। सर को मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ, सर आप आएं और मंच पर आसन ग्रहण करें। को चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन होगा सर सम्मान मंच पर आपको लेकर आए। हमारे बीच डिप्टी जनरल मैनेजर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया मिस्टर नंद किशोर सिंह सर की मौजूदगी है, जिन्होंने अपने करियर की शुरुआत स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया 1998 प्रोबेशनरी ऑफिसर के रूप में किया। श्री सिंह इज अ बैचलर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट इन मैनेजमेंट फ्रॉम सिम्बासिस इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट स्टडीज पुणे, अपार्ट फ्रॉम CAIIB एंड सर्टिफाइड फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग प्रायर टू जॉइनिंग एट झारखंड। मैं ससम्मान आपको मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। को चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन होगा मंच पर लेकर आए। तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें मिस्टर नंद किशोर सिंह, डिप्टी जनरल मैनेजर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया। साथ ही मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूं सीनियर GM हिंडाल्को इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड मिस्टर वासुदेव गंगोपाध्याय जी को। सर आप आए, मंच पर आसन ग्रहण करें। An experienced and exploration and mining geologist with around 30 years of experience in the field of geology and environment to serve the enchanting sector of mining and minerals। आप सभी का मंच पर बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। चेयरमैन सर का भी मैं मंच पर स्वागत करती हूँ और मंच पर मैं को चेयरमैन सर को आमंत्रित करती हूँ। सर आप आए और मंच पर जगह लें। मिस्टर राकेश रंजन वर्मा, को चेयरमैन ICC झारखंड स्टेट काउंसिल। और अब हम स्वागत की भावनाओं के साथ संप्रेषित करेंगे अपनी भावनाओं को लकी प्लांट के साथ, बैम्बू प्लांट के साथ, और साथ ही साथ स्वागत और अभिनंदन करेंगे हमारे मंचासीन अतिथियों का। निवेदन करती हूं हमारे चेयरमैन सर से कि सर आप सबसे पहले हमारे आज के गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर श्री NN पांडे सर को बैम्बू प्लांट प्रदान करें और साथ ही साथ उत्तरियों के साथ स्वागत अभिनंदन करें। तालियां आपकी तरफ से जोरदार होनी चाहिए। श्री NN पांडे सर का स्वागत और अभिनंदन इस समय। और ये उत्तरियों के साथ अभिनंदन। चेयरमैन सर से ही निवेदन होगा मंच पर उपस्थित श्री अतुल भट्ट CMD मेकॉन सर का स्वागत और अभिनंदन करें। साथ ही उत्तरियों के साथ स्वागत और अभिनंदन करेंगे बैम्बू प्लांट के साथ। चेयरमैन सर से ही निवेदन होगा श्री भोला सिंह, डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल PNP सेंट्रल कोलफील्ड्स लिमिटेड का स्वागत और अभिनंदन करें बैम्बू प्लांट और उत्तरियों के साथ। तालियां आपकी तरफ से जरूर हो। चेयरमैन सर का धन्यवाद करती हूं और अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी को चेयरमैन राकेश रंजन वर्मा जी से कि मंच पर उपस्थित डॉक्टर S.के. साहू सर का स्वागत और अभिनंदन करें बैम्बू प्लांट और उत्तरियों के साथ। तालियां आपकी तरफ से हों। और ये उत्तरियों के साथ स्वागत और अभिनंदन। आज के इस बिजनेस मीट के अवसर पर को चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन मंच पर उपस्थित श्री नंद किशोर सिंह, डिप्टी जनरल मैनेजर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया का स्वागत और अभिनंदन करें। बैम्बू प्लांट, ये लक्की प्लांट और उतरियों के साथ तालियां हों आपकी तरफ से। और मैं ये अभिनंदन को चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन होगा, श्री वासुदेव गंगोपाध्याय जी, जीएम हिंडाल्को इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड का स्वागत और अभिनंदन करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कई उद्देश्यों के साथ आज के इस आईसीसी एमएसएमई बिजनेस मीट 2021 का आयोजन किया गया है। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि झारखंड में एमएसएमई क्षेत्र के विकास को बढ़ावा मिलेगा और उन्हें वैश्वीकरण की चुनौतियों का सामना करते हुए अवसरों से लाभ उठाने का बेहतरीन मौका मिलेगा इस मीट के माध्यम से। तो आइए ईश्वर से यही दुआ करते हुए एक नए संकल्प के साथ, एक नए जोश के साथ हम एक ऐसा दीपक यहाँ प्रज्वलित करें जो हमारे मार्ग को प्रशस्त करे, रोशन करे और उसकी रोशनी में हम आगे बढ़ते जाए। मैं निवेदन करती हूँ मंचासीन हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि एवं सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से दीप प्रज्वलित कर आज के इस आईसीसी एमएसएमई बिजनेस मीट 2021 का विधिवत शुभारंभ करें। सर, फाइनेंसिंग एंड स्ट्रेटनिंग एमएसएमई लिंकेज, कई उद्देश्यों के साथ आज के इस एमएसएमई बिजनेस मीट 2021 का आयोजन किया गया है। सूक्ष्म, लघु और मध्यम उद्यम हर क्षेत्र में झारखंड के लोगों को रोजगार मिल सके, कम पूंजी में, कम लागत में ज्यादा लाभ प्राप्त कर सकें, अपने आर्थिक रूप से अपने आप को सुदृढ़ कर सकें, चुनौतियों का सामना करते हुए हम आगे बढ़ सके। तालियां होनी चाहिए आपके तरफ से। ईश्वर से दुआ मांगते हुए एक ऐसा दीप यहाँ प्रज्वलित हो रहा है जो हमारे उद्देश्यों को पूरा करेगा। चले ज्योत से ज्योत निरंतर, गहन तमस मिट जाए, संस्कार संस्कृति समागम, सदजन ही ये हर्षाए। ये ज्योत हमेशा चलती रहे और हमारे मार्ग को रोशन करती रहे। कई मकसद, कई उद्देश्यों के साथ इस मीट का आयोजन, और पूरी उम्मीद है कि आज के इस दिन भर के इस इनॉग्रल और कई टेक्निकल सेशंस जो हैं उसके माध्यम से कुछ ऐसा निकल कर आएगा जो हमारे झारखंड वासियों के लिए बिल्कुल एक नई राह लेकर आएगा, नई रोशनी लेकर आएगा। दीप प्रज्वलित कर आज के इस समारोह का विधिवत शुभारंभ हो रहा है। एक बार जितने भी लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, जोरदार तालियां हमारे इस संकल्प के लिए होना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि एवं मंचासीन सभी गणमान्य का हम धन्यवाद करते हैं दीप प्रज्वलित कर आज के इस कार्यक्रम के विधिवत शुभारंभ के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी का। और अब आज के इस अवसर पर जब हम सभी आईसीसी एमएसएमई बिजनेस मीट 2021 के लिए यहाँ पर एकत्रित हुए हैं, आप सबके स्वागत के लिए और थीम एड्रेस के लिए मैं सादर आमंत्रित कर चेयरमैन आईसीसी स्टेट काउंसिल मिस्टर अभिजीत घोष को सराप पाएं। और वेलकम एड्रेस के लिए मैं मिस्टर राकेश रंजन वर्मा, को चेयरमैन आईसीसी झारखंड स्टेट काउंसिल को मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ, सर आप आएं और वेलकम एड्रेस दें सर।
Good morning and thank you everyone. All distinguished guests, probably this is the first time the Indian Bhola Singh, Director Technical PNP, Coal CCL. We welcome Mr. Atul Bhatt, Chairman and Managing Director, Mekon. We welcome Mr. NN Pandey as guest of honor. And also we welcome, of course, the very first name is the chief guest, Hemant Soren. Of course, he is not present, but then we'll listen his message. And many distinguished guests over here during the panel discussion and all. Few of the core issues what the MSME is facing is that we have found that the big organizations are getting support from government, whereas the small organization like coming under MSME, जो कि एक देश की रीढ़ हैं, but typically we found that the interest rates or kind of a financial supports getting given to the MSME is not at the same rate, I would say, as the bigger organization is getting. So this is one part. Second is then we want to see that how MSME through their services and supply system, their payments are being assured. So we would like to get a lot of understandings and information from the guests. So now I invite Mr. Abhijit Ghosh to say the theme address.
Respected Sri NN Pandey Sahab, my friend Mr. Atul Bhatt, Sri Bhola Singh, Dr. S.K. Sahu, Sri Nand Kishore Singh, Sri Basudev Gangopadhyay, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, dear students from Jharkhand Rai University, and press and media. Very good morning to you all. As you are aware, due to this sudden pandemic and subsequent to the lockdown imposed, most of the countries, including India, faced downward trend in the economic growth. Though government took number of steps to take care of this pandemic, and in fact, government has started vaccination. And after this pandemic, in the 2020, we were not totally equipped in the medical area, and also people were not very much aware. But now, after so many months, 17, 18 months, people have come to know, and government is also taking a lot of steps. In spite of that, the full control on the health crisis is very, very slow, and it will take little time. So is our economic recovery. However, Government of India has taken number of measures and initiatives to take care of this economic downturn, and they have taken number of steps. They have focused on some of the sectors which can really help the growth of GDP. MSME is one of them. As you all know, and probably you will all agree with me, MSME is the backbone of Indian economy. Government is committed to support this MSME. MSME all over the country, if you see the data which I have collected, there are 6.33 crores of MSME who are producing in this country. And they have generated more than 120 million employment. The share of export is 45% of the total export of the country. It also contributes 6% of manufacturing GDP, and also it contributes 26% of service GDP. MSME is not only given employment to the people, it has not only provided employment to the people, but it has played a very, very crucial role. If you compare MSMEs with the large companies, they are spending huge monies. Their capital investments are very, very high compared to MSME. But if you compare with the capital investment, the MSME is generating employment. Not only employment, there is a scope that MSME can start their activities in the rural areas. That means industrialization in the rural sector. In spite of the steps taken by Government of India during this ongoing pandemic, the MSMEs are highly stressed so far as the financial aspects are concerned. With that in mind, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Jharkhand chapter, decided to conduct this type of conclave. I am very happy to see many distinguished participants, speakers here in front of me, who are going to really deliberate on this issue of funding MSMEs. So we are going to have 3 panel sessions, and we have purposely distributed this. One is your funding, the second one is the interrelationship with the industry, and third one is sustainable goal. Now, as I told you, there are 6.33 crores of MSMEs working in this country. But unfortunately, only 45 lakhs MSME could avail loan from the bank. That means 5.90 crores of MSMEs could not avail loan. As a result, 50 lakhs MSMEs, either they had to close down their operation or they were declared sick. So what happened due to that? Lot of unemployment got generated. So with this in mind, our Honorable Finance Minister on 25th of August, she launched is 4.0 banking reform at Bombay, and she urged all the banking sectors to step up the credit flow. And also, she requested them, rather advised them, to organize outreach program for the mass. She also asked them to go to all corners of the country and tell people about the loans, about the stimulus package which Government of India announced. So this is really going to help the MSMEs. Probably whenever I discuss with the MSMEs, their first problem is, we are not getting loan. We are having a lot of problems. We are not getting orders. So all sorts of problems are there, which probably we are going to discuss in this conclave. And I'm sure some concrete solutions will come out after the discussion. When I was discussing with our Honorable Chief Minister, he was telling me that this MSME conclave, though he expressed his unwillingness because of her pressing engagements, he told me that Government of Jharkhand is behind you, and Government of Jharkhand will definitely welcome the recommendations from this conclave. So we are not only meeting just for the sake of discussion. We are going to meet, and we are meeting just to give a recommendation to the Government of Jharkhand, because in Jharkhand we have got only 15.88 lakhs of industries as MSMEs, but I don't know how many of them are really in operation. I do not know. I do not have that figure. But this 15, even if I take 15.88, this is hardly 2.5% of the total India's MSMEs. That means we have got scope. We have got scope for the MSMEs over here. And not only that, if MSMEs decide to set up their production facilities, or they can startup can also be started over here, then lot of employment can be generated. We have been talking about the migrant laborers who came here, and they are all moving around without job. But I am very sure, because I keep on thinking this, how to give them employment. They are not going back to their original place of working because of this pandemic fear. But if we can start some MSME activities here, because government has a plan to increase these 15.88 to more numbers, and this will also generate more employment. So this probably in the first panel, wherein our respected bank speakers will be there, we'll also have speakers from Jharkhand small industry. We will also have speakers from other banks. We'll also have speakers, a chartered accountant also is there, going to be there in that discussion. And we'll also have some industry people also. So we have purposely kept the blend of people during this panel discussion. Our second discussion is on industry. This is innovation and technical support for enhancing the production of MSME. I was personally, engaged in production activities throughout my career, and we were dealing with number of MSMEs. MSMEs definitely they have a problem. We consider ourselves as a big brother of MSMEs, but whether we were really helping MSMEs, Government of India has very clearly, given a direction that they should be paid within 45 days. Are we really paying them within 45 days? So all those problems are there. So my suggestion to the MSME is that, whatever technology you have adopted today, or whatever technology you are going to adopt, you should not be satisfied with the technology which you are adopting or you already adopted. You know, the technology advancement is moving forward always. Today the technology is there, tomorrow it will be changed. So you have to have, you know, very sort of, you should open your eyes and ears, and also so that you are ready to change the technology. So first is that technology upgradation is very much required. The second is, you know, skilling and you know, reskilling of people. This is very important because Government of India is also talking about the reskilling of people. You have to skill your people. Why? Because if you have to change the you know, production, and if you have to change the methodology, and you know, if you change the technology altogether, then you have to train your people. So this is a very, because capital, I mean, investment is very much, because I understand this skill is very much required if you have to be really productive. You can bring technology, but if you don't have trained manpower, then probably you will not be able to produce what you want to do. The very important development which is taking place, this again is the credit goes to the pandemic. You know, the people are all going for digitization. They're all going for automation. They're all going for artificial intelligence. And according to me, the artificial intelligence, cloud-based in this technology, they are going to be the pillar of your production facilities. So everybody is going for this. But unfortunately, I was just going through some analysis in a newspaper, and I found that India is number 40. That means the number of countries are ahead of us when they are going to implement this AI or not. They are already implemented. So we have to catch up with that. Now our third panel discussion, and in this discussion and this panel discussion, we are going to have, you know, people from industries. And most of them are from industries. Probably they are going to deliberate the problems which they are facing with MSMEs, or MSMEs are facing with the industries. So probably I request the panel members to discuss that aspect, so that, you know, at least some concrete solution can come out from that deliberation. The third most important panel is going to be sustainable goal, achieving sustainable goals. So as you know, the 17 sustainable goals are there. But MSME itself can help to achieve those, some of the sustainable goals, like eradication of poverty, skilling of people, taking care of the environment, taking care of the environment management, gender equality. All those things are there. Probably this MSME also can take care of sustainable goal. So that is why we have kept this in the last session. Before I conclude, I would like to congratulate Government of Jharkhand for releasing the amended industrial policy on probably 28th and 29th of last month, when our Honorable CM was in Delhi, and he released that. And if you go through that, you will find that there is a balance in that policy. And this is also talking about the growth of MSME. It's also talking about the areas where actually we can really focus our attention. So I must congratulate Government of Jharkhand for that. And also, you know, I was reading in the newspaper that probably Jharkhand is also thinking to have, you know, rural industrial policy. That means a separate policy for the rural sectors. So these are some of the probably initiative government has taken up. And we from Jharkhand, Indian Chamber of Commerce is committed to help the MSMEs. Always, we are always ready, and we are in fact interacting with the governments. We are also interacting with the industry house, so that we can act as a pivot. You can act as a sort of helping hand for them. So thank you very much. Before I conclude, I would like to again wish this particular conclave is going to be a success, and we will have a very, very sort of effective discussion during this session. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. Mr. Abhijit Ghosh, Chairman, ICC State Council, for your theme address full of informations. Now, may I invite Dr. S.K. Sahu, Joint Director, Head of the Office, MSc Development Institute, Government of India, Ministry of MSME, for your address, sir.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. In fact, the dignitaries on the dais, the Honorable Chief Minister is absent. He was giving his message for the successful of this summit. And on the dais, the guest of honor, Sri N.N. Pandey, Ex-Secretary Forest and Environment, Personal and Administrative Reforms and Home Department, Government of Jharkhand, and State Election Commissioner, Jharkhand. Sri Atul Bhatt, CMD, Mekhan. Mr. Bhola Singh, Director Technical and PP, Central Coalfields Limited. Sri Vasudev Gangopadhyay, Senior Manager, General Manager, Geology and Environment, Hindalco Industries. Sri Nandkishwar Singh, Deputy GM, State Bank of India. The organizers from ICC, Mr. Abhijit Ghosh, Chairman, ICC State Council, Jharkhand State. Mr. Rakesh Ranjan Verma, Co-Chairman, ICC Jharkhand. And of course, Madam Bhaumik, the Director, Indian Chamber of Commerce, Jharkhand. And all the participants who are present here, and the press and electronics media. In fact, I am here on behalf of Government of India, Ministry of MSME. And our office is located in this industrial area, Kokor industrial area. And like this MSME Development Institute, we are similar development institutes are operating throughout the country. Before going to the depth of the initiatives taken by Government of India, I convey my sincere thanks to ICC for organizing this business meet, particularly for MSME promotion and development. In fact, after near about 2 years, I am attending this physical mode of program, because of this pandemic situation prohibits us for arranging, for participating, for sitting in this type of forum for physical mode and interacting in different issues. Of course, we are conducting different programs and on different issues through webinars and virtual mode. But after my transfer since this last December from the state of Odisha, I am here since last 8 months. And I am just attending in a virtual mode, and particularly in the ICC. And I am very happy that when they have visited for inviting me for interaction of MSME sector, of course, I am not shouting many things on the MSME sector, because the things has been made easier for me by the chairman, Abhijit Ghosh. उन्होंने जितना MSME का इम्पोर्टेंस सिग्निफिकेंट उन्होंने बता चुके हैं, और जो भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इनिशिएटिव से कुछ 5-7 स्कीम का होगा और प्रोविजन होगा, और झारखंड स्टेट के लिए क्या उपलब्ध होगा उसका बारे में बताऊंगा। एनीवे, जो स्टैटिस्टिक्स से आपका सामने में रख रहे थे, जैसे कि 30% नियर अबाउट GDP contribution from the MSME sector, and near about not 45%, it is actually 0.5% of the export provision, that is 49% is being contributed by this MSME sector to the entire country. And I have already seen that this state is very, very potential and very vital, having very fertile situation, parameters, combinations, permutations, combinations are there for penetrating this industrial activity, particularly on MSME sector. Considering the availability of the resources, the manpower, human resources, and of course the Government of India state industrial policy provision is there, unless and until you will have the provision of the state government, and this will not accelerate throughout the state for MSME development. Because the MSME development, particularly for MSME development, the Government of India is designing certain schemes and programs. And I will spell out 3 to 4 programs and schemes. And this will be implemented through government of that state government agencies, and here it is Jharkhand state. And unless and until it will be very proactive, and they will support, this will match for the acceleration of the MSME activities. It is not possible to accelerate the Government of India schemes, what has been designed by the Government of India. It is no doubt about it. And this is especially focusing on the credit support. And I am going ahead because for MSME development, there are 4 to 5 things are required. Because for identification stage to the realization stage, that is for marketing and the feedback or the payment system, all these things are required for the survival. What is the panel discussion has already been made for sustainable development of MSME. And unless and until everything will be integrated, that is starting from your that capacity building, your financial, that credit support, technology support, innovation, marketing, all these things is required for the survival of a MSME. Then if it is possible, all these things should be integrated. Whether we are having the schemes and programs, yes, we have. And for a training program, we are conducting different training programs on entrepreneurship development program, for management development program, for skill development program throughout the state. And of course, in other institutes, they are conducting throughout the country also. And for particularly for credit support, we are also having that PMEGP, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, in which 35% is being given to the special category of people in rural areas, women, SC, ST, physically challenged people. And if the same project will be conducted in the urban areas, the incentives from the Government of India will be provided by 25%. And in case of in the urban areas, if the government of the special category people will be set up these industries, they will get 25%. And in case of general men people, they will get the incentives of 15%. And the total caps, total ceiling of this Prime Minister Employment Generation Program is 25 lakhs, up to 25 lakhs. In case of manufacturing, and in case of services category, it is 10 lakhs. But the Government of India has again introduced in the second dose of assistance, those who will come out for the successfully and interested for expansion, for diversification of their project, the Government of India has been extended that from 25 lakhs to up to 1 crore of rupees loan assistance being provided to these categories of entrepreneurs who are successfully come out from the project. This is one financial scheme. And another scheme is that credit linked capital subsidy scheme. If you are interested for diversification, modernization of your industry, that is for existing people, and that Prime Minister Employment Generation Program is the new or budding or prospective entrepreneurs. And those who are operating, those who are existing entrepreneurs, for this capital subsidy scheme, Government of India is providing 50% or 15 lakhs of rupees on capital subsidy of identified 51 categories of products or subsectors. And if you are really coming under these 51 sectors or subsectors being identified by the Government of India, you can avail 15 lakhs of rupees as a capital subsidy under that scheme. Then if you can, this is a general feature because the State Bank SBI officer is here. The notion of the public people or the freshers or those who are approaching for loan, it is a general notion that the bankers or financial institutes, they are not providing loan. And this may be true, this may not be true. But in my perception, this may not be true because we have already conducted one loan mela during the month of February, and we have invited all the bankers, including these nationalized banks and private banks, NBFCs, we have invited. In that particular day of this loan mela, about 18.75 crores of rupees sanction is being handed over to the people, those who are approached to the applicants who have applied for the loan. In that particular day, the 18.75 crores of rupees of amount of loan has been sanctioned and already handed over to the applicants. So in case of a credit guarantee scheme, another scheme is there, credit guarantee trust for micro and small enterprises. Under that scheme, ये गवर्नमेंट का तो स्कीम है, बड़ा लोगों का मन में होता है अगर हम कोलेटरल सिक्योरिटी नहीं देंगे तो हमको लोन नहीं मिलेगा, हमको बैंक वाला एंटरटेन नहीं करते हैं. अंडर दिस CGT MSE स्कीम अप टू 200 lakhs, दैट इज अप टू 2 crores तक आपको गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कोलेटरल सिक्योरिटी का गारंटी देता है. तो आप भी कभी भी लोन के लिए जाइए, ये भी जानकारी आपको हासिल रखना है. 200 लाख और 2 crores तक आपको कोलेटरल सिक्योरिटी का गारंटी मिलेगा. अभी ये जो पैंडेमिक की सिचुएशन, इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन अराइज हुआ, दैट 2020 दिसंबर से, तो ये जब हुआ तो ये हमारा सबसे बड़ा अधिकतम जो हमारा MSME सेक्टर को अफेक्ट हुआ है. चाहे आप आपका वर्किंग कैपिटल में नहीं मिला, लेबर भी नहीं मिला, दैट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ड्यूज के लिए पैसा भी नहीं था. In order to address this pandemic situation, Government of India has been given and created one emergency credit linked guarantee scheme up to 3 lakhs of crores of rupees in the first wave, and in the second wave another 1.5 lakhs of crores of rupees has been sanctioned and given by the Government of India. So it is in totality 4.5 lakhs of crores of rupees. In the state of Jharkhand, you will be happy to note that ये जो हमारा जो एलिजिबल कैंडिडेट होते हैं, एलिजिबल एप्लीकेंट होते हैं, 89% has been successfully released the amount through different financial institutes, whereas in the national figure it is 86%. So if you can come across, and for जो NPA के लिए जो सिक इंडस्ट्री हम बोलते हैं, जब सिक इंडस्ट्री होते हैं उनको पास पैसा नहीं होता है. So government of India has created 20,000 crores of rupees as for this sick industries or the non-performing assets industries for handholding support. And the Government of India again has been created 50,000 crores of rupees as this credit flow to as the system operates for mother and daughter's relationship. ऐसे 10,000 लाख गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया देंगे, 40,000 लाख ऑफ मार्केट, ओपन मार्केट में असिस्टेंस मिलेगा. So it is totality of 50,000 crores has been fund has been created. So these provisions are there, but ये हमको जानकारी रखना चाहिए कहाँ पर क्या मिलता है. It is very important. Unless and until you will be updated your knowledge, it is very difficult to provide, to access, to get the incentives, to get the benefit from the Government of India or from the state government agencies. और एक मुझे शायद 10 मिनट दिया गया था, मैं 2 ही और स्कीम बताऊंगा क्योंकि टाइम अगर होगा परमिट, अगर मैं रहूंगा फिर इंटरेक्शन आप लोगों का साथ करूंगा, बिकॉज मेनी डिग्नेटरी आर देयर. अनदर वेरी हमारा जो सबसे अच्छा फ्लैगशिप स्कीम है ये है क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट अप्रोच. आज का जमाना में कॉम्पिटिटिव एनवायरनमेंट है. आप देखिए आपका प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस, आपका पैकेजिंग सिस्टम, क्वालिटी, डिलीवरी, एवरीथिंग विल बी डिजाइन्ड इन ए सिस्टमेटिक मैनर. Unless and until you will have a systematized in your factory level, it is very difficult to compete in the to compete with the global level. So in order to make this global system more competitive to the MSME sector, MSME मंत्रालय ने, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट अप्रोच इंटरवेन किया है. इसमें क्या है, इसमें जैसे कि CFC आपको करना है. सपोज 20 people will be coming and approach to us doing similar or same work. Same, for example आपका प्रिंटिंग प्रेस है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल आपको प्रिंटिंग प्रेस का 20 लोग अगर होंगे और उसका उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा. अभी उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन पहले था उद्योग आधार मेमोरेंडम, इसका पहले था एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप मेमोरेंडम 1, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप मेमोरेंडम 2. ये सब अभी हट के जा रहा है, इसको मैं डिटेल से नहीं बता रहा हूँ. अगर इसमें आप जाएंगे, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का प्रोविजन है 20 करोड़ ऑफ रुपीज, 20 करोड़ तक प्रोविजन है, आउट ऑफ व्हिच 70% विल बी बोर्न बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एज द ग्रांट, और दैट मीन्स 14 करोड़ तक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया बियर करेगा। जो रेस्ट 6 करोड़ रहा, ये स्टेक होल्डर्स जिसके लिए बना रहे हैं, और जो लोगों के लिए अप्रोच, जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हमको असिस्टेंस के लिए अप्लाई किया है, तो उनको 10 से 15% देना है, और जो 10 से 15% रहा गैप फंडिंग, इट विल बी प्रोवाइडेड बाय द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। सो दिस इज द अरेंजमेंट एंड इफ यू कैन अवेल। मैंने देखा है झारखंड स्टेट में ज्यादा लाख होता है, आपको भी पता होगा। भारत में जितना लाख प्रोडक्शन होता है, झारखंड स्टेट में आउट ऑफ 100% 45% इज बीइंग प्रोड्यूस्ड इन द स्टेट ऑफ झारखंड। ये लाख को हम क्या क्या रिसोर्सेस है, किसको हम टैप अप कर सकते हैं, जैसे एसेंशियल ऑयल्स है। एसेंशियल ऑयल से मैंने देखा एक आपका झारखंड का एक लेडी, ये एसेंशियल ऑयल से वो अमेरिका एंड साउथ अफ्रीकन कंट्री को एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो अभी क्यों नहीं कर पाएंगे? तो ये प्रोविजन रखना है। जैसे ट्रेडिशनल इंडस्ट्रीज हो गया, जैसे कि आपका लाख हो गया, बाम्बो हो गया, आपका और भी कुछ, जैसे आपका एग्री प्रोड्यूसेस, एग्रीकल्चर का रिलेटेड प्रोड्यूसेस, टमाटो हो गया, चिरंजी हो गया, ये झारखंड में उपलब्ध है। तो इसको लेके हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ये टेक्नोलॉजी कहाँ पर मिलेगा, हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट क्या मिलेगा, क्या फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट है कि नहीं है, ये सब आपको जानकारी रख के फिर अप्रोच करना पड़ेगा कौन सा एजेंसी को। जैसे हम एक एजेंसी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से इधर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे भी डिफरेंट एजेंसीज आर देयर आल्सो ऑपरेटिंग। तो फिर ये जो ट्रेडिशनल इंडस्ट्रीज होता है, इसके लिए एक स्फूर्ति क्लस्टर है, उसको बोलते हैं रीजनरेशन ऑफ ट्रेडिशनल इंडस्ट्रीज। इसके लिए भी 10 करोड़ का प्रोविजन है, आउट ऑफ व्हिच गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, जैसे कि अगर 500 तक आर्टिसन होंगे, आर्टिसन, तो इनके लिए 2.5 करोड़ तक प्रोविजन है, और मोर देन 500 से 1000 तक होंगे तो फिर ये हो जाएगा आपका 5 करोड़ तक भी प्रोविजन है। और बिजनेस इंक्यूबेशन के लिए, जैसे कि कोई लड़का अभी पास आउट हुआ, जैसे इनोवेशन, इसका आज का लैंग्वेज में इनको बोलते हैं हम स्टार्टअप्स और स्टैंडअप्स। जैसे कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने भी सपोर्ट दिया है, हमारा पास भी एक बिजनेस इंक्यूबेशन है, हम भी आइडिया कैप्चर करते हैं। जैसे कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज और मैनेजमेंट कॉलेज भी हमारा होस्ट इंस्टीट्यूट, होस्ट इंस्टीट्यूट का मतलब है ये लड़का या लड़की जो वो समझते हैं, जैसे कि मेरा आइडिया इनोवेटिव है, उनको तो लगेगा मैं जो कर रहा हूँ वो इनोवेटिव, बट एक्चुअली इट इज इनोवेशन और नॉट, यू हैव टू एग्जामिन। अगर ये आइडिया कैप्चर किया या सर्टिफाइड किया भारत गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने, इनको 15 लाख तक भी ग्रांट मिलेगा। और अगर ये बिजनेस का इंटरवेंशन करने के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो इनको सीड कैपिटल 1 करोड़ भी भारत सरकार का प्रावधान है, इसको ये भी मिलना चाहिए। अच्छा, सबसे बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है मार्केटिंग का। मार्केटिंग में अगर आप डोमेस्टिक मार्केट या इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में करेंगे, डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में करेंगे, अगर जैसे ट्रेड फेयर हो गया, भारत सरकार ट्रेड फेयर के लिए भी पैसे देते हैं, कोई भी एजेंसी है, चाहे आईसीसी है, सीआईआई है, एसोचैम है, फिकी है, और कोई एनजीओ भी है, वो भी अगर करना चाहते हैं, अगर आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में करेंगे तो 25 लाख तक आपको सैंक्शन मिलेगा और 15 लाख तक का पब्लिसिटी के लिए मिलेगा। सो टोटल कुल मिला के 40 लाख का प्रोविजन है। ये 40 लाख ऐसे नहीं मिलता है, आपका जो एप्लीकेशन होगा, जो प्रपोजल होगा, वो प्रपोजल कितना स्ट्रांग है, फिर हमारा स्टीयरिंग कमेटी दिल्ली में बैठता है, वो एग्जामिन होने के बाद मिलेगा। खाली अप्लाई कर देने से नहीं मिलेगा। आप बोलेंगे सर आपने बोल रहे थे हमको 40 लाख रुपया दिलाइए, ऐसे नहीं है। तो 40 लाख का प्रोविजन है। अगर इंटरनेशनल का होगा, इसमें 60 लाख तक प्रोविजन है। तो फिर अगर डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में कोई पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं, सपोज कोई स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री या माइक्रो इंडस्ट्री, उनका पास स्टॉल चार्जेस देने के लिए पैसा नहीं है, तो 1,25,000 तक स्टॉल चार्जेस का गवर्नमेंट का प्रोविजन है। उसको जो सामान लेने का, जाने का, वो जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट के लिए भी भारत सरकार का 50,000 तक भी प्रोविजन है। अगर इंटरनेशनल आप जाना चाहते हो, अभी पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन सब बंद है, इंटरनेशनल में आप पार्टिसिपेशन करने के लिए जा रहे हो, तो भारत सरकार का और एक यूनिट के लिए 3 लाख रुपया आपका टू एंड फ्रो दैट इकोनॉमी एयरफेयर क्लासेस एंड 1.5 लाख तक आपका जो स्टॉल चार्जेस के लिए, ये 4.5 लाख तक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक यूनिट को देगा। और एक यूनिट 3 बार एक इंटरनेशनल पार्टिसिपेंट में 1 साल में पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता है। तो ये सब प्रोविजन है। मैं और ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लेते हुए मैंने बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं आईसीसी को और आप सब लोगों को, क्योंकि आप लोगों का थोड़ा जिज्ञासा है, जानकारी है। बट आई फील एज पर माई एक्सपीरियंस व्हाट आई फील, मेनी पीपल कुछ आते हैं सर, हमारा ऑफिस आते हैं सर हमको एक इंडस्ट्री बनाना है, क्या करना है ना सर, एक फार्मास्यूटिकल का कंपनी, फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनी के लिए तो आपको फिर वो जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, आपका ड्रग लाइसेंस होना चाहिए, आपका एक्सपर्टाइज होना चाहिए, क्या क्या ड्रग्स बनाने के लिए क्या क्या रॉ मटेरियल है, ये रॉ मटेरियल हमारा अवेलेबल इधर है कि नहीं है, और ये इम्पोर्टेड है कि अगर इम्पोर्टेड है भारत सरकार का क्या प्रोविजन है, रेस्ट्रिक्टेड आइटम तो है ही नहीं, ये सब एग्जामिन करना पड़ता है। अगर रियली यू आर इंटरेस्टेड टू स्टार्ट समथिंग, टू डू समथिंग और एक्सपांड योर बिजनेस, then you can approach to our institute, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, दिस इज कोकोर इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेट। तो हम आपको उपलब्ध कराएंगे जो भी स्कीम है, हमारा वेबसाइट में भी अवेलेबल है। अगर आप www.dcmsme.gov, डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर DCMSME माइक्रो स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइज, इसमें जाएंगे सब स्कीम मिलेगा। अगर फिर भी क्लियर नहीं होता है तो हमारा साथ संपर्क कर सकते हैं। अगर नहीं तो झारखंड में नहीं होता है, ऑल इंडिया में कहीं पे जाइए, सब जगह में हमारा जो ऑफिस उपलब्ध है। अगर फिर भी ये भी नहीं होता है तो मैं और एक बढ़िया चीज आपको बताता हूं, हमारा 2020 मई महीना से आपका एक चैंपियंस पोर्टल खोला गया है भारत सरकार और से आप घर में बैठ के वही चैंपियंस पोर्टल champions.gov.in में आपका जो इशू है, जो ग्रीवांसेस है, अगर किसी को आपने सप्लाई किया है, अभी पब्लिक सेक्टर कॉर्पोरेशन में हमारा मेकन साहब है, या CCL में है, या सेल अथॉरिटी है, जितना पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग है उनके लिए भी एक प्रोविजन है। जैसे कि 350-80 आइटम्स हमारा मतलब रिजर्व फॉर स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस के लिए, ये जितना खरीद करते हैं ये 25% मैंडेटरीली MSE से खरीद करना मैंडेटरी है। पहले 2018 जो 2 नवंबर 2018 तक ये 20% था। हमारा ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो ने देखा ये एक्चुअली बढ़ना चाहिए, सो 20% से 25% कर दिया। आउट ऑफ 25% SC/ST वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए 4% रिजर्व रखा गया, वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए 3% रिजर्वेशन रखा गया। इसका मतलब यही हुआ, सपोज 100 रुपया का ये खरीद करते हैं तो 4% SC/ST से, 3% वुमेन से, और कुल मिलाकर 25% MSE से खरीद करना मैंडेटरी है। अगर पेमेंट इनको दे दिया, अगर पेमेंट नहीं मिल रहा है, 45 डेज में प्रावधान है, अगर नहीं मिल रहा है तो अभी एक स्कीम आया ट्रेड रिसीवेबल ई डिस्काउंटिंग सिस्टम। इसका मतलब ये हुआ जो बायर खरीद करता है, जो सप्लायर सप्लाई देता है, इनका बीच में अगर कुछ नहीं मेलजुल नहीं हो रहा है, 45 डेज में पेमेंट नहीं मिल रहा है, बिकॉज स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री पीपुल आर वेरी स्मॉल, दे आर हैविंग ए क्रंच ऑफ ऑल द प्रॉब्लम्स, तो ये जो फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट दे विल प्ले एज द एक्टिव रोल। सो दिस इज ए ट्राइपार्टाइट एग्रीमेंट जैसे है, और अगर आप 1 करोड़ तक का आपने सप्लाई किया उसका एग्रीमेंट होता है, जैसे आपका 95 लाख आप लीजिए, दिस इज माई रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दैट आई विल कलेक्ट 1 करोड़ ऑफ रुपीज फ्रॉम देम। और भी नहीं होता है, जैसे कि एक स्कीम है MSEFC, ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में डायरेक्टर ऑफ इंडस्ट्री से उपलब्ध है। अगर कोई आपका डिस्प्यूट हो गया तो ये डिस्प्यूट जो MSEFC माइक्रो स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस फैसिलिटेशन सेंटर, ये रिड्रेसल के लिए ये भी उपलब्ध है। ये जो चैंपियंस पोर्टल बोला है ये भी ग्रीवेंसेस एड्रेस के लिए ये है। और सबसे बढ़िया जानकारी मैं देता हूं, ये जो चैंपियंस पोर्टल में आपका जो इशू डालेंगे तो ये 3 दिन में आपको उपलब्ध कराएंगे, विद इन 3 डेज। क्या हमने एक्शन लिया और कहां पर आपका एप्लीकेशन भेजा और क्यों नहीं मिल रहा है और क्यों वो पैसा नहीं दे रहा है, ये 3 दिन में आपको जानकारी मिलेगा, ज्यादा से ज्यादा 3 डेज। So thank you very much. There are a number of things we have to discuss, but due to this crunch of time, I could not share all these things. So thank you very much for inviting me for sharing my views on this MSME sector, and hopefully this business MSME meet will be a successful one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. S.K. Sahu, sir, for your address. And now it's my honor to invite for a special address, Mr. Atul Bhatt, CMD, Mekon.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start by thanking the organizers for having invited me today. Mr. Avijit Ghosh, Chairman of ICC State Council. Mr. Verma, Co-Chairman. Our special guest, Mr. N.N. Pandey. Mr. S.K. Sahu, Mr. Nand Kishore Singh, Mr. Bhola Singh, and all the special other dignitaries who are here. In his opening remarks, I think Mr. Verma said that the government is doing a lot for big organizations and not so much for MSMEs. I think little bit I would like to differ with him, because if you consider the most of the government initiatives which are taking place today, the government fully realizes the power of the MSME. And I'll share with you, some of the initiatives which have been taken in the steel industry, which is an opportunity to MSMEs, to enter areas where possibly dominated by Chinese companies, European companies, and these are opening up. And from what I have seen, the MSMEs haven't really realized, the huge potential that lies ahead of them in capturing these opportunities. I'll be specific to the steel sector, but I can tell you that what the steel sector, what I'll talk about also holds good for oil sector, textile industry, so many other industries as well. See, I will talk about the capital good industry, because that is one area where which is dominated by, you can say, exports by the export organizations based abroad. Now, if you talk about the steel industry, because Micon is primarily there, providing solutions for people wanting to set up steel industries. If you look at Bokaro, Rourkela, most of these companies, I can tell you that 40% of the capital equipment which is coming from abroad. And the reason for that is the technology, the technology which goes into making blast furnace, converters, rolling mills. It's all dominated by the technology supplier. There are a handful in the world, and they dictate the kind of the equipment, etc. So most of these equipments are getting fabricated and were actually getting fabricated in China, Eastern Europe. The design centers were these companies in SMS and Daniel Lee and all these companies. And in fact, about 4 years back, Micon was asked that why don't you make a template? Let's say we have to indigenize these components. What is the size of the business? So we found out, I'll just share this number with you, that the total size of the business of the capital good industry in the steel industry, let's say if steel industry has to go to 300 million tons, $25 billion worth of equipment will have to be imported. $25 billion. And we have made a comprehensive list of these equipments. There is a whole range of equipments where, because you see what is happening in the steel industry. There's a very perceptible change which is happening in the world, is that the steel industry gradually is moving to India. And you find that Indian ranking has gone up. It was number 5, then came to 4, 3. Now we are the second largest steel producer. And if you see what is happening this year, for instance, our growth will possibly be more than China, because China, the capacities are coming down. There'll be, some 50 million will be phased out. So India is going to become the, sort of say the epicenter of growth of the steel industry. Now, parallel to this is this new initiative of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And this initiative which has taken place is not just, an initiative, but it is backed by a number of initiatives. I'll talk about, some of these. One is this recent, let's say any public sector organization wants to make any tender which is less than 200 crores. That has to be sourced from domestic. Now, I'll tell you the implications for the steel industry. Now, we were doing a project for a company called Kudremukh Iron and Steel, where they are, they are integrating backward and forward. Coke oven, new coke oven battery is being constructed. A new ductile iron plant is being constructed. Now, these are all, below 200 crores. So obviously, the solution has to come from India. An Indian entrepreneur or MSME or somebody has to come and take up this challenge. Now, we found that, earlier, if you see the spectrum of, just look at this, this coke oven battery, stamp charged coke oven battery, heat, which is recovery type. There's only, the suppliers were in China. Even Europeans, they don't have this technology. We struggled, in fact, to talk to various people to have these agreements, because it's not necessary that you have the technology. Today, it is possible that the manufacturing could be done here, the tie-up, the technology supplier could be abroad. So now is this big opportunity. I can tell you that for this coke ovens, stamp charging, make in India, finally, with great efforts, we could identify one company to come forward and, bid for this project. For the ductile iron plant, we are still struggling. There's no company, which is ready to come forward and bid and try to take this project. Now, this is where the difference is, that the entrepreneurship which is required to venture into a new area, to have a tie-up, to come out with an effective solution. Because today, it's not necessary that you should have your own technology. You can always get the technology. Instead, I'll just share with you what Micon is doing. We also sometimes bid for EPC projects. Coke ovens, which is our area, we have our own technology. So wherever Micon bids and gets business for coke ovens, it is 100% indigenously manufactured. Even we have developed our blast furnace solutions. But downstream, let's say converters, rolling mills, these are very advanced in terms of technology. So there also, we have tied up with, some companies, and we have persuaded them that, okay, out of the 100%, maybe the designing part of it, maybe about 5 or 6% or 7%. Balance 92% value addition could be done in India. So this is what we are trying to, propagate. In fact, my dear friend, Mr. Ghosh is here. When he was in HEC, we used to talk about how Micon and HEC could tie up. We could give the designs, we could procure the designs, they could do the manufacturing. So instead of, let's say you have the cold rolling mill in Bokaro, instead of the equipment there, coming from Eastern Europe, someplace in Ostrava or St. Petersburg or somewhere, it could be actually made in Jharkhand. And I would say that today is the opportunity. There's a huge business which is there in the capital good industry. In fact, Micon can help you because we have the entire list of items. Most of the SAIL plants, they'll be going for further expansion. I believe that SAIL is planning to go to 50 million tons. Most of these other, there's new NMDC plant coming up. Public sectors are going for big expansion, and this is a good opportunity. I think that considering Jharkhand, the location, we are so close to all the public sector steel plants, and To that extent, I think there's a lot to be learned from Tata Steel. You know, Tata Steel, most of the equipment that they use, even though it may be more costly, they are manufacturing it in their growth shop, you know, in Jamshedpur, like torpedo ladles. You know, torpedo ladles, if you see public sector plant, most of these would be coming from abroad. But Kalinganagar plant was manufactured in Jamshedpur. So I think gradually, considering that the government now, this Atmanirbhar campaign is gathering steam, most of these new initiatives which are coming, for instance, there's a PLI scheme. I don't know how many of you are aware of this PLI scheme. PLI scheme has identified a number of steel products which are getting imported. And there's 6,000 crores which the Ministry of Steel has allocated as incentivizing the production of these imported, these imported grades in India. So most of these have ready markets, like your CRGO steel. You know, you have got these tin plates. You go some automotive grades. So I think that given the ecosystem which is there, you know, MSMEs, I'll just also tell you that every month, you know, we have to report to the government what is the outstanding we have to MSMEs. You know, MSMEs, if they are supplying to any public sector steel plant, have to be paid within 15 days, 30 days. You know, within 30, beyond 30 days, there can be no case where you will not get your payment. So the whole ecosystem is there. That is encouraging all of you. And I think that this is the time has come to step forward. In fact, this steel industry, what I told you, the story is very similar in the oil industry also. Oil industry also, if you see any refinery, you'll find that in fact 60% of those equipments, cascades and all are coming from abroad. Similar is the situation with the textile industry. So, and if you see the example, the other day I had gone in a delegation to Germany, and most of these equipments, you know, which are like these mud guns and, you know, bellless tops, etc., which are very high technology items, are actually being manufactured by these small MSMEs in Germany. I think they have an association called Mittelland or something. So what distinguishes us from them is that they invest in development. You know, every year they come out and try to improve their products, and they have in fact captured the entire world. You know, they are not just restricted to their own country. So I think that is the example, you know, that we should emulate. The MSMEs in China, MSMEs in Germany, which have just captured the world market. So I think that this is a very opportune time, and I must congratulate ICC for holding and of course Jharkhand, you know, is shall we say the center of you know, a lot of activities. We have got Mekon here, you know, which symbolizes engineering excellence. Just now Mr. Pandey was asking me about ISRO launchpad, second launchpad of ISRO. You know, that we are very proud that it was designed and constructed here in Jharkhand by the Mekon engineers. So if world-class, you know, facilities and very high technological facilities like the launch pad can be constructed and designed by people living in Ranchi, you know, there's no reason why we cannot develop and fabricate these host of equipments which are in fact getting imported, and a lot of valuable foreign exchange is getting spent. So I think the time is ripe, and with all the information that you will be getting today, I think all of you should now step forward and you know, bring about a huge transformation not just in the MSMEs, but also in the state, in the economy of the state and the development of our nation. So thank you and all the best.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद श्री अतुल भट्ट, सीएमडी मेकॉन सर, आपकी बहुमूल्य जानकारियों के लिए। और बता दें कि सर को चूंकि बहुत जरूरी काम से यहाँ से निकलना पड़ रहा है, तो आज के इस मीट की तमाम स्मृतियां आपके जहन में रहें, हम स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर रहे हैं। मैं चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन करती हूँ श्री अभिजीत घोष जी से कि आपको स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। CMD Mekon, Mr. Atul Bhatt को स्मृति चिन्ह ICC MSME बिजनेस मीट 2021 के अवसर पर ये मेमेंटो प्रदान कर रही है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके आगमन के लिए, और आपने जो हमें संबोधित किया है इसके लिए हम आपका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं। तालियां एक बार सर के लिए। और कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अगले संबोधन के लिए अब मैं सादर आमंत्रित करती हूं श्री नंद किशोर सिंह, डिप्टी जनरल मैनेजर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया। सर आप आएं और अपनी बातें हमारे समक्ष रखें।
Good morning to all. Honorable Chief Guest Sri Hemant Soren ji, Chief Minister in absentia. Honorable Guest of Honor Sri N.N. Pandey, IAS. Sri S.K. Sahu ji, Joint Director, MSME Development Institute. Sri Bhola Singh ji, Technical Director, Central Coalfields Limited. Sri Atul Bhatt, of course he has gone, CMD Mekon Limited. Sri Vasudev Gangopadhyay, Senior General Manager. Sri Abhijit Ghosh ji, Chairman ICC Jharkhand Chapter. Sri Rakesh Ranjan Verma ji, Co-Chairman ICC Jharkhand Chapter. First of all, I would take this opportunity, of course, with the permission of ICC, to congratulate Mr. Bhola Singh on his elevation of CMD, probably on 26th of August. I will restrict myself only to financial related issues to MSME, that too in a broader terms. And my people, my colleagues will discuss in detail in plenary session. It is indeed an honor to be invited to address such an influential business audience here today in this ICC MSME Business Meet 2021. Indian Chamber of Commerce plays most significant role in industrial and economic development of the country, both at state and national level. Your energy and acumen have been the foundations of economy in the country for so long. Sharing information on current economic challenges and commenting on them from the practical standpoint is an integral part of your function, and you are doing it in a very efficient manner. Friends, we have just witnessed unprecedented COVID-19 crisis. In the present world, hardly anyone can recount any precedents of a pandemic of such ferocity and global proportions. Nonetheless, you people rose to the occasion in time and successfully handled the situation. You all have turned this challenge into an opportunity. When we see the financial numbers of last fiscal and even the numbers of Q1 of current fiscals of various MSME, it encourages us a lot. MSME sector is the growth driver of economy, not only in India, but for the whole world. 1% of India's GDP. Country has great scope to expand the MSME sector, and therefore the government at center and the state place great emphasis on promotion of the sector with respect of affirmative action, entrepreneur-friendly policies, and financial support. In spite of its contribution and measures taken by the governments, MSMEs in India face several challenges. They often need to keep pace with rapidly changing technologies and face the risk of becoming technologically obsolete. They also have to face high costs of credit and scarcity of adequate credit. Studies on MSMEs have identified the importance of the availability of sources of finance and the accessibility of these sources as the most crucial factors to promote growth of MSMEs in developing economies. In the Indian context, both these issues pose inherent challenges to financing of MSMEs due to lack of awareness of funding among MSME entrepreneurs. In view of the fact that banks are the predominant source of finance in India, the Reserve Bank of India includes micro and small enterprises in the list of priority lending sectors. Banks have also been advised to achieve a year-on-year growth of 20% in credit to micro and small enterprises, and an annual growth of 10% in number of micro enterprises accounts. The predominant sources of finance used by MSMEs are bank loans, loans from non-banking institutions, microfinance institutions, loans from family, relatives, and friends. To utter surprise, according to studies carried out, 78% of the finance used by MSMEs is made by informal sources or self-finance. Only the remaining 22% is provided by banks and financial institutions, of which banks provide the bulk, that is around 92%. The Reserve Bank of India identified the following issues in financing MSMEs. Inadequate access to finance by tiny firms due to lack of financial information and non-formal business practices. Fragmentation of markets with respect to their inputs, as well as vulnerability of products due to market fluctuations. Limited access to technology and product innovative, and lack of awareness of global best practices. Considerable delays in settlement of dues and payment of bills by large-scale buyers. In the light of the above-mentioned barriers, the government has initiated several policy measures. Financial inclusion of MSMEs in a time-bound manner, ensuring that every registered MSME has a track record by way of a bank account linked to the Udyog Aadhaar. Operationalization of an rupees 1,000 crore equity fund for the MSME sector. Expanded coverage and enhanced utilization of credit guarantee schemes with inclusion of a wider set of credit providers such as NBFCs and microfinance institutions. Looking to the above changes or initiatives, banks have also changed its approach by taking several steps. Bank has adopted perspective from that of being just a lender to that of being a strategic business partner. Emphasized on relationship banking with the MSMEs, the relationship manager is trained with adequate skill. Eased collateral security norms as per directives of RBI. Numerous number of products and a scheme has been introduced, keeping in view of requirement of industry. In view of the above measures taken by government, RBI and banks, some recommendations for entrepreneurs also can be suggested. Some of them are: use proper accounting practices, maintain a proper and robust accounting system, as this can increase the chances of accessing the credit by providing a transparent basis for a lender to assess the viability and profitability of the enterprises. Register all your enterprises. Ensure that the enterprise is registered and that all the registrations and licenses are renewed periodically. Develop network and markets. Entrepreneurs should participate actively in trade fairs and industry events for both showcasing their products or services and for enhancing their financial awareness. Adopt and increase uses of digital technology to conserve resources and keeping the cost low. The gem marketplace usage may help to find supplier as well as buyer at single platform. So these are the some points which I wanted to discuss at this point. As I told earlier, detail requirements or detail of financial things will be discussed by my team in plenary session. So I am confident that Indian Chamber of Commerce will continue to play a vital role in Indian economy in collaboration with government, statutory bodies and banks. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Nand Kishore Singh, Deputy General Manager, State Bank of India, for your speech, sir. May I invite now Mr. Basudev Gangopadhyay, Senior GM, Hindalco Industries Limited, for your address.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to all of you, and hope that all of you are keeping well and safe in this present pandemic condition. Respected dignitaries sitting in the dais, Sri Bhola Singh, Sri Abhijit Ghosh, Sri N.N. Pandey, Sri Atul Bhatt, of course he has left now, Sri S.K. Sahu, Sri Rajesh Ranjan, and Sri N.K. Singh, and my beloved audience, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, first of all, I would like to thank Indian Chamber of Commerce for organizing this type of fabulous and excellent MSME Business Meet 2021. And I also thank the organizer for inviting me for giving the inaugural speech. So thank you, organizer, for inviting me. Actually, Indian Chamber of Commerce has been working proactively towards creating a conducive and sustainable environment to enable social, industrial, and economic growth of the country through their policy advocacy as well as consulting services to serve the nation. So this is very, very important aspect they are doing actually. And today I will mainly focus on the technical innovation and the sustainable mining approach, which is currently being adopted by Hindalco, because I am from Hindalco. So that part I will cover, but before that, I must say actually, it's my duty, responsibility to say something about the present mining sector in India and what is the contribution of MSME sector for the growth of this mining industry, metal and mining industry. So I should also discuss the demand growth of the metal and mining sector in India. Then policy framework, policy support from the Indian government and the state government. Then the different opportunities in India in metal and mining sector. And the comparative advantage for being an investor in India. So that part I will cover. So coming to the demand growth, all of you know that India is the second largest crude steel producer in the world. Mr. Atul Bhatt has already told this. And India is producing around 100 odd million tons in 2020. And the forecasting says that by 2030, the crude steel production will be around 255 million tons. So obviously there is a huge potentiality for flourish the MSME sector, because steel is a key parameter, key sector for growing the GDP of our country. And you also know that apart from steel, India is also the second largest coal producer in the world. And last year, India has produced around 716 odd million tons of coal. So in the mining sector, coal and steel, these are the major sectors where there is a huge scope for the growth of the MSME sectors. Because these two sectors are very much important for growing the economy of our country. Now, rise in the infrastructure development and the transportation sectors also aiding the growth in the mining and metal industry. And apart from this, cement industry and power industry also adding some value to the growth of the MSME sector. And as per the official data, last year, we have exported iron ore to the tune of 1.7 billion US dollar. So obviously it is clearly indicating and clearly reflecting that our steel industry as well as the mining industry is growing. And with the growth of this steel industry and mining industry, automatically these MSME sectors will also be flourished and it will also be grow. Then attractive opportunity. So coming to attractive opportunity, all of you know that India is bestowed upon a large resource of deposits, including iron ore, coal, bauxite, manganese, chromium, rare earth, and whatnot actually. So if there are abundance of minerals, so there is a huge opportunity, huge scope for the flourish, for the boosting of MSME sector to grow. And I have already told that steel production is generating by installing new projects. So this is a key factor for installing and for setting up new projects in different parts of India and in Jharkhand also. And very recently, actually, in the month of July 2021, Odisha government has announced and they have approved 5 key industrial projects for this steel sector actually, which will augment 17.5 million ton additional steel, crude steel production in the country. So once this steel production will be doing, then automatically this MSME sector will also be flourished. Now policy support, this is also very important nowadays actually. Now India government, during this last union budget, India government reduces customs duty to the tune of 7.5%. for flat and long products. So to support, and the main objective was to support the MSME sector actually. And also to boost the copper recycling in India. India government has reduced the import duty in the import duty for the copper scrap from 5% to 2.5%. So this is also a state initiative taken by the central government to support the MSME sector. And with the launch of new mineral policy, India presents a major country for the investor actually. And apart from that, a number of new steps have been taken by the central government. As for example, giving the mining lease for a longer and stable tenure for 50 years, coal auction procedure, commercial coal mining, the captive coal miners can sell their coal in the open market also. And very recently, they have introduced MMDR Act, Amendment Act 2021. So these are all, this will all give support to flourish, to grow the MSME sector. So this is a positive indication from the central government point of view as well as state government point of view. And apart from that, 100% FDI has been announced by the central government in coal, mining, and steel sector. So this is also an added advantage for this MSME sector. And last, the comparative advantage. All of you know that in India, where this is our motherland, so in India, the cost of production and the conversion cost is very, very less compared to the other countries, European countries, as well as Australian countries and US countries. So this is an added advantage because comparative cost reduction process steps have been taken by the central as well as the state government. Now I will talk about some new initiative, technical initiatives and sustainable mining approach, which is being adopted in Hindalco that I will discuss. Actually, Hindalco basically always believes in responsible and sustainable business initiatives and very keen to adopt those technological innovations into our mining business. Because mining of coal and bauxite in Jharkhand is our main business. And we are also having a refinery also at Modi. It's just, I think, 40 kilometers away from this capital city. Now, Hindalco also views safety is the utmost priority actually. And for that, we have adopted a new concept of safety commando. And this is as per the concept which our Indian Army is following actually. So this is synonymous actually. So whatever the safety commando concept we are adopting, that is as per the norms of Indian Army. And we are successfully implementing that safety commando concept in our mining business. Now, we have also introduced a VTS, vehicle tracking system, in our mining business to monitor and track the movements of vehicles from our mines, bauxite mines, as well as our coal mines in Jharkhand to the respective railway siding, as well as to the respective refineries. Now, Hindalco has also taken an initiative. This is a very new initiative, actually, drone. So we are implementing drone survey also for mine surveillance, as well as stockpile measurements, and for stockpile measurements, and for the topographical survey also. And after post survey by drone, all those data are being reconciled with our mining model. We have already introduced mining software for making the mining model in different mines. So those data done by drone survey are being reconciled for the betterment of the production as well as the quality improvement. So these are the new initiatives we are regularly taking time to time. One such initiative is weighbridge automation. So this is also another significant technological initiatives we have taken for resolve the logistic problems. Basically, an RFID-based logistic automation solution has been deployed for the movement of the ore from mines to the respective sidings. Apart from that, GIS is also a technical platform, digital platform, you can say. So this GIS-based land management system, LMS, in abbreviated form, it's called LMS. So that land management system also we have adopted in our mining business. So what we do for that? Actually, from that land, it's a digital platform. And from that digital platform, you can collect each and every data regarding the land details, what type of land we are having, what are the owners, land owners, what is the potentiality of that particular land, what is the quantity, what is the quality, and so on and so forth. So from a single digital platform, we are getting number of data. So this is a technical innovation we have adopted in each and every mine actually. Now, we have taken a great initiative actually, you can say, because beneficiation we have adopted, we are planning to implement beneficiation project in bauxite mines. I think this is the first time in India, not only in Jharkhand, this project, we are going to install this beneficiation project in one of our bauxite mines. So beneficiation project is the first time we are introducing in India to upgrade the low-grade ore bauxite for catering our refineries. So this is also a step towards the resource enhancement as well as the conservation of mineral aspect. So that point also we are keeping in mind. Now, in our Kathotia coal mine actually, so this is located at Daltonganj in Jharkhand, and Garepalma 4x4, this is situated in Chhattisgarh in Raigada district. To monitoring external dump and slope stability, we are also using drone survey and geotechnical software for monitoring slope stability and dump management. And in Kathotia coal mines also, one important initiative, and this is very, very important basically nowadays, we are installing a dry unit for drying the coal to reduce the moisture percentage from 2 to 4% at least. This is the minimum optimum level actually. Maybe the reduction percentage may be enhanced when we will be installing that dry unit. And also in Kathotia coal mine, we are implementing new technology for the water treatment plant. Actually, this is a very new technology. This is called the electrocoagulation method actually. And if we install this water treatment plant, it is a very low cost technology actually. It will reduce the waste water during our mining activity. Hindalco also implemented the sustainability mining charter, sustainability mining framework, you can say, which is with the strong organizational governance actually. And with that implementation of sustainability mining charter or sustainability mining framework, we are implementing this in each and every mine, whether it's a bauxite mine or a coal mine, we are implementing it. Now, a new concept we have developed actually at Bagdu mine. I think most of you have heard that at Bagdu mine, this is a bauxite mine basically, we have developed a biopark in the reclaimed land to ensure the biodiversity of the environment, of the surroundings, as well as eco-restoration. So this is one of its kind in India, not only in Jharkhand, in India, it's one of its kind. And I would like to request all of you, so please please visit our Bagdo mines and see what type of biopark we have developed to restore the ecosystem as well as the biodiversity of the environment. Then our mindset is also with the water positivity. A lot of steps we have taken for the water positivity. Apart from that, regarding waste management, we are also focused in the non-hazardous waste management as well as hazardous waste management. And we are also adopting renewable energy in our mines. And one interesting thing I would like to say actually, in our Garepalma mines, which is located in Chhattisgarh, we have installed around 13,000 solar PV, which will generate 3 megawatt electricity, and it will reduce carbon emission to the tune of 5.12 million kg of carbon dioxide annually. And the last, because due to the paucity of time, a number list is very long, but I will not discuss all of them. The last one I want to discuss regarding our commitment towards the community development. So this is the rejuvenation of Kosa silk art form, and we are doing this process in Garepalma 4x4 in Chhattisgarh. What we are doing actually, Kosa means tasar. So Kosa rearing, reeling and weaving is basically a traditional art form in Chhattisgarh actually, in Raigara district. And for that, we have set up a Kosa Land Foundation for that, for interacting with the local communities, for selling their products, as well as marketing purposes. So this is, in this community development, there is a huge scope for MSME sectors. And this foundation, our main objective for this foundation is to maintain the ecosystem, to generate the employment of the local community, and to generate the sustainable livelihood of the local population. So these were some few initiatives we have taken in Hindalco. And with this, I conclude, and I wish all the best, all the grand success to Indian Chamber of Commerce for this event, MSME Business Meet 2021. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Basudev Gangopadhyay, Senior GM, Hindalco Industries Limited, for your speech, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Bhola Singh, Director Technical Plant and Projection, Center Coalfields Limited, for your speech, sir.
Good morning, all. Dignitaries at the dais, of the dais, ladies, gentlemen, person from media. It's a great privilege to be part of this today's program. My discussion will be very focused to the topic dedicated today for this session, MSME and its relevance. I'm thankful to Government of Jharkhand for giving this opportunity to assemble all of us here, especially our Honorable Minister, Chief Minister, Hemant Soren ji, and his continued support to organize this program. As you know, Jharkhand is such a state full of minerals. Just name any mineral, it is present here. Predominantly, coal is the main mineral out here, having contribution about 40% of the national stock. So we are privileged one in terms of all minerals and especially for the coal. Back to what business we are in. I am from CCL. We have business is all directions in 8 districts of Jharkhand. We produce about 70 million ton of coal, and we plan to produce 145 million ton of coal by terminal year 23-24. That will basically add to the inventory of 1 billion ton of coal in India. So in the pursuit of producing 1 billion ton by the terminal year 23-24, we have very elaborate plan as far as CCL is concerned, and I'm trying to put up before you the what relevance MSME will be getting out of the entire business. Precisely, if you know, there are a host of activities which probably as a mine operator, we outsource to the institutions, industries. Our share to the business is about 78%, sorry, 22%, and rest of the business is driven to the extent of 78% by organized and unorganized sectors. So it can be very well understood what contribution other people will be having to the entire business by the terminal year 23-24. Dr. Sahu has beautifully explained the regimes of MSME connected to all this. So I'm not going to touch upon those parameters things. I would simply say that 78% business, how to make it further grow and make everybody prosperous in the state, especially who are directly, indirectly connected to CCL. So that is one of the greatest opportunity. Since I had been looking procurement of equipments also, and that requires spares. It's a beautiful place where great institutions like HSC, Macon are here. Any entrepreneur will find an opportunity to fit into. Only thing is that what I have experienced over the time, quality is missing. Or I can say in other words, people interested to register themselves as a MSME are probably lacking somewhere in terms of quality. And that is one of the biggest deterrent what I foresee and see to make business smoothly running. Question remains how to improve quality standard, especially for the spares. It requires reverse engineering or hand-holding by any institutions. I understand they have their own constraint of investment, loaning facilities by bankers. But where there is a will, there is a way. People, I have seen recently a case during pandemic, given an order to somebody to supply some spares, the cost of steel went up by 30%. Wages salary also went up. Investor or manufacturer is a bit shaky about what will happen, what will not happen. Then we have very stringent procurement policy well laid down in the NIT and work order issued. So he was a bit frightened. So that is the time where we have to think out of box, how to accommodate those people who had been worse hit during Corona. So this is one of the examples. So we have to think beyond the horizon. Besides this, service sector is also very important, which is poised to take lead on this. The contribution in service sector is very less. I am directly looking after all these sectors. And since 2.5 years of my stay in Central Coalfield Limited as director, I could not do much on this front. Reasons are very obvious. 1.5 years went straightway for Corona part. Remaining part, people are still to come up to the level. We are holding many seminars, conferences to make people interested to join this great venture. But still, we need more support from the government. as a public sector undertaking, we have obligations, we have restrictions, we have limitations as well. And government had went ahead, but definitely this corona has hit us very badly. So I will personally look into this aspect, that how the service sector can be accommodated best fit to growth of MSME shares. One more very important thing what I feel in Jharkhand is that we are generating minerals, millions of revenue addition is there. And that is the mother of all industries. Probably barring few industries like steel and other allied mineral bases, the share is missing like anything. As a state, I do not know what potential we have, but definitely we are failing to lure foreign investors. So the time has come, everybody, regulatory authorities, government, public sectors, private sectors, unorganized sector, let us join together so that an investor gets a beautiful environment to deliver, expand his arm. And I'll tell you, that is one of the finest opportunity where MSME entrepreneur will find his piece of cake over there. That's it from my side. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपके संबोधन के लिए, मिस्टर भोला सिंह, डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल PNP CCL. And now it's my great pleasure to invite guest of honor, Honorable Shri N.N. Pandey sir, for your address, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, Shri Avijit Ghosh ji, Chairperson ICC Jharkhand Chapter, Shri Basudev Bandopadhyay ji from Hindalco, Dr. S.K. Sahu, Joint Director and Head of Office, MSME Jharkhand, Shri Atul Bhatt ji in absentia, CMD Mekon and CMD Designate RINL, Shri N.K. Singh ji, DGM State Bank of India, Shri Rakesh Ranjan Verma ji, Co-Chairperson ICC Jharkhand Chapter, Shri Bhola Singh ji, let me congratulate him for his likely elevation soon as CMD of a very important coal company, and all esteemed dignitaries and participants. It's really a great pleasure to be physically present after almost a couple of years, because this pandemic of COVID-19 has been a great dampener on all activities, including economic. And globally, India being no exception, the economic activity has taken a backstage, and therefore it needs to be upstaged with great gusto and fervor. I must congratulate the ICC Jharkhand chapter for taking this initiative under the able leadership of my friend Shri Avijit Ghosh ji, ex-CMD Heavy Engineering Corporation. He has very wide experience in handling such assignments and creating a conducive atmosphere for all to flourish and move forward. India, as we know, is today emerging as fastest growing economy, rather fastest growing major economy, and it needs to keep its forward march with new gusto in order to attain the 5 billion mark soon. Because we have a strong democracy, we have robust partnerships, we have the number of unicorns which are known for innovation, and we rank 4th highest in the world. This number is likely to swell to about 100. And in all sectors, be it MSME, be it large industries, be it information technology, be it services, in all sectors, new unicorns are coming day by day. What has happened during this pandemic? It is characterized by job losses on a very wide scale. And therefore, if we have to progress, we have to create new jobs. It is estimated that by 2025, we have to create about 90 million non-farm jobs if we are to attain the growth rate of 8.5% at state rather constant prices. Only the other day, data has been released of Indian economy, which is quite good, 20% or so. But it is so only because the base is low as of last year. Therefore, at constant prices, if we see, then we have a long journey ahead. So to keep or meet the challenges of job creation, there is no other answer but a refurbished MSME sector in which all the states and all the sectors have to work in tandem, move in tandem. And Jharkhand is especially placed in terms of being a hub for steel industry, for mining industry, and a few others. Our policy, which has been launched by Honorable Chief Minister only a few days back, is quite progressive. And a helpful environment, conducive environment is likely to come in days ahead, so that a helping hand is provided by all stakeholders, be it banks, be it industries. As Dr. Sahu has in his address remarked, that Government of India schemes are there to help out in terms of providing loans and advances for this sector to flourish. Now, Jharkhand is progressing fast on adopting investor-friendly best practices in the state to facilitate investments and generate avenues of environment for welfare of all the people residing here. Measures like Jharkhand Investment Promotion Board, single window clearance, online payments, online verification, third-party certifications, self-certification, time-bound approvals, availability of information online, standard operating procedures for approvals, deemed approvals, etc., have been adopted by most of the departments and government agencies. Jharkhand, as we all know, is endowed with a wide variety of natural resources and is one of the most attractive destinations for setting up mineral-based units because of its vast mineral reserves and an industrious workforce. Around 30% of Jharkhand's geographical area is covered with highly biodiverse forests, thus affording ample opportunities for the development of minor forest produce based industries and Ayush centers. Also, its agroclimatic conditions are suitable for development of a wide variety of agro and allied industries. Being proximate to precursor materials for the iron industry, Jharkhand has a distinct advantage in iron and steel sector. With many auto-grade steel plants being set up, Jharkhand offers unique advantages with respect to savings in freight cost, because freight is an important element, and if it is to be transported to far off distances, then it adds to cost. So Jharkhand has this advantage that one can economize on freight cost if one sets up an industry here. Jharkhand's automotive industry produces a wide range of products from simple nuts and bolts to complex items like shafts, radiators, axles. Jharkhand is presently producing about 20 to 25% of total steel being produced in the country. So, producing 1/4 of the total steel production here in the state, it's quite an achievement, and one has to build up on this. With a processed expansion of number of integrated steel plants, Jharkhand will soon be producing enough steel to turn the state into a steel hub of India, as was described in detail by CMD McCon, Shri Arun Bhattji. There is scope to further add value add in the steel sector, and some of the items which are being imported from China and other countries, Germany, etc., they're taking advantage of the PLI scheme. MSMEs could chip in, and it will be a great service to the nation if we can manufacture import substitutes in Jharkhand. Then Jharkhand is also becoming the vanguard of industrialization among Indian states. The government of Jharkhand is keenly working on skill development and improving exports from the state, decentralized employment augmentation through promotion of labor-intensive industries such as mining and minerals, as has been told in detail by our friend Basudev Bandyopadhyay ji, sorry. So in mining and mineral sector also, there is scope to get a new benchmark. Agriculture and processed food industry, again, provides another dimension for growth. The government of Jharkhand is encouraging investments in mineral exploration, steel, plastics, chemicals, electricals, cement, metallurgy, and automobile components, light engineering, and textiles, among others. MSME sector has emerged as highly vibrant and dynamic sector of Indian economy over the last 5 decades. MSMEs contribute to nearly 8% of country's GDP, 45% of manufacturing output, and as was told by Shri Abhijit Ghosh ji, about 40% to exports. They also provide the largest share of employment after agriculture and hence can contribute enormously to socio-economic development of Jharkhand. Development of MSME sector underscores entrepreneurship and innovation. Moreover, they are complementary to large industries as ancillary units. We have Bokaro Steel, we have Tisco, Telco. So all this, there is a scope to provide ancillary units and be a feeder to these large-scale industries. To encourage MSMEs, Jharkhand government has procurement policy in place. The policy aims at promoting and developing MSMEs of the state by giving preference in purchase of its products and services in comparison with the units located outside the state, without compromising, of course, on the quality, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness. The policy is based on core principles of encouraging competitiveness amongst local MSMEs and other industrial units through sound, fair, and transparent practices. Jharkhand government is taking adequate steps with the intention of giving enhanced visibility to local produce from large industries and specifically from MSMEs, cognizant of the efforts required to make global distribution of local produce. As Honorable PM has said, vocal for local. So local produce could find global presence also, and in accordance with Make in India policy, or as Dr. Sahu said, Stand Up India, Made in India. So government of Jharkhand is stressing on zero defect to produce globally competitive, locally manufactured goods. It is also necessary that these products be marketed aggressively and their promotion facilitated by the government. One of the expansive marketing practices around the globe is participation in international and domestic trade fairs to showcase one's products or wares. During this pandemic, such activities have been minimal. Trade fairs have not been organized on a vast scale, but I know HEC, Mekon, Hindalco, JSPL, Bokaro Steel, they have been participants in the trade fairs organized in the country and also outside in the past, in which, you know, they tried to promote their products and the services that they offer globally. ICC has been playing an instrumental role in the past in facilitating industry and commerce in the state. And this today's meeting is a great beginning, great initiative in that respect. It has been regularly organizing programs on various core sectors of Jharkhand, like travel and tourism, hospitality industries, MSMEs, mining and metals, to uphold the enormous possibility that lies in this state. I think if industry bodies like ICC continue to play a positive role as they have been doing in the past, the state of Jharkhand will be able to shine on its way among all other states of the country. In the end, let me congratulate ICC Jharkhand chapter for this wonderful initiative and all the participants for being part of this event. I wish the deliberations that will come forth now on a great success, and that it is a great beginning. More and more meetings and conferences and brainstorming sessions should continue so that ideas are crystallized, put into action, and all stakeholders stand in tandem to carry the spirit of India, the spirit of Jharkhand together, so that we stand up and get counted in the Committee of Nations globally. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
आपके मार्गदर्शन के लिए, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सुझावों के लिए, जानकारियों के लिए, शुभकामनाओं के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद श्री NN पांडे सर। और अब वो वक्त आ गया है, जैसा मैंने कार्यक्रम के शुरुआत में ही कहा था, कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का संदेश हमें प्राप्त हुआ है, जो हमेशा झारखंड के सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए कृत संकल्प हैं, खास करके हर हाथ में रोजगार देकर सबों को सशक्त बनाने के लिए वो कृत संकल्प हैं। तो आइए उनका आशीर्वचन अब हम सुनते हैं।
नमस्कार, जोहार। इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स की आज इस बैठक में उपस्थित सभी विभिन्न उद्योग जगत के आप सभी महानुभाव, सब लोगों को मेरी ओर से इस कार्यक्रम में हार्दिक अभिनंदन है, स्वागत है। ये बैठक का दायरा बहुत बड़ा है और ये जितना इस पे चर्चा हो कम ही होगा, और मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके से इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स ने अपनी जगह एक लंबी यात्रा के बाद अपनी जगह बनाई है, वो भी एक अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती भरा रहा होगा। मैं अपने झारखंड प्रदेश के परिप्रेक्ष्य में राज्य में उद्योग कैसे बढ़े, और स्वाभाविक है उद्योग लगाने के पीछे का उद्देश्य लोगों को रोजगार पाना है, रोजगार देना है, लोगों के आय में वृद्धि होना है, लोगों का परचेजिंग पावर बढ़ाना है। कई कड़ियां इससे जुड़ी हुई। आप सब लोग उद्योग चलाते हैं, विभिन्न ट्रेडों से जुड़े हुए हैं, चाहे वो कपड़ा व्यापारी हो, चाहे स्टील व्यापारी हो, खाद व्यापारी हो, या अन्य तरह के व्यापार करने वाले लोग हों। आप सब लोगों का अनुभव, आप लोगों का सुझाव हमारे लिए, सरकार के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होता है। हमारी सरकार ने इस बार एक नई अपग्रेडेड इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी प्रस्तुत किया है और उसे प्रकाशित भी किया है। इसकी एक छोटी सी कार्यक्रम में आज के हमारे इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी के बारे में कुछ उद्योग घराने के लोगों को हमने बताया है। अभी हाल में ही दिल्ली में एक इन्वेस्टर मीट के जरिए ये बातें हमने लोगों के समक्ष रखी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं हम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम उनके आशीर्वचनों का स्वागत करेंगे। फिर से एक बार स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, कुछ टेक्निकल समस्या आ गई थी, तो एक बार फिर से हम लोग रीस्टार्ट करेंगे।
उद्योग जगत के आप सभी महानुभाव, सब लोगों को मेरी ओर से इस कार्यक्रम में हार्दिक अभिनंदन है, स्वागत है। ये बैठक का दायरा बहुत बड़ा है और ये जितना इस पे चर्चा हो कम ही होगा, और मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके से इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स ने अपनी जगह एक लंबी यात्रा के बाद अपनी जगह बनाई है, वो भी एक अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती भरा रहा होगा। मैं अपने झारखंड प्रदेश के परिप्रेक्ष्य में राज्य में उद्योग कैसे बढ़े, और स्वाभाविक है उद्योग लगाने के पीछे का उद्देश्य लोगों को रोजगार पाना है, रोजगार देना है, लोगों के आय में वृद्धि होना है, लोगों का परचेजिंग पावर बढ़ाना है। कई कड़ियां इससे जुड़ी हुई। आप सब लोग उद्योग चलाते हैं, विभिन्न ट्रेडों से जुड़े हुए हैं, चाहे वो कपड़ा व्यापारी हो, चाहे स्टील व्यापारी हो, खाद व्यापारी हो, या अन्य तरह के व्यापार करने वाले लोग हों। आप सब लोगों का अनुभव, आप लोगों का सुझाव हमारे लिए, सरकार के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होता है। हमारी सरकार ने इस बार एक नई अपग्रेडेड इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी प्रस्तुत किया है और उसे प्रकाशित भी किया है। इसकी एक छोटी सी कार्यक्रम में आज के हमारे इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी के बारे में कुछ उद्योग घराने के लोगों को हमने बताया है। अभी हाल में ही दिल्ली में एक इन्वेस्टर मीट के जरिए ये बातें हमने लोगों के समक्ष रखी और सभी लोगों ने एक सिरे से राज्य के नए इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी की काफी सराहना की है और कई उद्योग घराने के लोगों ने राज्य में अपने निवेश को लेकर कदम भी बढ़ाए। मैं उनको भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा और मैं उनको विश्वास भी दिलाना चाहता हूं और आप सब लोगों को भी मैं विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि राज्य के अंदर व्यापार को लेकर अपार संभावनाएं हैं। क्यों तो राज्य खनिज संपदाओं के नाम से चर्चित हमेशा से रहा है, सदियों से रहा है, और राज्य में राज्य के खनिज संपदाओं के इर्द गिर्द कई छोटे बड़े उद्योग स्थापित हुए, बड़े पैमाने पर लोगों को रोजगार मिला। लेकिन आज हमारी सरकार इस नए इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी के माध्यम से सिर्फ माइंस मिनरल्स के इर्द गिर्द ही नहीं बल्कि उसके दायरे को भी काफी बड़ा कर रखा है, चाहे वो टूरिज्म के माध्यम से हो, चाहे वो एग्रीकल्चर के माध्यम से हो, चाहे एमएसएमई उद्योग के माध्यम से हो। सभी तरीके के उद्योगों के लिए सबसे बेहतर, अगर हम झारखंड की आंतरिक संसाधनों को देखेंगे तो झारखंड से बेहतर कोई और राज्य नहीं हो सकता। हमारे राज्य में आयरन ओर देश के सबसे अधिक भंडारण है, कोयले का सबसे अधिक भंडारण है, यूरेनियम भी हमारे राज्य में मिलता है, पन्ना जैसे बेशकीमती पत्थरें, हीरे जैसे बेशकीमती हीरा जवाहरात भी हमारे इस धरती के अंदर पता नहीं कितने वर्षों से और कितनी है, ये अभी आकलन लगा पाना भी कठिन है। आज हम धरती के अंदर, धरती के ऊपर, सभी जगह से ऊपर वाला ने हमें आच्छादित किया है। बस इसे हमें एक बेहतर तरीके से उसका सदुपयोग करना है और निश्चित रूप से बेहतर प्रबंधन, बेहतर उपयोग ही राज्य को और उद्योग को एक दिशा दे सकता है। इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स की आज इस बैठक में कई विषयों पर चर्चा होंगी। हमारे राज्य में लगभग 1500 के छोटे एमएसएमई उद्योग बंद हैं और सरकार ने इसका आकलन भी करना प्रारंभ कर दिया है कि जो बंद पड़े उद्योग हैं वो कैसे पुनर्जीवित हों, उनकी कौन सी समस्याएं, और हर संभव सरकार उनको मदद कर पुनर्जीवित करने का प्रयास कर रही है। इसलिए आप सब लोगों से आग्रह है, निवेदन है कि झारखंड में आप लोग अपना निवेश बढ़ाने के दिशा में चर्चा करें और आज सरकार पूरी तरीके से आपके साथ खड़ी दिखेगी। हाँ, एक चुनौती जरूर है जो आपको लगता है कि राज्य में हमारे कई कानून ऐसे हैं जहां उद्योग लगाने को लेकर काफी कठिनाइयां लोग बताते हैं, लेकिन मेरा ये कहना, मेरा ये मानना है, आप आगे कदम तो बढ़ाइए। कहीं कोई दिक्कत आपको महसूस होगी, मुझे नहीं लगता। झारखंड प्रदेश एसटी एससी बहुल राज्य है और हमने उन वर्गों को व्यापार जगत में जोड़ने का भी एक निर्णय लिया है, जहां पर उनके लिए भी व्यापार के लिए हम लोगों ने आरक्षण की व्यवस्था की है। और थोड़ी विडंबना है कि जहां 27% आदिवासी समुदाय वास करते हो, उनका व्यापार के दुनिया में मात्र 2 या 2.5% का सहभागिता है। वहीं अगर हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट की ओर देखें तो लगभग हमारे ही राज्य के बराबर की उनकी संख्या है, लेकिन 9 से 10% के लगभग उनकी व्यापार में हिस्सेदारी है। और मुझे लगता है यहां पर जो परंपरागत व्यवस्थाएं रही हैं, उन माध्यमों से इस वर्गों को, इन वर्गों को आगे बढ़ने का पूरा मौका हम इस बार देना चाहते हैं। चाहे वो रेशम उद्योग के माध्यम से हो, चाहे लाह उत्पादन के माध्यम से हो, चाहे और अन्य वन उपज व्यवस्था के माध्यम से हो। आज हमारे राज्य के जंगलों में अनगिनत ऐसे पेड़ पौधे हैं जिनको लगाने के लिए देश विदेशों में सरकार उसको प्रोत्साहित करती है, लेकिन हमें कुदरत ने पहले से ही उन वृक्षों से आच्छादित किया है, लेकिन उसका लाभ अभी तक लोगों को नहीं मिल पाया। मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं अपनी व्यवस्था के माध्यम से, अपनी संस्कृति के माध्यम से हम राज्य का बेहतर विकास कर सकते हैं। और मैं ये देखता हूं कई राज्य जो अपने भाषा, संस्कृति, अपनी व्यवस्था के माध्यम से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। कई राज्य तो ऐसे हैं कि उन राज्यों में खनिज नाम मात्र का है, यह एक भी नहीं है, लेकिन वो आज देश के अग्रणी राज्यों में से। उन लोगों ने अपनी प्राकृतिक व्यवस्थाओं को, अपनी संस्कृति को, अपनी सभ्यता को इस तरीके से देश के समक्ष, दुनिया के समक्ष रखा है, जिसके माध्यम से आज उनकी आर्थिक, सामाजिक, शैक्षणिक स्थिति काफी मजबूत है। इसलिए बहुत रिसर्च करने के बाद, बहुत सोच समझने के बाद हम लोगों ने राज्य में विभिन्न ट्रेडों में उद्योग को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हम लोगों ने कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ कर दिया है। चाहे वो पशुपालन के माध्यम से हो, चाहे वो मछली पालन के माध्यम से हो, चाहे मुर्गी पालन हो, चाहे बकरी पालन हो। आज क्या राज्य में या देश में मांस मछलियों की खपत नहीं है? क्या आज देश में अंडे की खपत नहीं है? क्या आज देश में कपड़े की खपत नहीं है? और ये सारी चीजें हमारे राज्य में विद्यमान है। यहाँ की तो सभ्यता, यहाँ की तो संस्कृति है। यहाँ के लोग जल, जंगल, जमीन, गाय, बकरी, बछड़ा, मुर्गा, मुर्गी के साथ ही अपना जीवन यापन करते रहे। लेकिन शायद उनके लिए, उन लोगों के लिए बाजार की उपलब्धता नहीं होने की वजह से आज वो सारी चीजें ज्यों का त्यों नाम मात्र का बचा है। सरकार इस दिशा में भी यहाँ के लोगों के लिए, उनके सहूलियत के अनुरूप बाजार उपलब्ध कराने के लिए भी संकल्प है। हमारे राज्य में लगभग 80% से अधिक लोग खेती बाड़ी पर निर्भर करते हैं। क्या साग सब्जियों का व्यापार नहीं होता? उनको भी हम व्यापार की श्रेणी में लाके खड़ा करेंगे। उनके लिए भी हमारी सरकार ऐसे मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगी कि उन सभी किसानों को अपने उपज का सही मूल्य मिल पाए। और सब राज्यों में है, लेकिन हमारे राज्य में टूटी फूटी व्यवस्था, कुछ 4 कदम के बाद चीजें खत्म, फिर 4 कदम चलो, फिर 4 कदम बिल्कुल काला अंधेरा। मुझे लगता है यही वजह है कि हम लोग आज व्यापार की दिशा में पोटेंशियल तो है, लेकिन इसको स्थापित नहीं कर पाए। लेकिन इस बार कई आयामों पर हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है और मुझे आशा और उम्मीद ही दोनों है। हम निश्चित रूप से सभी क्षेत्रों में तो नहीं, लेकिन ये बात जरूर आपको संकेत मिलेगा, दिखेगा कि व्यापार के क्षेत्र में अब झारखंड भी अब तेजी से आगे बढ़ने लगा है। इसलिए आप सभी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स के सम्मानित सदस्यों से आग्रह, अनुरोध है कि आपके पास तकनीक है, आप लोग के पास आर्थिक संसाधने हैं और उन आर्थिक संसाधनों का, तकनीक का के लिए जो आवश्यक वस्तुएं हैं वो राज्य में विद्यमान है। उसका हम लोग सदुपयोग करें ताकि राज्य को भी दिशा दिया जा सके, राज्य के लोगों का भी बेहतर दशा में बदलाव हो सके और व्यापार भी बेहतर दिशा में आगे बढ़ सके। इसलिए आप लोगों की इस बैठक में मैं उम्मीद करूंगा कि झारखंड के लिए भी आप लोग कोई सुझाव, कोई व्यापार के दिशा में रास्ता अवश्य बताएंगे और निश्चित रूप से आपके सुझाव पर हम गंभीरता से चिंतन करते हुए आपके सुझाव के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। आप सब लोगों को आज के इस बैठक में उपस्थित होने के लिए पुनः मैं अपनी ओर से बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करते हुए आप सबको धन्यवाद, जोहार करता हूं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का आशीर्वचनों के लिए, शुभकामनाओं के लिए, मार्गदर्शन के लिए और हम सबकी हौसला अफजाई के लिए। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम फिर से एक बार अभिवादन करें माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का। और अब इस इनॉग्रल सेशन के अंतिम पड़ाव पर हम पहुंच चुके हैं। इससे पहले कि हम आज के इस सेशन के लिए धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करें, हम स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करेंगे। To keep these memorable moments inside your heart and soul, we are presenting mementos. May I request Chairman Shri Abhijit Ghosh sir to present memento to our guest of honor Shri N.N. Pandey sir को हम स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर रहे हैं आज के इस ICC MSME बिजनेस मीट 2021 के अवसर पर। यह स्मृति चिन्ह आज के इस मीट की तमाम जो स्मृतियां हैं, यादें हैं, हमेशा आपके जहन में रहें। स्मृति चिन्ह हम प्रदान कर रहे हैं श्री N.N. पांडे सर को। स्मृति चिन्ह तालियां आपकी तरफ से हो आज के इस अवसर पर। थैंक यू सर। फिर से मैं चेयरमैन सर से अनुरोध करूंगी मंच पर उपस्थित श्री भोला सिंह जी को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें, डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल PNP CCL। और तालियां जरूर हों आपकी तरफ से। चेयरमैन सर को मैं धन्यवाद देती हूं। और अब मैं निवेदन करूंगी को चेयरमैन राकेश रंजन वर्मा जी से, मंच पर उपस्थित डॉक्टर SK साहू जी को आप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। और कहना नहीं पड़ेगा, तालियां आपकी तरफ से होती रहें। को चेयरमैन सर से ही निवेदन होगा श्री नंद किशोर सिंह, डिप्टी जनरल मैनेजर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया को आप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। तालियां आपकी तरफ से जरूर हों। को चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन श्री वासुदेव गंगोपाध्याय जी हमारे बीच हैं मंच पर, आपको स्मृति चिन्ह हम प्रदान कर रहे हैं आज के इस अवसर पर और तालियां आपकी तरफ से जोरदार हों। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और इस सेशन के लिए, इनॉग्रल सेशन के लिए जो आप सबकी उपस्थिति रही, उसके लिए धन्यवाद ज्ञापन हम करेंगे। लेकिन आपको बता दें कि इसके तुरंत बाद हम अपने टेक्निकल सेशन प्रारंभ करेंगे। और इस वक्त फॉर द वोट ऑफ थैंक्स मे आई इनवाइट मिस मधुपूर्णा भौमिक, डायरेक्टर इंडियन चेंबर ऑफ कॉमर्स।
Namaskar. Shri N.N. Pandey, Ex-Secretary, Forest and Environment Personnel, Administrative Reforms and Home Department, Government of Jharkhand and State Election Commissioner Jharkhand. Mr. Atul Bhatt, CMD Meccan, who has already left. Mr. Bhola Singh, Director Technical PNP Central Coalfields Limited. Mr. Bashudev Gangopadhyay, Senior GM Geology and Environment, Hindalco Industries Limited. Mr. Nand Kishore Singh, Deputy General Manager, State Bank of India. Dr. SK Sahu, Joint Director and HOO MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Ministry of MSME. Mr. Abhijit Ghosh, Chairman, ICC State Council, Jharkhand. Mr. Rakesh Ranjan Verma, Co-Chairman, ICC Jharkhand State Council. It gives me great pleasure to deliver the closing remarks and formal vote of thanks at the end of this very engaging ICC MSME Business Meet 2021. It is focusing on financing and strengthening MSME linkages. We are extremely thankful to Honorable Shri Hemant Soren, Chief Minister of Jharkhand, for giving his good wishes and messages to the August gathering today, and also shared his valuable thoughts and insights. We are also grateful to Shri N.N. Pandey, IAS Secretary, for joining us today. We also thankful to Mr. Atul Bhatt, Mr. Bhola Singh, Mr. Basudev Gangopadhyay, Mr. Nand Kishore, Dr. S.K. Sahu, Mr. Abhijit Ghosh, Mr. Rakesh Ranjan, and other dignitaries and other eminent panelists who will be speaking in the next sessions for their valuable deliberations. Indian Chamber of Commerce organized this meet with an objective to bring together all fraternities of MSME under one platform to discuss on opportunities and challenges to MSMEs of Jharkhand regarding technology advancement and banking opportunities. The idea was to make an effort towards providing hand-holding support to the Jharkhand MSMEs and creating a positive and cordial ecosystem to help the overall development of MSMEs. We thank the session has successfully captured the current scenario, addressed the issues and challenges with respect to the Indian MSME sector, and come up with takeaways to boost the sector. MSMEs not only are fundamental in providing large employment opportunities at comparatively lower capital cost than large industries, but also play a very crucial role in industrialization of the rural and backward areas. As a result, MSMEs contribute to reducing regional imbalances, assuring more equitable distribution of national income and wealth. Through the new Jharkhand Industrial and Investment Promotion Policy, the state government is trying to increase the incentives, including the capital subsidy, which will benefit the MSME sector of the state. It is evident that the government of Jharkhand is responding well to the situation, demands, and the needs of the MSME sector. Furthermore, the MSME Enterprise Development Institute has distributed Jharkhand into 30 clusters for industrial development. There are 4 clusters in Ranchi, of which 2 have been formed new, while Bokaro has 1. Behendra in Nawad MSME is working with an aim to bring 10 lakh industries by 2022, which can generate employment to 60 lakh youth in the state. Finally, it is worth mentioning that Jharkhand is the only state in the country which has all the potential to become an industrial hub. At a time when big companies are cutting down its manpower strength, the development of MSME will create huge employment, which is primary demand of today. With these words, we have come to the end of this session. Before closing my remarks, we should mention our supporters and sponsors. We are really thankful to our banking partner, State Bank of India, principal partner, Central Coalfields Limited and Meccan Limited, our co-sponsor, Jindal Steel, and Power Limited, supporting organization MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Ministry of MSME. Thank you, everybody. Stay safe and stay well. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम, धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए और मंचासीन विशिष्ट अतिथि एवं सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का हम धन्यवाद करते हैं आज के इस अवसर पर आपकी उपस्थिति के लिए, आपके मार्गदर्शन के लिए और पूरी उपस्थिति के लिए, और आप सबने जो हमें मार्गदर्शन दिया है आज के इस मीट के माध्यम से, जो आपकी बातें हमारे सामने आई हैं, उसके लिए हम आपका धन्यवाद करते हैं। पुनः एक बार आप सभी का धन्यवाद। वो लास्ट में देना एवरी सेशन के बाद है। Now we are ready to start our plenary session with this topic MSME funding financial option. मंच को थोड़ा सा क्लियर कर लें हम लोग जल्द से जल्द। जो भी सर्विस दे रहे हैं मंच पर, उनसे निवेदन करती हूँ जल्द से जल्द मंच को थोड़ा क्लियर कर लेंगे हमारे नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए। होटल सर्विस, होटल की जो भी सर्विस दे रहे हैं उनसे मैं निवेदन करती हूँ, बाहर में अगर आवाज जा रही है तो किन्हीं को भेज दीजिए, जल्दी से मंच को क्लियर करें। मैम, मैम बाहर में जो होंगे ना उनको बोलिए नहीं, ये सब हटा देंगे यहाँ से। ये सब हटाएंगे कभी? जो बोतल, जो यूज्ड बोतल है उसको भी हटाइए। तो अपने यहाँ का सर्विस देना चाहिए। यूज्ड बोतल हटा दो। नया बोतल, नया पानी सब रखवा दीजिएगा, जो यूज है उसको हटवा दीजिएगा। अपने आप आना चाहिए दौड़ के तो। हो गया। स्टार्ट जब करना होगा बता। और इसमें तो 5 ही चेयर चाहिए, तो फिर 5 ही करिए ना, थोड़ा डिस्टेंस भी रहेगा।
बीच बीच से हटाइए, बीच बीच वाला हटाइए ना, यहाँ से हटा लीजिए, यहाँ से इसको हटा लीजिए, अब थोड़ा थोड़ा बस डालिए, बस हो गया, हाँ हो गया, बहुत थोड़ा डिस्टेंस रहने दीजिए। हो गया, हो गया, शुरू करें क्या, इनवाइट करना शुरू करें, ओके हाँ।
So now we are going to start our plenary. And for this, I am inviting, first of all, Mr. Philip Matthew, Managing Director of Mangalam Lubricants Private Limited and President of Jharkhand Small Industries Association. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर मंच पर, तालियों के साथ हम अभिनंदन करें सर का। Now may I invite Shri Manish Kumar, Assistant GM SME, for panel discussion. May I invite Mr. Anand Kumar, DGM Regional Head, Union Bank of India. मंच पर स्वागत है सर, आसन ग्रहण करें। I invite Mr. Rajkumar Singh, Assistant General Manager, Small Industries Development, Bank of India. And now Ms. Kanchan Maheshwari, CA, self-employed. Please take your seat on the dais. I invite Ms. Kanchan Maheshwari, CA, self-employed. Plenary session with the topic MSME funding financial option. And first of all, may I request Mr. Philip Matthew for your keynote address, sir, and after that, please moderate this session.
Thank you, ma'am. A warm, very good morning to all of you. First of all, I thank ICC for organizing this business meet for MSMEs. We have heard a lot about the importance of MSME in the Indian economy. Our speakers in the last 2 hours were talking all about the importance and contributions of MSMEs in Indian economy. So I would not like to waste, and I would like to go straight into the topic that we are going to dwell, that is MSME funding and financial options. Unlike large industries who have good access to getting their projects financed, like equities, bonds, external commercial borrowings, and other exotic options, MSMEs have very limited options for getting their projects and businesses financed. We mostly rely on bank finance and loans from our friends and relatives. So it's now very important, what are the difficulties we have in getting these finances? What are the various challenges that we have to face? All these things would be discussed today. We have with us star of the banking. I think Rahul ji, you are calling me. Rahul ji, are you here? You're calling me. We have star panelists with us. Shri Manish ji, who has just joined in place of Shri Nand Kishore Singh. We have DGM Anand Kumar from Union Bank. We have Shri RK Singh from SIDBI. And we have Kanchan Maheshwari, who is a chartered accountant. Together, we would like to hear from these panelists how MSMEs can get credit at lower rates, what the large industries are getting. Because today, MSMEs are paying anywhere in between 7% to 11.5% interest. Whereas on the other hand, the larger industries have got access for finance at 1.5 to 3% interest costs. We are looking towards how MSMEs can get loans on better terms as regards collateral is concerned. When large industries are getting even without giving a personal guarantee. We are looking towards how a grassroots entrepreneur having no resources, and on the other hand, government giving a scheme like a Mudra scheme, which these grassroots entrepreneurs do not even know. And when they knock at the doors of banks, proper informations are not given out. We are looking at how TREADS can be made more effective. Basically, when we talk about TREADS, this is a very new product, a very new concept. 2 years have passed, but still it is yet to take off. Where is the difficulty? Why MSME is not getting registered onto the platform? Why bankers are not coming forward? It needs to be understood. If for a new industry, land is a big hurdle. In a state like Jharkhand, where we have plenty of land, but when we go to buy those land, it's not available. Either there is a CNT Act or huge number of hurdles. Can the cost of the land also be included in the project cost? If it can be, MSMEs can grow in Jharkhand. There are a lot more other difficulties other than finance. But it would be prudent, we have not to talk and waste the time of the panelists. We will straightway start our panel discussions. And at the end of the discussion, maybe not in between, we can have questions from the audience. So I request all the audience to please be ready with your questions. You can note it down while the panelists are discussing it, and then we can have a one-to-one interactions. With these words, I once again thank ICC for organizing this meet, for inviting all MSMEs, inviting the best of the panelists that we have. I thank Abhijit sir, who is sitting in front of and taking the lead and thinking about MSMEs. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. And now let's start our panel discussions. I would request Shri Manish Singh to please be ready. We will start off.
Thank you, Philip sir. Respected Abhijit sir, Dr. Sahu, Dr. Verma Sahab, and all distinguished guests present here, my fellow panelists. It is an opportunity for us to interact with you because we are seldom getting offline interaction to our customers or to would-be customers, to entrepreneurs these days. In last almost 2 years, we were interacting largely to customers or to small groups through online mode. So this is a very big opportunity, and for providing this opportunity, I would extend my thanks to ICC, and further I will dwell upon few things. There are few developments taking place in MSME. In last session, we have heard the importance of MSME not only in India, in the entire world. The contribution of MSME in employment generation, the contribution of MSME in GDP, the contribution of MSME in export. And we have also heard the importance of MSME for import substitution and export boosting. So government and authorities, regulators, all are taking efforts and giving us platform, giving a platform to the financial institution like us to build upon schemes, products delivered to the MSME units. The definition of MSME has recently undergone changes. The sphere of MSME has been increased both way, vertically and horizontally. The definition has included the turnover method, and now up to 250 crores turnover unit can also be is also classified as MSME unit. And at the same time, investment plant and machinery definition has been increased to 50 crores. So one way this is increased the sphere of MSME. The other way, the retail trade, which were earlier not part of MSME, is now being part of MSME. So sphere of MSME is increasing, and the need to have MSME on board for financing and nurturing them, developing them is much more important now than to earlier. When we start a unit, when we start a production, we require capital. So capital is of two types. One is the capital of the promoter. The other capital is outside liability and capital contributed by the financer.
So this can be given in a few ways. One is for long-term assets. Term loans can be given, short-term loan, medium-term loan, and long-term loans. For the asset creation, which are going to convert into cash in a period of 12 months, the working capital finance is being given. So banks is always ready to provide loans, both term loan as well as working capital. Apart from that, few other loans are also available as per the needs of the unit. So when we consider the units, if we start from the beginning, as Matthew sir has touched upon, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. This is one such a scheme which gave confidence to the bank to finance units which don't have collateral to offer. So bank is getting guarantee from the government on behalf of the MSME units, and units don't need to give collateral. So their collateral comfort is with MSME units, and this loan is starting from 0 to 10 lakhs rupees. So up to 10 lakhs rupees, the loans are covered under PMMY, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, and we are categorically instructed not to take collateral even if offered by the customer. So then we can understand the importance of collateral free loan. We financiers are completely barred from taking any collateral. The processing is getting relaxed day by day, and now the banks, including us, are trying to get online mode, because last 1.5 years we felt that even if we try to approach the customer or the customer try to approach us, there may be some issues which we faced recently, that the customer may not reach us and their requirement may not be fulfilled. So one way of addressing this issue was to employ digital mode. So for digital mode, we have employed pre-approved business loan, where the customer can apply on the bank's website. They will be contacted, all the papers will be uploaded online, and loan will be sanctioned online. Only the documentation part is currently offline. So a lot of bottlenecks has been removed. There is integration of GST with the processing website, and the sales verification, etc. we are done online also. Secondly, if we go above, then we have PMEGP, Pradhan Mantri Employment Generation Program. Again, here is subsidies available, like in last session, Dr. Sahu has discussed it. There in rural areas, subsidy or available up to 35% of the total project cost. The bank's loan is available up to 60%, and 5 to 10% is being contributed as capital. Again, here collateral is not required and the loan is covered under CGTMSE. As also previously covered, CGTMSE, the Credit Guarantee Trust Fund for Micro and Small Enterprises, covering loans up to 2 crore rupees. So up to 200 lakhs loans are covered under CGTMSE, and again collateral is not required there. So the biggest part which was faced by the MSME units in the past, like collateral issues, is being taken care by the government by instituting Mudra as well as CGTMSE. Along with that, there is a scheme called Stand Up India. In the Stand Up India, again, we can provide loans from 10 lakhs to 1 crore, and it is again covered by CGSSI. Here also collateral requirement is nil. In certain units, we have also seen that the capital requirement, even though it is low, 5% to 25%, sometimes people, entrepreneurs are facing difficulty in managing them. For this, for addressing this issue, bank has also introduced capital equity funding scheme as well. So if the entrepreneurs having facing difficulty in arranging for equity, banks has the scheme and equity funding can also be done. But again, banks and financial institutions trying to rope in customers where the customer has some stake, because stake keeps you running. Your stakes keep you running, but this is not a bottleneck. If you have ideas, if you have expertise, if you want to do something, there is nothing which can stop you, and banks are always there. Recently, of late, there are lots of new things has been done in the COVID time. In COVID time, the first thing for existing units has been done by giving GECL, Guaranteed Emergency Credit Line Scheme. So there are 4 different variant of GECL has come to support different units. And during this delivery from last year May till date, we have interacted with the customer, and customer has the units has appreciated the government initiative for timely funding of the unit in case in the time of distress. Again, it was a big satisfaction, I would say, that when we first felt the wave of COVID, we were not manufacturing PPE kit. We were not manufacturing mask on mass level. We were not manufacturing sanitizer. But in a short span of time, when everybody was into their home, the MSME unit has taken up the responsibility to manufacture all these things. So if we all are attending this session and we are here, we must be very thankful to MSME unit who has taken the responsibility to come forward and manufacture all these things. Currently, we can proudly say that in India, due to this MSME support, we have all these measures available with us, and we are helping the world as well. So these are the trying times, and we have shown our character. We have to continue with the zeal. We have to continue with the mindset to grow big, grow bigger, and grow biggest. We have heard recently, we have heard in last session only that steel industry is growing. Yes, definitely, steel is growing, and steel is the barometer of entire industry. When steel is growing, all other industry are bound to grow. So this is also an opportune time to start something, to expand your business, and for that, bank has various schemes. I will touch upon a few schemes like in this crisis time, healthcare. Healthcare was a bigger challenge. We have all heard, we have all experienced. There is no person in the world who has not experienced of it, the healthcare challenges. So a bank and all the banks and even financial institutions have come up with 2 schemes. One is Sanjeevani, to produce oxygen. Bank is giving loans under GECL for oxygen producing units, to set up oxygen producing units. The other is Arogyam, to start healthcare, to start hospital, to start nursing home, because we all have seen that how difficult the phase was and the shortage, the requirements we all have faced. And for this, up to 100 crore of loans without a collateral security. We have never heard in the past 100 crore of loan without security. So this is a reality. 100 crore of loans without security is available. There is some other things like if the usually these type of loans expand beyond 5 years. So up to 5 years, this is collateral free. Beyond 5 years, it is covered by 25% security. Apart from that, in last 2 years, 2 more schemes have gained steam. One is electronic dealer financing scheme. Usually electronic dealer financing scheme has cheaper rate of interest because pricing is a concern. Pricing, everybody is talking about pricing. So electronic dealer financing scheme where the operating cost of the financiers are relatively less, we are offering the loan at lower rate of interest. And we have tie-ups, the banks have tie-ups with almost all the industry majors. Perhaps some of the banks may not have tie-up with some industry major, but the other bank may have tie-up. So if the unit is associated with some industry major, then the EDFS scheme is there. In our bank, we have roughly 2000 industry major under our fold. So you can name and we have one. Certain industry major definitely not in our fold, and we are trying to increase that also. Again, there is other thing, that is electronic vendor financing scheme. If the unit is supplying its goods to an industry major, the previous one was if we are purchasing some goods from the industry major, we are getting finance, the bank is financing. And the other way, if we are supplying, if the MSME unit is supplying the goods to industry major, again we are financing. So that interest rate is also very low. It is up to 8%, 8.5% maximum, starting from 6.65%. So these two schemes are very lucrative. If our MSME unit starts operation linking backward or forward with any industry major, they can avail these schemes. We have witnessed that in case of some emergency, we need immediate fund and the paperwork with minimal paperwork. Like sometimes we need funds in a single day, in 3 hours. So it is very difficult to assess business proposal in 3 hours and give loans. In these cases, for these addressing these cases, bank has come up with SME gold loan. It was earlier in agriculture. It was earlier in personal segment, but it has recently been introduced in SME segment. If the unit, if the promoter needs immediate fund for business and the time is short, they have some gold with them. They can place the gold and get the loan within a day. So this is once again important thing. Then as I have just said earlier, contactless lending program, CLP, which will sometimes it is referred as PSB loan in 59 minutes, or in our bank it is called SBI loans in 59 minutes. The site is named in the same way, loans in 59 minutes. And practically I was associated with the processing up to 5 crore of loan being processed without going out of the home of the customer, by just providing their income tax ID and password, income tax number and income tax password, GST ID and GST password. They can apply loan, they can choose bank, they can choose branch, and the sanction letter will be delivered within 59 minutes to them without any human intervention. Human may be judgmental. So banks and financial institutions are trying to remove that human judgmental angle from its processing. For this, bank has shifted its processing from cash flow method. Now, the transaction in the account, the transaction with GST, the return you being filed with income tax, these are clubbed together and limits being assessed on the same way. The system itself is showing that you are eligible for so much amount of loan. If you are agreed, you can accept, and the sanction letter you receive. At the same time, you don't need to give sanction letter to somebody else. Same time, sanction letter goes to the financer, and financer then approach you just for documentation only. Everything else is in the system itself. If there is no, sometimes technical issue like connectivity, etc. If these are not in place, we have felt that these loans sanctioned as told that 59 minutes, it has been processed within 30 minutes. So, and this was a huge success with the bank. Bank has the comfort that the GST has been verified, the income tax has been verified, the methodology is showing the limit, the loan limit, and again that is collateral free up to 2 crore. So these are the schemes. Banks are always ready to finance. There used to be some communication gap. Sometimes what happens, a unit is bound to face some difficulty here and there. If the unit is running, it is bound to face difficulties. So, many of the units don't approach their financer for with their problems. In such cases, the financer is unable to provide solution. So it is very much advisable that if you are facing any problem, because if you are not able to repay that doesn't sorry sir, I have overshoot my time. Thank you. And I just tell one more point. In last 1 year, we have opened 15 dedicated SME branches in Jharkhand. Earlier, it was only 6. Now we have 21 dedicated SME branches. So we are ready to serve. We are ready to serve you in a better manner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Manishji. You have heard the schemes of State Bank of India. They are giving mudra loans. They are giving loans under PMEG, Stand Up India. They came forward to help MSMEs during COVID. He said that MSMEs have done a good job during pandemic. I would like to add that MSMEs are one of the exclusive sectors who contribute to circular economy, unlike what the large industries does. So that is also one feather in the cap for the MSMEs. You have said that State Bank is giving loans in 59 minutes. I think there would be a lot of hard questions from the audience on this count. And you have opened 15 dedicated branches for MSMEs. So that's a good news, and I think would go a long way in helping out the new entrepreneurs. We would be having question answers at the end of all the panelists. So I request all the audience to please note your questions. Now we have Shri Anand Kumar. He is DGM and Regional Head of Union Bank of India, a well experienced person. I now request Shri Anand Kumar ji to please, we can start the panel discussions. You can take this mic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure that ICC has invited us. And since morning, we have gone through a lot of deliberations, specifically on MSME. Very good. This entire event has been concentrated around MSME and development and its financing. But already we have gone late, I think. Yeah, now it's okay. No? Already it has become late. We are running late by time. So I'll keep it very brief. I'll confine my deliberation on the issues MSMEs are facing while getting finance from the banking institutions. Exactly, a lot of problems are there, ranging from demand to technology to regulatory norms, compliances, etc., etc. But financing through MSME unit is one among them. Honestly speaking, like Matthewji was telling, that hard questions are ready to SBI. Bankers are shy of giving loan when anybody approaches a bank and asking without collateral or something like that. So this message goes in the field that bankers are not ready to give loans. But there are some basic reasons behind that. Few statistics, I'll take it you through it. In India, there is more than 6 crores of MSE units. Out of that, only 30 lakh units are formal sector. Formal means they are registered with some government organization, etc. And remaining are informal. They do not have any record with any government agencies. They do not have any banking history. They do not have any credit history. They are not aware of the schemes of the government. So this makes them very illiterate in terms of their requirement, their right, where they can get the benefit of their unit classifying as a MSME. So whenever they approach any bank, they do not have any other. They are such a small entity, and if it is a new entrepreneur or a startup, they can't afford to get the expert advice also, because it's making them their unit very costly. Whenever they approach in a very savvy manner, and the proposal doesn't look like a dependable one. So this is the basic problem. This can be addressed with the collective effort of all the stakeholders, banks, government organizations. Many financial institutions are there who are giving. Even BSE has come up with the spreading awareness among the MSME units. It has launched the MSME Sensex also. Last year, around 100 crores of rupees were raised from market. So there are a lot of avenues for funding. This is the problem I am talking about. There's a lot of avenues for funding also. Recently, the Matthew was talking about trades. Trades is a very good platform which government has launched, but it has not fit as it was supposed to. There also, I can't find any reason why this trades is not. I don't know how many of you are aware about the trades. Trades is a platform when MSME unit supplies any goods to any OEMs or large corporate. That corporate accepts that bills and upload it on that platform. And that is visible to all the lenders, all the banks across India. They go through it, and if they find it viable, means dependable, they quote it immediately. It's a fraction of a second. What I am describing, it may take longer, but it's a fraction of a second. They can go through the bill and then discount it. Whoever his bank is, whoever the client is. So this flexibility, this MSME units are getting through this platform. This should be popularized, and I'll request you through Chamber of Commerce also. You can take up with the large industries which are present in Jharkhand. They should onboard on. What I feel reason why this large corporates are also onboarding, because there is a fixed time, there is a usance defined. Once a bank discount that bill, on due date, large corporate have to pay it to bank, otherwise they will default. But normal case, many agreements are very informal agreements because MSME units do not have any bargaining power. So large corporates buy the products and as per their whims and fancy, they pay it. So there are many rules. If there is any delay payment of receivables to MSME units, corporates have to pay interest on that. But practically, it's not being followed. So this type of, and again, as I said, out of that 6 crores, 93 to 94% are falling under micro enterprise. Since their credit requirement is very low, as low as 10,000, 15,000 to 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees. When bank is giving finance, it is not cost effective. The servicing cost is very high, operational cost is very high. Bank is not finding is very lucrative in terms of business. After all, we are a profit-making organization. To address these issues, now we have to depend on digital mode. Everybody has to go digitalized. Then only we can extend this type of services, which is viable both for bank and for MSME units. A lot of developments are going on. Many microfinancial institutions are extending credit based on this digital mode. If I talk specific about my bank, just few days back, we launched a product. It's a straight through process for less than 50,000 we fund to MSME units. It's a very pleasant and very seamless experience. Within 10 minutes, application to disbursement without any intervention from any banking official. It's there. It's launched also, and it is. So this is a pilot project. 50,000 is a very small amount. But our vision is that within next coming 1 year or so, at least we can raise this ceiling of 50,000 to 1 crore or at least 3 lakh rupees. So imagine anybody who is willing to take a loan from a bank goes on his site or on that link, apply it, and amount is disbursed. And why it is possible? Because everything, those units who are organized, they are registered with government agencies. A lot of cross verification of data is available. Their GST, their credit history, etc., etc. So through artificial intelligence, it's very easy to assess and then approve the loan. This is the only way we can fund the MSME. If I talk about the smaller MSME, otherwise it's not possible. The 6 crores of units, a bank can reach out to them and then fund them manually. So this type of transition is happening, and what I'll request from you also that get adopted to the new technology, rely on it, adopt it. It will be very helpful. Otherwise, just everybody talks about MSME and its welfare. One more thing, what just 2 seconds I'll take. हम जब भी बात करते हैं MSME standalone बात करते हैं. MSME standalone cannot happen. Any MSME unit, it has to be dependent on a large corporate. For example, Jamshedpur Tata Motors नहीं होते, Jamshedpur में MSME existence ही नहीं रहेगा. All units are dependent on Tata Motors, and it's complementary also. अगर वैसे बोले तो MSME नहीं रहे तो टाटा मोटर्स का भी एग्जिस्टेंस नहीं रहेगा. It's a complementary to, it's a two-way relationship. तो अगर मैं झारखंड के कंटेक्स्ट में बात करूं तो सभी ने बोला बहुत सारे ओर्स हैं, माइंस हैं, मिनरल्स हैं, बट अल्टीमेटली कोई भी इंडस्ट्री बिलीव जब 70s के इंडस्ट्रीज बोकारो स्टील सिटी और टाटा स्टील जैसे हों और मोटर्स, नए इंडस्ट्रीज कुछ भी नहीं लग रहे हैं. वी कांट इमेजिन डेवलपमेंट ऑफ रोबस्ट एमएसएमई इन दिस सिचुएशन. अगर हमारे पास बड़े इंडस्ट्रीज नहीं रहेंगे, एमएसएमई स्कैटर्ड एमएसएमई कांट सर्वाइव. इट्स वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव. द सेम प्रोडक्ट व्हिच एमएसएमईज आर मेकिंग, large corporates is also making. Why I'll buy a costly product when it is available at a very cheaper rate? So these things which need a very lengthy, elaborate discussion. We are running short, so I'll keep myself. Thank you once again to ICC and its members. Thanks a lot. I think many questions will be there. It is better to take questions than to deliberate.
Thank you, Anand ji. आपने बहुत अच्छी तरीका से बताया यूनियन बैंक. You said that around 6 crore MSMEs are there, out of which almost 95% are in the micro sector with no formal registrations. Can we think out of the box to help them? We have to deliberate on them on this subject, because 95% is a huge numbers. We need inclusive growth. That is also a requirement of the day. When NBFCs can go ahead and finance them, maybe banks can also think something of that sort. Maybe we can use the Mudra route. You talked about MSME and large corporates being together hand in hand. Today, ancillarization has come down. Why it has come down? We need to think about it. Bhola sir is here today from CCL. Maybe he can throw some light on this. HEC, of course, closed almost. It's nearing closure, due to which many of the ancillary units had a tough time. But in spite, I think there is a lot of scope. Bokaro Steel, Tata Motors is doing a good job. There are a lot of private industries here. We need to think on these subjects. Thank you, sir. You had given a very good insight on this subject. We have on our now panel, Sri Raj Kumar Singh. He is AGM and he is heading SIDBI in Ranchi. Over to you.
Shri Vijit Ghosh, Chairman, ICC Jharkhand State Council. Shri Rakesh Ranjan Verma, Co-Chairman, ICC Jharkhand State Council. Shri NN Pandeji, IAS, Ex-Secretary Government of Jharkhand. Dr. Sahu, Dr. Nandkishore Singh, Dr. Mr. Basudev Gangopadhyay, Madhu Madam, my co-panelist Manish from SBI, Anand Kumarji from Union Bank of India, Mrs. Kanchan. A very good afternoon to all of you. I am from SIDBI. Well, in my session, I will be speaking a small few words about my organization, because it's not as that known. Many of you know about SIDBI, but there are many who also do not know much about SIDBI, because it's not a commercial bank wherein you have savings bank, current banks, and that kind of thing. We are a all India financial institution created by the Government of India under an Act of Parliament. And it was set up in 2nd April 1990. And its mandate is to serve MSME sectors in the country. So a few schemes of SIDBI, that's all that will be shared with you. Well, our mission and vision are in consonance with the mandate which has been granted by the Government of India. Recently, speakers before me and a previous session also, they have talked about updated MSME definition. The definition of MSME was reviewed, and now more and more MSMEs are coming under the purview of MSME definition. Now this helps them to actually take advantage of MSME schemes under priority sector lending of the banks and other schemes formulated by the Government of India for them. Now SIDBI is in direct finance, SIDBI is in indirect finance, SIDBI is in microcredit. We are also acting as a promotional and development activities. We act as nodal agency for some of the schemes of SIDBI of the Government of India. Now, direct finance, as the term says, that you come directly to me. The MSME approaches directly to SIDBI. SIDBI appraises the project and finances it. Now, indirect finance is that, like my previous speaker, Mr. Manish has said that they have opened 50 SME branches in the state of Jharkhand. We are hardly about 60 branches all over the country. For the state of Jharkhand, Ranchi is the only branch which is catering to the needs. We have industrial clusters like Dhanbad, Bokaro, Jamshedpur, and we have only one branch here. So we don't have that outreach as you have for the other commercial banks. So we take help of these institutions to actually act as an extended hand of SIDBI. We lend to them and they further on lend to the MSMEs. So this is about indirect finance. Now SIDBI also has other schemes like your enterprise promotion development programs, management development programs, cluster development programs. We give marketing support. We have policy advocacy with Ministry of MSME for formulation of policies. Then we have institutionalized solutions like SIDBI Venture Capital, Then we have SMERA for rating of SMEs. Then we have CGT MSE. Then IZARC is an asset reconstruction company. Now I'll be speaking about some schemes of SIDBI. One is SPEED, as the name indicates, SPEED. This scheme actually deals with all the OEMs. If any of the vendors of say Tata Motors, for example, if it is set up at Jamshedpur or say Ranchi, and it's in automotive clusters engaged in the activity of manufacturing of auto components, and it wants to purchase some CNC lathe or VMC machine, suppose that costs some 25 lakhs rupees. So in this case, what we do is we take 25% of the margin money and convert it as a collateral. 100% financing is being done in this case, and no margin is taken from them. The turnaround time for this scheme is around 7 days only, and the loan limit is from 1 crore to 2 crore, depending whether it's an existing customer of SIDBI or a new to SIDBI customer. Easy documentation. Then we don't have any margin money, and the FD component, that's the cash collateral component, differs from 20 to 25%. Now, there are some major OEMs in the country with whom we have entered into a memorandum of understanding. Very important OEMs like Lokesh, Jyoti CNC, Micron, Ace, then Mazak, Philips. So there are such type of renowned OEMs with whom we have entered. There are 34 of them, but still there are not only 34 OEMs in the country, there are many more with whom we did not enter into an MOU. So we have another scheme called Pratham. It is on the similar lines, but only difference is that we have not entered into an MOU. There also we have 100% financing of the machine, 25 to 30% of the margin money is converted into cash collateral. No collateral security is taken in that case. Now, every bank and financial institution has come up with some or the other scheme to benefit the general public during this COVID-19 pandemic. SIDBI is also not far behind that, and it has come up with two schemes called Arog and Shwas. Shwas was for this oxygen, what we have Sanjeevani of equivalent of SBI. Here, the rate of interest is the deciding factor. It is 4.5% per annum. That is the rate, 4.5% per annum for a repayment period of 3 years. Arog scheme was for the pharma industries who are engaged in the activity of manufacturing medicines or anything concerned with the hospitals, like manufacturing of drugs, manufacturing of any equipments, manufacturing of IV fluids or anything of that kind, medical thing. That was for Arog, and there the rate of interest is also very very competitive. It's 5.5% per annum. 5.5% for Arog scheme, 4.5% for Shwas scheme. These are the two schemes which had come up, which SIDBI had come up to deal with COVID-19. This one. Now, there's another two schemes that I wanted to share with you. One is Arise. Arise has been the objective of the scheme is to promote capital expenditure. It's for brownfield projects, any unit which is existing now and it's going for expansion by way of capital infusion. The validity of the scheme is up to March 2022. The eligibility is for all brownfield projects. For any assistance to be taken from SIDBI, one has to be an MSME, because we are made for MSME. We only serve MSME. So it has to be an MSME. We check the CMR and CIBIL score dealing with public funds. We have to undertake a few due diligence. So CMR and CIBIL is a must. Any application to SIDBI is only on digital platform. The GST, the ITR returns are all checked in the background and it's submitted online only. It's a very convenient thing. You need not visit to the bank or branch. You can and give the applications in a physical form. The quantum of Arise is around 5 crores. And the overall exposure can be 7 crores. The upfront fee is 1%. Promoter contribution is 20%. 80% goes as term loan. And the interest rate here again is 5.5% to 6.60%. So, and another scheme, the final scheme that I would like to share with you is Stapan. Like Arise is for brownfield projects, Stapan is for greenfield projects. Anybody who is going for a new project. Here, the objective is to promote capital investment. So SIDBI is not into savings bank, current bank, and all other things. We don't even give working capital. We have tied with IDBI Bank, who were our erstwhile principals earlier. So we have tied up with them, and they use the front line, the digital. The platform is used by SIDBI by IDBI. Well, SIDBI does the case, and it is shared by IDBI. The objective of Stapan is for promoting new projects. Target group is MSMEs. The facility type is term loan again. The validity of scheme is 31st March 2022. The eligibility, again, it should be new entities and greenfield projects. Then the quantum of assistance, again, here it is 15 crores. Please note down, it's 15 crores. It can go up to 20 crores. The promoter's contribution here is higher, it's 25%. Upfront fee is again 1%, what you call as processing fees. The repayment up to 7 years is permitted. In some cases where the gestation period is more for the project, it's also 10 years. Here the interest rate is 6% to 7.3%. In this case, in Stapan, we also provide you grants. Now, grants are in which form? For participating in national, international exhibition trade fairs, for showcasing their products, for listing on SME exchanges, or onboarding of TREDS. TREDS, as you know, is a digital platform for discounting of bills. Then for obtaining international certification, including ISO certification. So this is grant support is limited to a amount of 1 lakh. 1 lakh rupees is given by way of grant if you make timely repayments. So these were about the 4 schemes. The basic thing is the rate of interest. We are giving you the best rate of interest. Here in this CGT MSE, all the speakers before me have already told about this. I won't repeat it. I would just say that it is for only micro and small enterprises. When we talk about MSMEs, we talk about micro, small and medium enterprises, but CGT MSE is applicable only for micro and small enterprises. Another thing, it's not only term loan that is applicable there, working capital is also covered under that. Your fund-based, non-fund-based, both the facilities are covered here. Another thing is working capital go up to 10 years, five-year batch at one time, 5 years, and it can take care of enhancements also. Another good thing that has happened is 2 crore is your limit. Suppose ABC Limited has taken a term loan of 2 crore and it has taken a cover of CGT MSE. Now it repays 50 lakh rupees. So he can again approach a bank for that 50 lakhs. Earlier it was not so. It was a overall this one of 2 crores. It was a one-time thing. Now it's not a one-time thing. You can take anything. Another thing, CGT MSE, there are all member lending institutions who are members of this. So it's not only SIDBI or certain banks. There are many banks who are actually participants to CGT MSE scheme. But the final decision to be taken under whether to cover under CGT MSE or not rests with the banker. This is very important. It's not compulsory for them. Like your Mudra loans, Stand Up India loans, also Mudra for up to 10 lakhs and your Stand Up India from 10 lakhs to 1 crore. They are all covered in CGT MSE. They are all composite loans. They are all online applications. So this is about CGT MSE. I would love to take your questions. If there are any questions remaining, you can always come and meet me. We are very near to you at Rajendra Chowk. My PPT, detailed PPT has been shared with ICC. And my number, my mobile number, my website, my email ID has also been shared. I would request ICC to please share and disseminate among their members so that they take advantage of the scheme. Thank you, ICC, for giving us an opportunity to participate in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajkumar ji, for your detailed and insightful schemes of SIDBI. You are giving grants for various exhibitions, and just now I heard that for onboarding threads also there is a grant. I'm now really surprised. Here we have Union Bank, DGM saying that banks are interested. SIDBI is giving a grant, and why this is not taking off? Now it's almost 2 years. Now I think I should request Abhijit sir to organize a meeting between the large corporates and MSMEs. Maybe the large corporates are not coming forward. This is a very good scheme and we need to see it to be successful. Thank you, Singh Saab. Now our luminaries of banking panelists is over. We have with us Ms. Kanchan Maheshwari, a chartered accountant in our panelists. A chartered accountant is a vital link between an MSME and a banker. Because when any MSME approaches a banker, the first thing that they say is, where is your balance sheet? Where is your projected balance sheet? And a 5-year projected balance sheet is something which makes one's head go, one is totally confused. Then there are a lot of ratios you would be explaining, I suppose. Current ratios and debt equity ratios. These are some of the ratios. This is coming to my mind instantly. It's a big, really complicated world for MSME. So this complication is brought down by a chartered accountant. So now we have with us Kanchan Maheshwari. I now request, Madam, please take over.
Very good afternoon to all of you, all the members present here from the press and media also. Today, my topic is how to prepare yourself for a bank finance through a project report. जैसा मैं बताना चाहूंगी, जब एक बच्चा जन्म लेता है तो सबसे पहले उसकी कुंडली बनती है. उसी तरह जब हमारे मन में एक बिजनेस का विचार जन्म लेता है तो हमें उसका एक प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट बनाना होता है, जो कि उसके आने वाले फ्यूचर के बारे में हमें एसेस करने में मदद करता है. जैसे हमारे अभी पैनलिस्ट ने बताया कि सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है जब भी किसी के पास लोग बैंक के पास अप्रोच कर लेते हैं, बट इन अ शैबी मैनर. उनके पास प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंटेशंस नहीं होते, प्रॉपर वो होमवर्क कर नहीं जाते और इसी वजह से उनके लोन्स वहां पास नहीं होते. तो जब हमें इस मुद्दे पर भी पूरा तैयार रहना चाहिए. सबसे पहले हम जानेंगे कि प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट क्या है. प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट एक बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक है जो कि हमें अपने पूरे प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में पूरी कंप्लीट आइडिया देता है. Project report must be prepared carefully with sufficient details to ensure the approval and appraisal. हमें उसमें जितने भी assumptions लेने हैं, जितने भी डेटा देना है, वो रियलिस्टिक होना चाहिए ताकि बैंकर उस पर कन्विंस हो सके और हमें लोन्स प्रोवाइड कर सके. प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट बनाने के लिए हम चूंकि जान गए कि प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट क्या है, इसे अब कैसे बनाना है, व्हाट ऑल पॉइंट्स क्या क्या इसमें कवर होंगे, इसके बारे में ध्यान रखना है. साथ में इसमें क्या क्या डॉक्यूमेंट्स हमें अटैच करने होंगे, ये भी हमें ध्यान रखना है. इसके कुछ पार्ट्स होते हैं. सबसे पहले टेक्नो फिजिबिलिटी रिपोर्ट है, कुछ इंट्रोडक्शन, एग्जीक्यूटिव समरी, कंप्लीट डिटेल्स एस्पेक्ट्स of the project and then the conclusion. टेक्नो फिजिबिलिटी रिपोर्ट जो है वो एक छोटी सी समरी है जो आपके फाइनेंसर को एट ए ग्लांस आपके प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में बता देगी. तो ये बहुत ज्यादा लंबा नहीं बनाना चाहिए और बिल्कुल 2 पेज में कवर करते हुए 1-2 पेज में इसको कंप्लीट कर लेना चाहिए. नेक्स्ट हम लोग जो इंट्रोडक्शन देंगे अपने बिजनेस का, हमारे ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्या है, उसमें एक ब्रीफ बैकग्राउंड देंगे अपने कंपनी के बारे में. प्लस एंटरप्रेन्योर का भी एक बैकग्राउंड होना जरूरी है. आपके लोकेशनल डिटेल्स भी उसमें मेंशन होना चाहिए. नेक्स्ट एग्जीक्यूटिव समरी, ये कंप्लीट डिटेल्ड पार्ट है आपके प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट का, जहां पर आपको अपने प्रोजेक्ट के माइनर डिटेल्स को यहाँ आपको बताना पड़ेगा। जैसा आप देख रहे हैं, आपको आपके बिजनेस की लोकेशन, प्रपोज्ड कैपेसिटी, प्रोडक्ट मिक्स, टेक्नोलॉजिकल अरेंजमेंट, layout of the factory plant, raw material requirement, pollution control equipment, power and water supply, capital costing आपकी क्या होगी, other subsidiary requirements and ancillary facilities क्या क्या आपको required होगी, ये सारी हमें executive summary में देना है। इसके एक एक पॉइंट्स को कवर करते हुए हमें एंटरप्रेन्योर का डिटेल देना है, उसकी क्वालिफिकेशन, उसका वर्क एक्सपीरियंस, आपको अपने प्रोडक्ट को क्या प्रोडक्ट आप बना रहे हैं, क्या एंड प्रोडक्ट आएगा, और उसके प्रपोज्ड रॉ मटेरियल्स क्या होंगे, आप कितना उसको प्रोड्यूस करेंगे, प्रपोज प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी आप कितना यूज करने वाले हैं, ये सब आपको यहाँ बताना होगा। नेक्स्ट पॉइंट जो आप देंगे, टेक्नोलॉजिकल कंसिडरेशन। टेक्नोलॉजिकल आप किसी भी प्रोडक्ट को बनाने के लिए कई टेक्नोलॉजी है, आप किस टेक्नोलॉजी को चूज कर रहे हैं और उसमें आपने क्या मेरिट और डिमेरिट है वो, और आपका कंप्लीट प्रोसेस साइकिल उसमें आपको मेंशन करना होगा। नेक्स्ट आपका साइट डिस्क्रिप्शन, और आपने उस साइट को क्यों चूज किया है, उसमें क्या बेनिफिट्स है मिलने वाले हैं आपको, वो आपको यहाँ इस एरिया में कवर करना पड़ेगा। आपके प्लांट के लेआउट, आपका प्लांट का लेआउट भी आपको इसमें बताना पड़ेगा। नेक्स्ट है रॉ मटेरियल, आप जो भी एंड प्रोड्यूस बना रहे हैं उसमें क्या रॉ मटेरियल रिक्वायरमेंट्स होंगे, उसके क्या केमिकल कॉम्पोजिशन होंगे, उसके बारे में एक ब्रीफ आइडिया यहाँ पे देनी पड़ेगी। नेक्स्ट, ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट होगा कि आपका जो एंड प्रोडक्ट है वो किस मार्केट को सर्व करने वाला है, ये डोमेस्टिक यूज के लिए है, एक्सपोर्ट के लिए है, या किसी इंडस्ट्री यूज के लिए है, ये सारा चीज यहाँ पे आपको बतानी पड़ेगी। नेक्स्ट, आपके एनवायरमेंटल क्लियरेंसेस, क्या क्या आपको सर्टिफिकेट्स आपने अरेंज किए हुए हैं और क्या क्या रिक्वायर्ड है, ये सब बताना होगा। आपके वाटर, पावर और ऑक्सिलरी सर्विसेज इस प्रोजेक्ट में कितना क्या रिक्वायर्ड होगा, ये बताना होगा। क्वालिटी कंट्रोल के लिए आपने इसको क्या, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल आप कैसे कर रहे हैं, इसके बारे में भी कुछ आइडिया देनी पड़ेगी। ये पार्ट हमें मार्केट अरेंजमेंट, दिस इज अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट दैट कवर्स द कंप्लीट मार्केट एनालिसिस ऑफ योर एंड प्रोडक्ट इन प्रेजेंट एंड इन फ्यूचर। जब हम किसी भी प्रोडक्ट, हमारा मेन की है, और इस प्रोडक्ट को हम कैसे हम इसको एसेस कर रहे हैं कि अभी प्रेजेंट उसका क्या मार्केट है और फ्यूचर में क्या होने जा रहा है, ये इम्पोर्टेंट है ताकि बैंकर जान पाए कि इसमें आपके प्रोजेक्ट में कितना दम है। नेक्स्ट, आपका मैन पावर रिक्वायरमेंट क्या होगा, आप किस किस लेवल में कितना आप जॉब क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, इस तरह कैटेगरी वाइज भी आप ब्रेकअप दे सकते हैं, डायरेक्ट आप डायरेक्ट भी लिख सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट है मैन पावर प्लानिंग में आप कितना एक्सपेंडिचर करने वाले हैं, आपका कितना कॉस्ट इन्वॉल्व रहेगा, ट्रेनिंग अरेंजमेंट्स क्या रहेंगे। नेक्स्ट, आपका वर्किंग कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट, आपका वर्किंग कैपिटल रिक्वायरमेंट कितना होगा फॉर रॉ मटेरियल, लेबर, रेंट, फ्रेट, पैकेजिंग मटेरियल, सैलरी, ये सब रहेगा कवर। कैपिटल कॉस्ट, आपका कैपिटल कॉस्ट इस प्रोजेक्ट में क्या इन्वॉल्व है, कॉस्ट ऑफ लैंड, कॉस्ट ऑफ साइट डेवलपमेंट, बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन, प्लांट एंड मशीनरी, फर्नीचर, फिक्सचर, ऑफिस इक्विपमेंट्स, व्हीकल्स, मोबाइल इक्विपमेंट्स, टेक्निकल कंट्रोल, टेक्निकल नो हाउ, ये इंटरेस्ट ड्यूरिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन पीरियड, ये भी कैपिटल कॉस्ट में कवर होगा। अब मीन्स ऑफ फाइनेंस, अब हमें यहाँ पर असेस करना है कि हम कितना इसमें हमारा इक्विटी कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा या ओन कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, और कितना हम बोरो करने वाले हैं, कितना हमें प्रपोज्ड बोरोइंग के लिए इसमें पुट करना है। ये यहाँ से हम फाइनेंशियल अप्रेजल्स, इस पार्ट में हम फाइनेंशियल अप्रेजल को कवर करेंगे। इसमें आपको 3 to 5 years के प्रोजेक्शंस चाहिएंगे। सारे प्रोजेक्शंस हम लोग जैसे देख रहे हैं कि इतना सारा हमें डेटा देना है, तो ये प्रोजेक्शंस हमें कहाँ से मिलेंगे? ये प्रोजेक्शंस आपको कई बार इंडस्ट्री नॉर्म्स से मिलेंगे, कई बार आप अपने एक्सपीरियंस से कई चीजें यूज करेंगे, कई बार अपने प्लान जो आप इंस्टॉल कर रहे हैं उसकी क्या कैपेसिटी है उससे आप कुछ डेटा ले सकते हैं। इस तरीके से आपको पूरा डेटा कलेक्ट करना होगा। इसके लिए ये कंप्लीट होमवर्क एंटरप्रेन्योर का है। ये आप किसी भी कंसल्टेंट के पास भी चले जाएंगे, पर ये होमवर्क आप ही को करना होगा। उन्हें ये डेटा, ये आइडिया आप ही को प्रोवाइड करनी होगी। अब इसमें आपको 3 to 5 years का आपका बैलेंस शीट, प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस, कैश फ्लो स्टेटमेंट बताना है। एवं साथ में ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट भी, कि कब तक आप अपने इस ब्रेक इवन पॉइंट जहां पे आप नो प्रॉफिट नो लॉस पे आ जाएंगे, वो किस पॉइंट पे होगा। कुछ हमें यहाँ पर फाइनेंशियल कुछ आपको यहाँ पर रेशियोज भी बताने होंगे, जो कि इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न होगा, डेट सर्विस कवरेज रेशियो है। इस तरीके के कुछ आपको रेशियोज भी यहाँ पर बताने होंगे। नेक्स्ट, ये हमारे कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स के लिस्ट है जो हमारे प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट के साथ लगेंगे। जो आपका प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट रहेगा वो डुप्लीकेट में रहेगा। जो प्रिस्क्राइब्ड एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म है वो भी आपको डुप्लीकेट में लेना है। लिस्ट ऑफ मूवेबल एंड इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टीज, जो आप प्रमोटर्स की इनकम टैक्स डिटेल्स ऑफ लास्ट 3 years, प्रोविजनल सर्टिफिकेट्स फ्रॉम DIC, मेमोरेंडम ऑफ एसोसिएशन, यानी यदि कंपनी फॉर्म है तो आपको उसका MOA AOA लेना है, यदि पार्टनरशिप है तो उसके पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट। साथ ही में आपने आपके बिजनेस के लिए जो रिक्वायर्ड लाइसेंस है, मे बी टेक्सटाइल लाइसेंस, ड्रग लाइसेंस, फूड लाइसेंस, उसकी कॉपी लगानी है। आपके लैंड का सेल डीड वगैरह, इफ यदि रेंट पे है तो रेंट एग्रीमेंट। यहाँ पे साथ में आपको आपके मशीनरी के कोटेशंस प्लस रॉ मटेरियल्स के कोटेशंस भी लगाने हैं। प्लस आपको आपका पावर रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, आपने इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए क्या टाई अप किया है, वाटर बोर्ड के साथ परमिशन, और इस तरीके के कुछ आपको डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी इसमें लगाने हैं। अब हम कुछ रेशियोज जानते हैं जो कि रिक्वायर्ड होंगे। वर्किंग कैपिटल रेशियो। Working capital ratio is current assets minus current liability. The current asset account receivable, current assets में आपका cover होगा account receivable, inventory, cash, bank, etc. And current liabilities में account payable. इन दोनों का difference जो होगा वो working capital होगा, working capital ratio है। Next आपको internal rate of return बताना है। Internal rate of return जो रेशियो है, ये आपने बिजनेस में जो कैपिटल इन्वेस्ट किया है उसका क्या रिटर्न आपको आ रहा है, इसको हमें असेस करना है। नेक्स्ट, डेब्ट सर्विस कवरेज रेशियो। डेब्ट सर्विस कवरेज रेशियो आपको ये बताता है कि आप अपने प्रॉफिट में से कितना प्रिंसिपल और इंटरेस्ट का जो रिपेमेंट कर रहे हैं वो कितना उसमें कवरेज हो जाएगा। तो इसका भी अपना एक रेशियो है, प्रॉफिट बिफोर टैक्स और इंटरेस्ट डिवाइडेड बाय प्रिंसिपल रिपेमेंट प्लस इंटरेस्ट। डेब्ट इक्विटी रेशियो, ये सारे हमें कुछ इसमें जो इनिशियल पार्ट है वो खुद एंटरप्रेन्योर को अपने खुद तैयार करना होगा। और इसी के साथ मैं थैंक्स कहना चाहूंगी सबको आपके पेशेंट हियरिंग के लिए। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मैडम, काफी डिटेल में आपने हम लोगों को बताया क्या क्या चाहिए। सारा पेपर्स तो आपको दे देंगे, एनवायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस देने में थोड़ी दिक्कत होगी। With this, we have heard all our panelists. Now we'll throw open our question answer to the audience. I think Anandeshwar ji is raising his hands. Yes, welcome. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Philip. My question to the bankers, the State Bank and the Union Bank both. It is normally, I am associated with the State Bank, Union Bank since 1978. I have a lot of problem with the bank financing. Bank normally gives finance based on last year performance or the turnover. Okay, this was your figure. I cannot go beyond that. But if I get orders triple the last year amount, and if I approach the bank to fund me, provide funds, bank feels shy of providing me the finance. No, this is not possible. How to get rid of that? I am associated with the State Bank of India, Union Bank of India, don't end up.
First of all, sir, I am surprised you are getting such type of response. Actually, any assessment, particularly working assessment, if I talk, working capital assessment, we do on projections only. Never we do on past performance. I don't know who has answered you like this. I'm surprised. It's a chief-headed branch. What I can comment? Well, it's a very common method. You could have approached somebody if you are getting such type of reply, because it's a person specific. Sometimes it becomes person specific also. So there is a hierarchy. Our number are displayed. You can approach us. It's surprising. This type of response you should not get. Anybody, our number is there. Otherwise, it is available in. You can Google it, or you can ask them only. I'm not satisfied with your answer. I can approach your higher office.
Branch manager to forward my request to the higher authority. If he feels shy of giving me further advance.
No, there may be case I may not accept your projections, but assessment is done on projections only.
Anandesha ji,
you are welcome, sir. Argoda, you are welcome. Otherwise, I can ask somebody who can visit your. Where is your unit, sir? I'm surprised. Anyway, I'll exchange my number with you.
please tell the name of your unit.
Anand Chemical Works.
Anand Chemical Works.
I'll ask.
So
It
Union
should
Bank
not
DGM,
happen.
Union Bank DGM is very clear that working capitals are not given on past performances. It is based on relationship, and anybody having any problem should approach their regional heads in case such problems are recurring. Yes.
Good afternoon. Myself Ramchandra Kumar, proprietor Libra Scale Industry, Industrial Area 2, Budana, Ranchi. I have a question to the bankers that there is a very known scheme by Government of India, EMGP. And this scheme, KVIC have 25% subsidy to the entrepreneur, 10% margin money by the promoter, and 65% financed by the bank. And as we know that this is the national scheme, the central government decides that what the state have got, how much unit or what quantity of the amount fund reserve for that state as a subsidy. Total bankers are getting application but not executing that unit as a that is. So minimum 2 units every branch should be made mandatory, because all the higher banker are available here and they are capable to take the decision about this. And this can help to the not only the newer startup also facilitate the facility of the subsidy granted by the government of India, that is around 25%.
Thank you, sir. Your point well noted. Actually, this year, we have taken a target of 2 PMGP units per branch for our module. So thank you. And definitely, these type of targets should be taken to increase the employment generation. And these are the things like subsidy is concerned. So we cannot put forth, and ICC is the competent forum to put forth with the government. We can take target, and this year we have taken this target.
There is another one question. Even the chairperson of this house also should listen this question, because this is very urgent question. The state government, already I have told, I am the manufacturer, I am the OEM. Even recently somebody is telling, I am the registered OEM, registered with the government of India, registered with the JAM, and from Jharkhand we are supplying all over India, from the Kanyakumari to Kashmir. Even single unit going, but the capital assets is going from the Jharkhand, starting from the 5,000 to 50,000 in ready build. My product is electronic weighing machine. State government, Food and Public Distribution Department have on this 1st of the September have a bid of 23,000 unit of 100 kg electronic weighing machine. I am the only registered manufacturer of JAM from Jharkhand, and this 23,000 government required in only 90 days. It is possible by the any MSME from anywhere of India? No. This is planned for big unit, already made their stock around 50,000 or possibly raw material available in their hand. So how the MSME of the Jharkhand can grow? It is necessary to address this matter even up to the CM level, because if there is no voice, there is nobody is going to listen. The voice is that if you are here in this house for in the favoring of the MSME, then why not the state government, the officer of the state government making their plan to suitable their requirement also, and have the purchase also their quality product from the MSME unit. So this matter can be raised at the proper form where it is required. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramchandra ji. We will note this, and I think we'll need to address it to the government. Hari Babu.
सबसे पहले तो सबका धन्यवाद। इट वाज अ गुड डेलिब्रेशन, बहुत सीखने को मिला। मेरा एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है कंचन जी से। जब हम पर्सनल गारंटी देते हैं हम एमएसएमई लेवल टू द बैंकर्स, तो हमें कई बार बैंकर्स बोलते हैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट से सर्टिफिकेट लाइए। नॉर्मली एमएसएमई इज नॉट एक्सपर्ट टू मेक देयर पीजी पेपर। हम ये चाहते हैं कि हम उस पीजी पेपर में अपनी पर्सनल ड्वेलिंग हाउस, या जैसे हम रेफर करें कि इंडियन मैरिड वुमेन प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट होता है, कुछ हमारी पर्सनल चीजों को हम बचाना चाहते हैं। नॉर्मली चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स उस सर्टिफिकेट में नेटवर्क निकालने के पहले वो फिगर को लेस नहीं करने देते हैं कि नहीं नहीं हम तो नहीं लेस करने देंगे, और बैंकर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का सर्टिफिकेट मांगता है। तो इसका क्या तोड़ है कि हम एक एमएसएमई को बचाएं कि कहीं वो बाय द वे एनपीए हो जाए तो उसकी पूरी गृहस्थी नहीं लूट जाए। तो ये एक क्वेश्चन चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट फोरम से है। ऑफिशियली दिस शुड बी डन, बट मैं भी सीए का आर्टिकल होल्डर रहा हूँ, क्वालिफाई तो नहीं किया हूँ। तो बट मैं बहुत चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के पास गया कि भाई आप क्यों नहीं प्रोटेक्शन देना चाहते हैं लोगों को, बट एवरीबडी इज स्कैर्ड कि नहीं नहीं ये तो हम नहीं लिख पाएंगे। सो दिस इज वन क्वेश्चन टू यू।
इसमें मैं ये बताना चाहूंगी कि जो नेटवर्क निकालने के लिए हमारे जो हम लोगों ने जो स्टैंडर्ड सेट है, हमें तो वो करना ही होगा। ये आपके बैंकर का ये नेटवर्क तो हम कर दिए, पर वो पर्सनल गारंटी देने के लिए आपका जो नेटवर्क निकालना है उसमें हमें तो जरूरी है आपकी सारी एसेट्स को कवर करना। पर ये तो बैंकर्स के ऊपर है कि आपके इन एसेट्स को वो मतलब इसको एज पर्सनल गारंटी में एक्सक्लूड करके चले।
आई होप कि मैं आपको ठीक से समझा नहीं पाया। मान लीजिए मेरी नेटवर्क इंक्लूडिंग ऑल 100 रुपया है, इसमें से 30 रुपया मेरा ड्वेलिंग हाउस है। मेरे बैंकर को मेरी पीजी की रिक्वायरमेंट है खाली 50 रुपए की। मैं बोलता हूँ 100 रुपया लिखिए, उसके नीचे में लिखिए कि माई पर्सनल हाउस हैज बीन गारंटीड टू माई वाइफ, कि मैं कहीं गिरवी नहीं रख सकता हूँ। मेरी नेटवर्क हो गई अब 70 रुपया। तो 70 रुपए में से बैंक को खाली 50 ही चाहिए था, पर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट क्योंकि 70 लिखना ही नहीं चाहता है तो बैंक बोलता है मैं क्या करूं। तो इन दोनों के बीच में ये एमएसएमई पिस रही है। इसका टेक्निकल रिप्लाई दीजिए मुझे, एकदम आई एम वेरी श्योर ऑन माय सब्जेक्ट। बैंकर सीए सर्टिफिकेट मैं नहीं देता हूं किसी बैंकर को, बट 99% एमएसएमई देते हैं।
बट आई थिंक कि नेटवर्क निकालने के लिए हमारे जो फॉर्मूला सेट है, हम उनसे अलग हटके कैसे उसमें सर्टिफिकेशंस दे सकते हैं। ये बीच में बैंक चाहे तो उसको एक्सक्लूड कर सकती है।
जहाँ रिश्ते की शुरुआत बचाने और छुपाने से हो तो हो गया, चल गया काम।
सॉरी,
रिश्ते की शुरुआत में ही छुपाने से और बचाने से हो जाए तो फिर तो हो गया सर काम।
बचाना छुपाना नहीं है, डिक्लेयर करना है कागज पे।
You are asking a chartered account to certify a lesser amount of your means.
No, to mention the whole thing on record। 100 रुपया मेरी नेटवर्क थी, 30 रुपया मेरा घर था, वो घटाइए 70 रुपया नेटवर्क हो गई। बैंक 70 रुपए के फिगर को उठाए सो दैट कभी कोई प्रॉब्लम हो तो मेरी वाइफ तकलीफ में।
सर वो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट नहीं कर सकता। आप नेगोशिएट कर सकते हैं अपने बैंकर से कि मैं इतने ही तक रिस्ट्रिक्ट करो मेरी गारंटी।
I leave it open to ICC. This is a technical subject. I don't sign to any bank. मैंने कभी जिंदगी में नहीं दिया ये पेपर साइन करके, और मेरा काम चल रहा है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ रही है।
उसमें बैंक
कोई सीए इसको साइन नहीं करता है।
वो बैंक से नेगोशिएट कर सकते हैं आप कि मेरा गारंटी इतने तक रिस्ट्रिक्ट करो।
That means the banker has different standards for different borrowers in the MSME sector itself.
नहीं, स्टैंडर्ड अलग होने की बात नहीं है सर। You are hesitant to give your property because you don't want to keep it on risk.
There is a limit ना। मान लीजिए मैंने आपसे 1 करोड़ रुपया लिया है तो आप जितनी पीजी आपको चाहिए उतनी तो लेंगे ना। अगर मेरी एसेट 10 करोड़ की है तो सारी आप क्यों लेंगे? और बड़े लोगों को आप क्यों नहीं साइन करते हैं इसी तरह से, छोटे लोगों से क्यों लेते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं, बड़े लोगों में भी होता है सर गारंटी।
बड़े लोगों की पर्सनल गारंटी में क्या आप टोटल वर्थ लेते हैं या खाली इक्विटी साइन कराते हैं उस कंपनी की?
नहीं, पर्सनल गारंटी मिस्टर अनिल अंबानी की है हमारे पास,
पूरी फुल एसेट
सर।
आई एम श्योर अगर ऐसा होता तो एनपीए इतने बड़े-बड़े कहां से हो जाते?
रोड पे नहीं आते वो।
क्या एनीवे, I leave it open.
It's a bargaining, sir.
It's a technical point. I have raised it to PMO also, but it's a technical point. Let us work on it.
You can always negotiate with your banker. There is no.
इसमें एक पॉइंट ये आ गया है कि we can negotiate with the bank. This is a very important point to be noted. Yes.
कि इसमें क्या आप एसजीबी भी ले लेते हैं क्या?
नहीं सर, इसमें जैसे मैंने बताया कि ये बहुत छोटे टाइम में जब जरूरत पड़ती है, क्योंकि हमारे पास अगर टाइम है तब तो हम नॉर्मल प्रोसेस करके बिजनेस को लोन दे सकते हैं उसके रिक्वायरमेंट को देख करके। कई बार क्या होता है हमें 1-2 दिन के अंदर चाहिए होता है, और पेपर प्रोसेसिंग हो सकता है बैंक में यूजुअली 1-2 दिन से ज्यादा लग जाता है। तो उस शॉर्ट पीरियड के करने के लिए हम केवल उनका पर्सनल एसेट जो है, जो ज्वेलरी पार्ट है, वो केवल लेते हैं,
एसजीबी नहीं लेते। नहीं सर। सेकंड पॉइंट था, आपने कहा कि इसमें इंटरेस्ट हम बहुत कम लेते हैं। आपने बहुत क्लियरली नहीं बोला, कुछ 8% बोला, नीचे में कहां तक जाते हैं? 6% तक जाते हैं?
जो हमारा बैंक का है अभी एमएसएमई में एक्सटर्नल बेंचमार्क लेंडिंग रेट अप्लाई होता है, जो कि आरबीआई के रेपो रेट से।
गोल्ड लोन, आई एम आस्किंग ओनली ऑन गोल्ड।
गोल्ड में सर, गोल्ड में अगेन चूंकि ये एसएमई लोन है तो वो ईबीएलआर रेट से लिंक ही है,
क्योंकि वो एडवांटेज नहीं आ रहा है कहीं पे।
हाँ, एक्चुअली क्या है कि ये जैसे एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर में गोल्ड लोन होता है तो वो जो गवर्नमेंट का जो इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन है उससे लिंक होता है। पी सेगमेंट में जो पर्सनल लोन है उससे लिंक होता है। लाइकवाइज एसएमई में जब हम गोल्ड लोन देते हैं तो वो भी ईवीएलआर से ही लिंक करते हैं। इट इज अराउंड 8.5% एज ऑफ नाउ।
देन इट इज अ कॉस्टली लोन, इट्स नॉट अ चीपर लोन।
ये कंटीजेंसी फंड के लिए सर, तो हम उसको अगर थोड़ा टाइम मिल जाएगा तो हम प्रॉपर प्रोसेसिंग करके बिजनेस रिक्वायरमेंट को देंगे।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
Yes. राकेश जी।
हाँ सर, मेरा नाम राकेश राज है। मैं यहाँ उपस्थित सभी सज्जनों को नमस्कार करता हूँ। मेरा क्वेश्चन स्टार्टअप्स की ओर से है और बैंकरों से है। स्टार्टअप्स जो ऑलरेडी झारखंड सरकार से चयनित है, जो ऑलरेडी सिलेक्टेड है, उन लोगों को बैंकों से लोन लेने में काफ़ी दिक्कत होती है। वो एक इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़ के ऊपर बने हुए हैं। नेचुरल है कि जो बेचारे शुरू कर रहे हैं उनकी आइडिया तो बहुत अच्छी है, बहुत सारे बैंकिंग के जो नॉर्म्स हैं वो मैचअप नहीं कर पाते। जैसे बैंकरों को चाहिए कि आपकी कोई चल रही हो, आपका कोई काम चल रहा हो, उसका बैलेंस शीट चाहिए, ये चाहिए, तो बहुत सारी चीजें उनके पास नहीं होती, फिर भी वो बहुत सारी चीजों को करना चाहते हैं। तो वैसे बैंक का सहयोग उनको नहीं मिलता और वो बेचारे अपने ही आसरे पे पड़े रहते हैं। क्या इसका कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं है आप लोगों के पास स्टार्टअप्स के लिए जो ऑलरेडी सिलेक्टेड हैं? झारखंड सरकार से, भारत सरकार से, सभी जगह से उनको सिलेक्शन का, उनके आइडियाज को मिला हुआ है और बहुत सारे वर्किंग में अच्छे एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी दे रहे हैं, लेकिन उनको लोन देने में बैंक पीछे हट जाती है। पहला तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है। दूसरा पार्ट है क्वेश्चन का, जो 100% एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड यूनिट सेटअप करना चाह रहे हैं, उसके लिए कोई स्कीम है क्या बैंकरों के पास कि जो ऐसे लोगों को मदद करने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जो स्टार्टअप 100% एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड यूनिट सेटअप करना चाहिए? धन्यवाद।
मैं आपकी बात से काफी सहमत हूँ इस चीज के लिए कि स्टार्टअप्स जो नए इनोवेटिव चीजें होती हैं उसको लेकर के इन द ट्रू मीनिंग, ट्रू सेंस ऑफ द वर्ड, जो स्टार्टअप है जिसका डेफिनेशन है, तो वो जो प्रोडक्ट है नया होता है, उसको पायलट बेसिस पे करके उसको अपस्केल करना होता है एट ए वेरी लार्ज लेवल।
राइट।
तो ये जो चीज है इसके लिए अलग अलग सेटअप्स बनाए गए। अब जैसे सिडबी में वी हैव सिडबी वेंचर कैपिटल लिमिटेड, तो ये और स्टार्टअप जो है दोनों मिलाकर के एक ही है, तो इनका एक सेल बना दिया गया है मुंबई में। मैं सिडबी की बात कर रहा हूँ। तो वहां पे जो है पहले आप जो है जैसे सिडबी वेंचर कैपिटल का एक वेबसाइट भी है हमारा, सिडबी की वेबसाइट से मिलता है, वहां पे आप पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन करिए अपना प्रोडक्ट का, पूरे डिटेल्स डालिए, मेल इट टू देम। आफ्टर मेलिंग देम तो वहां पे क्या है कि असेसमेंट होती है और वहां पे एक अलग से कमिटी बनी हुई है, क्योंकि ये स्टार्टअप का जो अब टेक्नो इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी जो होती है ये थोड़ा डिफरेंट होता है। अगर आप कोई एस्टैब्लिश प्रोडक्ट को कर रहे हैं तो उसको ग्रीन फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट करके जो है उसको कोई भी बैंक करना जो है आसान होता है। लेकिन ये जो चीज होती है इसमें थोड़ा काफी एक्सपर्टाइज होता है, उसके लिए अलग सेल सिडबी में बना हुआ है। जैसे हमारे यहाँ जो कमिटी में भी है मोहनदास पई एंड अदर एक्सटर्नल मेंबर्स आल्सो इन, तो वो देख करके फिर जो है वो आपसे बात करते हैं, बात करके वो पूरी प्रोडक्ट को समझते हैं, उसमें फिर मार्केटिंग सपोर्ट की जरूरत होती है, आपको अपस्किल करके उसको जो है बड़े लेवल पे उसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होके ताकि वो आगे बढ़े, डीलर्स अपॉइंट करने पड़ेंगे, बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं उसमें। तो ये चीजें तो हैं। अब ब्रांच लेवल पे जैसे सिडबी में आप आए, मेरे पास भी रांची में एक ही है, एक दो स्टार्टअप्स आए थे, तो उसमें जो है इट वॉज वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर अस टू रियली डू एनीथिंग, बिकॉज वो सारा एक कास्ट इन स्टोन जो है बेंचमार्क नॉर्म्स होते हैं। ये चीजें हैं, कंप्लाई हो रही है नहीं हो रही है, फिर ये चीज है, ये बेंचमार्क नॉर्म है, ये हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है। तो मेरा सजेशन सर यही है सिडबी की तरफ से कि आप अपना जो स्टार्टअप का जो प्रोडक्ट है, जो आपने इनोवेटिव आइडिया बनाया, उस चीज को एक पूरा बना करके एक पीपीटी प्रेजेंटेशन आप SVCL सिल्वी वेंचर कैपिटल को बेचिए। तो आई विश यू बेस्ट कि वहां से अगर कुछ हो जाए तो आई थिंक देयर इज नथिंग, बिकॉज आफ्टर ऑल ये सेल बनी हुई है और ये सब उस एक्सपर्टाइज के ऑफिसर्स बने हुए हैं, उसी के लिए बने हुए हैं।
ठीक है, अगर वहां से कुछ हो जाए तो फिर आप फाइनेंस करते हैं?
नहीं, हाँ, तो वो वहीं से होता है, एक्चुअली फाइनेंस वहीं से होता है, ब्रांच लेवल पे नहीं होता है। और क्या बात है, दूसरी बात ये है कि जो सिल्वी वेंचर कैपिटल फंड है, इसमें कई गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हैव contributed to that corpus. This government of Maharashtra has come up with 500 crores कि आप ये ले लो। महाराष्ट्र में जो स्टार्टअप सेटअप हो रही हैं, उनको इस फंड से भी जो है आप हेल्प करिए। तो ऐसे कई स्टेट्स गवर्नमेंट, आई एम ओनली टॉकिंग अबाउट महाराष्ट्र बिकॉज आई नो ऑफ दैट, बट देयर आर मेनी अदर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स आल्सो हु हैव एक्चुअली कंट्रीब्यूटेड देयर एंड देन दे कमिट। तो ये जो है, जो पूल ऑफ एक्सपर्टाइज है स्टार्टअप के लिए, ये थोड़ा जो है अलग चीज है। तो ये बेसिकली आई कैन नॉट आंसर योर क्वेश्चन फुल्ली, बट आई कैन डेफिनेटली फैसिलिटेट इट कि आप उसको जो है बना करके भेजिए। हो सकता है वो आइडिया हो, क्योंकि देखिए भाई वी हैव असिस्टेड स्टार्टअप यूनिट्स इन द पास्ट।
तो उसमें हमारी झारखंड गवर्नमेंट की भी कोई
वो
असिस्टेंस?
तो पता नहीं है सर, मैं एक्चुअली कह नहीं पाऊंगा इसके बारे में, लेकिन ये है कि आपके प्रोडक्ट पे डिपेंड करता है। दिस ऑल डिपेंड्स ऑन योर प्रोडक्ट। इफ दे सी समथिंग इन इट, they will definitely go for finance. और there are many ones who don't go, ये चक्कर में पड़ती हैं, प्राइवेट इक्विटी को बुला लेते हैं। अगर उनको जो है अकाउंट फंडिंग में चले जाते हैं तो प्राइवेट इक्विटी में से मिल जाता है, लेकिन they don't allow you to work in peace, मतलब जो है इंटरफेरेंस बहुत होती है। तो इस वजह से प्राइवेट इक्विटी में भी ज्यादा लोग जाना नहीं चाहते हैं। गवर्नमेंट की इंस्टीट्यूशन हो, कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन हो अच्छा खासा, जिसका मेन एम जो है नॉट टू अर्न प्रॉफिट, not only to earn profit, I would say, because सिल्वी जो स्टार्टअप्स है, इसकी जो सक्सेस रेट है बहुत कम होती है, वेरी फ्यू, बहुत कम होता है। तो इसका जो रिस्क एपेटाइट होता है, उसका रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट होता है, इट्स एट अ वेरी हायर रेट। तो वो 20-25%। अच्छा, इक्विटी पार्टिसिपेशन भी हो सकती है, इट कैन बी विदाउट इक्विटी पार्टिसिपेशन हो सकता है। बाद में जो है दे कैन ऑल्सो एग्जिट, तो उसमें बहुत सारे कंडीशंस होते हैं, बट इट ऑल डिपेंड्स ऑन द प्रोडक्ट। इफ योर प्रोडक्ट इज रियली गुड and if it finds favor with the committee who assesses this such type of assistance, you are in it. That is what I can say.
और हमारे बैंकर्स के तरफ से कुछ इसमें हाईलाइट कर पाएंगे?
सर, सर ने जैसे बताया उसके आगे मैं ये केवल बोलना चाहूंगा कि स्टार्टअप भी दो तरीके के होते हैं। एक पे जैसे 2 years 3 years के बाद ब्रेक इवन हो रहा है, वहां पर बैंकर कंफर्टेबल होते हैं, क्योंकि 2-3 years के बाद जो 24 मंथ या 36 मंथ के बाद हम रिपेमेंट प्लान कर सकते हैं। लेकिन जहां पर 2-3 years में ब्रेक इवन नहीं आ रहा है, हम और आप दोनों ऐसे बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप को जान रहे हैं जो काफी वैल्यूएबल है, जिन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को काफी सपोर्ट किया है, जिन्होंने दूसरी यूनिट्स को सपोर्ट किया है, बट वो अभी तक प्रॉफिट में नहीं है। अगर वो प्रॉफिट में नहीं है तो वो रिपे नहीं कर पा रही हैं डेट को, अगर वो डेट में है तो डेट को रिपे नहीं कर पा रही हैं, तो उनके पास जो ऑप्शन अवेलेबल रहता है वो रहता है इक्विटी इन्फ्यूजन का।
अच्छा,
तो वो एंजल इन्वेस्टर, या जैसे सर ने बताया कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी इसमें आगे आ रही है, क्योंकि ये कहीं ना कहीं पूरे इकोसिस्टम को सपोर्ट देता है। तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो फंडिंग देती है, उनसे जो उनका लॉस होता है वो मेक गुड हो जाता है, तो वो सस्टेनेबल हो जाता है। अदरवाइज अगर हम इनकम जनरेट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, पॉजिटिव इनकम जनरेट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं यूनिट के अंदर से, तो वो इंटरेस्ट और इंस्टॉलमेंट की सर्विसिंग कहाँ से होगी? कमर्शियल बैंक में थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम वहां पर होती है, बट डेफिनेटली जो ऑफ लेट पिछले 3-4-5 सालों में अगर देखा जाएगा तो इंडिया में इनोवेशन एक स्टीम गेन कर रहा है। और जैसे सर ने कहा कि उनका सिडबी का वेंचर कैपिटल है, हम लोग अभी प्लान कर रहे हैं, जो हमारा SBI कैप्स है उसके साथ प्लान करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो दिक्कत होती है हम लोग के साथ कमर्शियल बैंक में, वो वही प्रॉब्लम होती है कि हमारे पास उतनी एक्सपर्टाइज नहीं होती है उस चीज को असेस करने के लिए। तो वी आर ट्राइंग टू हैव सम यूनिट की जो कि हमको असेस करके दे दे, ब्रेक इवन कब आएगा, प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी कब आएगी, रिपेमेंट किस तरीके से होगा। तो वी आर इन द प्रोसेस एज ऑफ नाउ। जो शॉर्टर पीरियड में ब्रेक इवन कर रहे हैं हम उनको फाइनेंस कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड यूनिट के लिए कोई स्कीम है आपको?
एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड यूनिट के लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और ECGC ने बहुत सारी स्कीम्स लाई है, उनका इफेक्टिव रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट एमएसएमई के लिए 1% हो जाता है। जो इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन आता है उसके बाद उनका रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट जो है केवल और 1% होता है। नॉन एमएसएमई के लिए वो 5% है, लेकिन एमएसएमई के लिए 1% हो जाता है। तो वहां पर है सर एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड यूनिट के लिए स्कीम्स हैं, अवेलेबल स्कीम्स हैं।
थैंक यू। या
एक और छोटा सा पॉइंट जानना था कि अगर एमएसएमई फॉरेक्स लोन लेना चाहे तो विदाउट हेजिंग अलाउड है क्या? और बैंकर इसमें कुछ जैसे एफसीएनआर भी पहले होता था तो स्प्रेड रेट अलग अलग होती थी, तो हमें अपनी कॉस्ट गिरानी होती है अगर हम इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में कोई काम करना चाहते हैं, तो कॉस्ट इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर टू ऑल ऑफ अस, जो एमएसएमई के लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो बड़े वालों को तो जीडीआर रूट एंड सो मेनी थिंग्स आर देयर। आई होप सो कि आरबीआई परमिट भी करता है एमएसएमई के लिए, पर परमिशन फिजिकली होता नहीं है कभी भी। तो क्या इसका कोई रूट है क्या? और टिकट साइज क्या होती है? बैंकर लाते हैं या हमें खुद अरेंज करना होता है? इस पे अगर कुछ थोड़ा सा ज्ञान बताएं तो अच्छा होगा।
ऑन ए लाइटर नोट सर, हेलमेट पहनने का रूल होता है, हेलमेट नहीं पहनने का कोई रूल नहीं होता। हेजिंग इज हेलमेट।
हेलमेट पहनना ही है, नहीं पहनिएगा तो एक्सीडेंट होगा तो अपना ही सर फूटेगा। So this is the message bankers are giving. For stand-ups, it is now very clear that banks are running on public money. वो लोग भी 4% 5% पे ले करके हम लोग को 7% 8% पे दे रहा है। So they have to protect everybody's interest. At the same time, startups लोग को भी चलना है। So SIDBI and bankers are all coming with new schemes. तो इसका advantage हम लोग को लेना है and we have to take off. Now समय काफी हो गया है। We will maybe we'll take one more question from the last row, I think.
सर मेरा नाम अरिजीत दास है। मैं बाय प्रोफेशन डिफरेंट फाइनेंशियल प्रोडक्ट से डील करता हूँ। एक ही हमारा सवाल था कि जो सर लोग ने बोले कि पीएसबी 59 मिनट्स के जो एक अप्रूवल आती है, उसके बाद का मतलब स्टेप क्या है एक्चुअली? वो तो जैसे मैंने भी ट्राई कराया था, तो जैसे ब्रांच बैंक चूज हुआ, ब्रांचेस चूज हुई, सारे चीज ठीक है, उसके बाद की प्रोसेस क्या है? मतलब फिर तो ब्रांचेस में जाके डिसबर्समेंट के लिए
सर जैसा मैंने बताया कि आपको उसके फाइनल स्टेज में सैंक्शन लेटर मिल जाता है।
हाँ जी सर।
सैंक्शन लेटर आपके पास आ गया तो आप जिस बैंक उसमें बैंक सेलेक्ट हो जाता है, आप उस बैंक में चले जाएंगे। फिर उसके बाद चूंकि वहां आपने 2-3 चीज ही कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, वहां आपने जीएसटी डाला है, वहां आपने आईटीआई डाला है, वहां आपने अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट डाला है, लेकिन इसके अलावा केवाईसी है, बिजनेस जिस प्रीमाइसेस में हम करने जा रहे हैं वो उस प्रीमाइसेस में हमारा क्या अरेंजमेंट है, तो ये सारी चीजें देने के बाद आपको लोन डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करना है।
एक्चुअली सर उसमें कुछ जगह से फीडबैक ऐसे मिली है कि ये सैंक्शन नहीं है, एक प्री अप्रूव, मतलब ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ
दिस इज इन प्रिंसिपल सैंक्शन। इन प्रिंसिपली योर लोन इज सैंक्शन। तो उसके बियॉन्ड जो है केवल आपको डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करना होता है और अदर वैलिडिटी चेक करनी होती है।
मतलब वो उसका फिर रिजेक्ट होने का भी कोई चांसेस है क्या?
सर उसके रिजेक्ट होने के चांसेस नहीं होते हैं अनटिल अनलेस जैसे केवाईसी में सिविल निकलेगा, तो सिविल में अगर सिविल रिपोर्ट सही नहीं है, उसको सीएमआर बोलते हैं, उसमें आता भी है सीएमआर 5 वगैरह कुछ होता है, वहां हमको गो नो गो क्राइटेरिया है। अगर सीएमआर 5
जो सैंक्शन जो भी ये आती है, तो ये सारे सिविल रिपोर्ट वगैरह या बैंकिंग जो भी है या आईटी में जो भी है या जीएसटी का जो भी इनपुट है, ये सारे तो वेरीफाई करने के बाद ही जनरेट होती है।
सर उसमें एक कैच ये है कि सिविल को वो स्टॉप नहीं करता है। रीजन ये है कि सिविल अभी भी फुल प्रूफ नहीं है, तो सिविल के वजह से वो रिजेक्शन इसलिए नहीं करता है क्योंकि वो वहां सब्जेक्टिविटी हो जाती है। कई बार आप लोगों में से किसी का सिविल निकला होगा तो उसमें 2-2 पैन रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहे होंगे, 2-2 एड्रेस रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहे होंगे, तो उसके कारण अगर उस साइट पर रिजेक्ट करना शुरू करेगा तो काफी दिक्कतें होंगी। तो सिविल के फुल प्रूफ नहीं होने की वजह से वो सिविल वाली चीज को बाईपास करता है, वो उसको टच करता है उसकी रिपोर्ट निकालता है लेकिन उसको बाईपास करता है।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। अभी समय काफी कम होने की वजह से विल नाउ कंक्लूड। भूख भी सबको लग रही होगी। वी हैव हैड अ वेरी mutually beneficial discussions right now. Some questions had come up which was very valid. State Bank, Union Bank, SIDBI, तीनों बैंकर्स लोग के तरफ से अपने पूरे स्कीम्स को पूरा बढ़िया से एक्सप्लेन किया गया है। Now if anybody requires any personal requirements, they can always approach these banks. Our chartered accountant was here and she also gave lot of insightful requirements which is required, all probably statutory requirements. तो ये सब सबमिट करने पे बैंकर्स लोग को कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी फाइनेंस करने में। We have to take advantage of this. With these words, I thank the organizers. I thank all the audiences who were here for taking part in this discussions. Thank you very much. This session is over. There's another 2 sessions coming up. I think we'll have it after the lunch. Thank you very
बिल्कुल
much.
धन्यवाद सर, लेकिन ये ओवर नहीं होगा जब तक हम आपको स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान नहीं करेंगे। आज की इस मीट की तमाम स्मृतियां आपके जहन में जरूर होनी चाहिए। मैं सबसे पहले हेलो मैं निवेदन करूंगी मिस्टर फिलिप मैथ्यू सर से कि सर आप मंचासीन हमारे सभी अतिथियों को सर्वप्रथम आप अपनी तरफ से स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें अपने कर कमलों द्वारा। हमारे साथ मिस्टर आनंद कुमार, डीजीएम रीजनल हेड, यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया। तालियां आपकी तरफ से जरूर हो, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण तत्व सामने आए हैं। हमारे साथ मंच पर मनीष कुमार जी हैं। मैं निवेदन करती हूं उनको स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें सर। मिस्टर राजकुमार जी हैं यहाँ पर। मिस्टर राजकुमार सिंह, असिस्टेंट जनरल मैनेजर, स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज डेवलपमेंट बैंक। और मैथ्यू सर से ही निवेदन, मैडम को मिस कंचन माहेश्वरी सीए महोदया को आप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। धन्यवाद सर। और अब मैं को चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन करती हूँ श्री राकेश रंजन वर्मा जी से कि आज के हमारे सेशन मॉडरेटर मिस्टर फिलिप मैथ्यू को आप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। और सभी हमारे बैंकिंग पार्टनर्स और जो स्पॉन्सर्स हैं उन सभी का धन्यवाद करते हुए ऑल ऑफ यू आर इनवाइटेड फॉर लंच। आधे घंटे का समय हम लोग लेंगे क्योंकि हम लोग ऑलरेडी थोड़ा लेट चल रहे हैं, तो हम लोग कोशिश करें कि हाफ एन आवर के बाद हम लोग फिर से यहाँ पर इस हॉल में एकत्रित हों और नेक्स्ट सेशन हम शुरू कर सके और टाइमली उसको हम कंक्लूड कर सके। तो आप सभी आमंत्रित हैं लंच के लिए, कृपया लंच करें और उसके बाद हाफ एन आवर के बाद हम सभी फिर यहीं पर एकत्रित होंगे।
कदमों को मजबूती दे रहे हैं विश्व एक अधिक सक्षम भारत का।
एक दो 4-5 याद रहेगा, एक दो भूलेंगे।
Hello, hello, check. Normal. Check. Hello, check.
मगर लड़ रहे थे तक क्यों? बोला कि एंटीना की वजह से नहीं हो क्या रहा है ना, देखो यहाँ 12.2 है, यहाँ 9.1 है, ठीक है।
Hello, check, 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 check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
वो कह रहा है जानता है, इसका अगर फ्रीक्वेंसी
check, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello, check.
हेलो 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 माइक चेक। हेलो, कहाँ दिया, कनेक्शन ही नहीं दिया। हेलो 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 माइक चेक। हेलो, थोड़ा सा बढ़ा दो। हेलो हेलो, इसमें दो। हाँ, हेलो माइक चेक। हेलो हेलो, बढ़ाओ बढ़ाओ ना तुम ही।
Hello, check, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, check.
Amp off है.
Hello, check, check. Hello, hello, hello.
हेलो 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 माइक चेक। हेलो, हाँ हम देखते हैं। तुम्हें देखने से क्या होगा, मेरा मैं साउंड आना चाहिए, तुम अपने हिसाब से करे फिर। हेलो हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 4। हेलो, आवाज पहुंच रही है तो मैं निवेदन करूंगी फिर से एक बार हम सभी इस हॉल में एकत्रित हो जाएं ताकि आफ्टर लंच जो सेशन है उसको हम शुरू कर पाएं।
Hello, hello, check. Hello. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check, check.
आफ्टर लंच सेशन में फिर से आप सभी का हम बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं इस आईसीसी एमएसएमई बिजनेस मीट 2021 में। और अब हम अपना जो नेक्स्ट सेकेंड टेक्निकल सेशन है उसे हम शुरू करेंगे with the topic innovation and technical support for enhancing the productivity of MSME. And for this panel discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Bhola Singh, Director Technical PNP Central Coalfields Limited. सर आप प्लीज आए और मंच पर आसन ग्रहण करें। तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत अभिनंदन करें। I invite Mr. Amritanshu Prasad, Head Corporate Affairs, Adani Mining. नहीं आए। किसी कारण से वो उपस्थित नहीं है। Now I would like to invite Mr. Nishit Kumar, GM Rolling Mills, Mekon Limited. I invite Mr. Sanjay Sinha, Plant Head, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, Patratu. तालियों के साथ आप अभिनंदन करते रहें। I invite Mr. Mirazul Haq, Head Technical and Planning, Hindalco Industries Limited. आपका स्वागत है मंच पर। और मैं इनवाइट करती हूँ मिस उषा रानी झा, ओनर डायरेक्टर MP Mining and Energy, टाटा नगर। मंच पर आए मैम और आसन ग्रहण करें। स्वागत है मैम। Now I request Mr. Bhola Singh, Director Technical PNP Central Coalfields Limited, for your keynote address, sir. And after this address, you please moderate this plenary section.
Good afternoon, everybody. My fellow panelists on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, ladies, gentlemen, person from media. As we had session in the morning and we discussed so many things. Understand, financing is one of the most important aspects of MSME growth path. Has been very nicely covered in the previous session. Onto the next section, this is all related to technological things, innovations. This session, I would like to cover within an hour. I will take about 5 to 6 minutes, and I would request my fellow panelists to take 5 to 6 minutes. And we'll have a brief question and answer session. If it is covered, absolutely fine. Otherwise, we are available in the public domain. Anybody can contact us. The material has been in written form. Excuse me for reading and speaking. I'm sure that this meet arranged on such huge scale got to have a long-lasting imprint over the future of MSME in Jharkhand, in particular, in the region in general. CCL on its part is doing its bit and is committed to do much better in tandem with ICC guidelines and mentoring. I am of the firm belief that MSME are the drivers of economic growth through financial inclusions of the vast population of the country. Few figures I would like to quote here. MSME are contributing about 45% to industrial output, 40% to exports, as well as providing employment to over 70 million people. It provides about 90% of total GDP of India. Chairman sir has already covered all this in his keynote address. The role of innovation by MSMEs. Innovations and technological advancement can play a significant role in development of MSME and thereby increasing their contribution to GDP of nation. Innovation can take form of product innovation, process innovation, product quality and standardization, savings or more efficient use of input, use of alternative material in production, installation of new machinery, etc. Main barriers to innovations by MSMEs are people and skill is a barrier, which we have discussed in the morning session as well. Development and implementation of any innovation demands. It demands a skill level. MSME are generally unable to recruit a high skilled workforce due to financial constraints. It's very obvious. Finance is a barrier, as we had been discussing in the morning session as well. Sometimes banks are not very much interested, though they speak of very high. Information as a barrier. Information barrier refers to access to information on technology and markets. Infrastructure as a barrier. Ability of a firm to use laboratories and research facilities inside and or outside the premise exerts a significant influence on the capability to develop R&D innovations, and that is a barrier to innovations. The limited availability of shared testing laboratories and research is seen as a barrier by many MSMEs. Market factors as a barrier to innovations. Market factors have an important role to play in innovation. Market characteristics such as competition, protectionist nature, dominance and monopoly, among others, affect a firm's ability to innovate, especially product and market related innovations. A scheme and initiatives which had been also discussed in the morning session by Dr. Sahu and many learned speakers. It says public procurement policy by Government of India mandates 25% of procurement by MSME, including 5% from STSC and 3% from women vendors. Ministry of MSME has developed 18 technology centers, which were previously known as tool rooms, 10 numbers, and technology development centers, 8 numbers, spread across the country. To spread the technology centers, reach the ministry has also started 15 new TCs for which the construction work has already been started at various places across the country. The technology center, its vital role is to assist MSME venture in the country through access to advanced technology, giving technical advisory support and talented labor by offering open doors for technical skill development to use at different levels extending from school dropouts to graduates and engineers. The International Cooperation Scheme, the Ministry of MSME offers the International Cooperation Scheme, which helps fund MSME to participate in international exhibitions and events to get access to the latest technology. Next, the Ministry of MSME has initiated various schemes for technology upgradation. One of these is incubation scheme, which is very common as of now in industries, which provides opportunity to the innovators in developing and nurturing their innovative ideas for the production of new products or services. The core objective of the scheme is to promote and support untapped creativity of individuals as well as to promote adoption of latest technology in manufacturing and knowledge-based innovatives. The scheme will include mentoring support in business and technology, networking with other business, seed capital assistance, professional assistance to make the enterprise successful and achieve higher growth. Technology-based new enterprises are generally characterized as high risk and high growth business, and they require an empowering environment like VIs to enhance the prospects of accomplishment. Apart from the incubation schemes, there are many other programs and policies of the Ministry of MSME, which helps in technological upgradation such as technology upgradation and quality certification, credit-linked capital subsidy for technology upgradation, science and technology scheme for choir, etc. The next point is the ministry also provides awareness on protection of ideas and innovations by the medium of a scheme like IPRs. The purpose of the IPR scheme is to increase the awareness among the MSMEs about intellectual property rights, to take measures for protecting their ideas and business strategies. This is very important. Reservation of 358 items for MSME, which provides protection to MSME for competition from large firms and provides them assured market. Requirement of clearance of MSME bills within 45 days by government organizations and PSUs, and provisions of penal interest for delay in payment beyond 45 days is intended to ensure timely payment to MSMEs. Information technology plays an essential role in escalating the profitability of organization. It also gives rise to competitiveness among small and medium enterprises, making them think about the research and development along with the availability of the latest technology. Ministry has launched a robust information and communication technology based internet grievances monitoring system portal called Champions. It can be very well accessed on the website. The Champions stand for creation and harmonious application of modern process for increasing the output and national strength. The Champions portal is a combination of technologies formed to help guide, empower, ease, and support the MSME sector of the country. I'm sure these were the broad lines which I thought very relevant to speak out today. Morning session, I was talking more about what an innovation and technological invention means. I'll tell you very correctly, I'm again confining myself to mining. It is the technological intervention, and that too through digitization, which eliminates our inefficiency. Mining is such a process where human factor has a great role. I mean, it can do minus infinity plus infinity. Why to depend on human resource? The moment you ask for automation, you need technology. The moment you resort to technology, these things are eliminated at the grassroots itself. A machine cannot deliver minus infinity to plus infinity. It has a limitation, it has a capacity. It can at most say for 100%, it will deliver 120%. So then only accuracy will come. As far as promoting MSMEs, I see great potential in mining sector because everybody is trying to just care about the stakeholders. As a public sector, we have a great accountability for the stakeholders who has given us land. And it is our equal duty to protect them, protect their livelihood, nurture them, bring to the level. And we try to see the prospect where they can be accommodated at any point of time. So the amelioration of their situation is taken very smartly. So this was all from my end, and thank you all for patient hearing. Thank you very much. As I mentioned, So our fellow panelists will be given 5 to 6 minutes time. Please try to confine your discussion within that and make it a very lively discussion afterwards. So I would request Mr. Nishit Kumar to please give your deliberation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nishit from Macon Limited. First of all, I would like to thank ICC for giving us an opportunity to discuss the issues facing MSMEs today. As already elaborated by previous speakers today, MSMEs play a very vital role in the economy of our country. The recent call by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji regarding vocal for local can never be achieved if MSMEs don't participate. Indian MSME sector contributes to about 30% of national GDP. And out of the MSMEs, presently, around 1/3 is involved in manufacturing sector and another 1/3 is in trading sector. So this session is on enhancement of productivity of MSMEs through innovation and technical support. So this topic basically relates to MSMEs which are involved in manufacturing. So what is innovation? We in India have always seen abundant local creativity. In day-to-day parlance, we call it jugaad. So innovation basically is to work around lack of resources to get your goal, to achieve what you want with the help of resources which are available at hand. Why you need to innovate? You want improvement in quality, you want reduction in cost of production, you want timely delivery, and you want to fulfill some present or future needs. These are the reasons you want to innovate. For innovation in manufacturing sector, one of the key factors is transfer of technology. Because certain technology may not be available with you locally, so you would like to imbibe some technology, indigenous or imported, for betterment in your industry. So for imbibement of new technology, what are the things required? You should be aware of the technology. Yes, certain technology is available, which is better than what I am doing. You have to assess that technology, whether that technology is suitable for me or not, whether that technology is acceptable to you and to your people, your workforce. Will you be in a position to learn that technology? And what will be the usage to extent to which you can use that technology? Two key parameters which has to be kept in mind while going for a new technology is perceived usefulness of that technology and ease of use for that technology. For going to the technical support for enhancement of productivity in MSMEs, there are certain steps which can be taken by the MSMEs, because normally MSMEs in manufacturing sector, which we have seen and interacted with, we see that they are not very, you can say, structured in their working and operations. So in introduction of standard operating practices and standard maintenance practices will go a long way in increasing their efficiency and hence productivity. With the introduction of SOPs and standard maintenance practices, what will we achieve? We can optimize the use of available resources. You can minimize downtime. You can minimize the expenditure incurred on maintenance. And you can also minimize on the consumables or the raw materials which are being used in the process. This will reduce the cost of production. Then one more step is introduction of energy efficient technologies in MSMEs. Particularly, I will talk about steel sector. In steel sector, in MSMEs, we have recommended use of VVVF AC drives instead of conventional DC drives. This helps in reduction of power consumption. Then technical audit of a plant is also very necessary. Periodic technical audit gives you an insight into whether the technology or the equipment you are using, whether those are up to date or have gone into obsolescence. Periodic health study of your plant and equipment is also necessary, because this tells you something about whether some equipment needs maintenance, augmentation, repair, or replacement. It also gives you an idea about the residual life of the plant. Many small units, manufacturing units in MSME sector, they are using, the handling of in-process job is the main activity, because some value addition is done at one work point, and then the material has to be transported to some other point for further working. So this becomes the main bottleneck. In today's world, this some suit to that plant, tailor-made material handling facilities can be introduced, which are ergonomic in nature and will help in reducing the downtime and increasing productivity. We can also think of benchmarking of certain parameters with peers and best practices being followed elsewhere. And these parameters may be energy, operating hours, consumptions, and consumables. Further, to increase the efficiency and to reduce rejections, automation can be introduced for repetitive type of jobs. One of the basic problems today's MSMEs face, particularly in satellite areas, is the lack of skilled manpower. So skill development is also one of the activities which can be undertaken. Then government has already taken certain initiatives for the MSMEs, which has already been talked by my previous speakers in the previous session, so I will not talk on that. One more approach which can improve the working and efficiency of the MSMEs is the introduction of cluster approach. This cluster approach is working very fine in certain parts of Maharashtra, Odisha, Punjab, Tamil Nadu. The cluster approach is basically an area where MSMEs which are working in the same field, similar product are located at a place where the common infrastructural facilities are provided by the local government, like land, power, environmental clearances, roads. These are all developed by government, and common facilities, and these clusters have common facilities which can be used by all participating MSMEs, like laboratories, medical facilities. So we have prepared a report for Odisha government for their Vision 2030 regarding this, where we had proposed 3 specialized clusters, one for aluminium, one for stainless steel, and one for steel in Odisha. Similarly, in Jharkhand also, we can have this cluster approach. Jamshedpur is already having this sort of arrangement. Similar arrangements can be made in other locations also, like Bokaro can be done. MECON's role in innovation and technical support for MSMEs. MECON in past, in association with UNDP, had collaborated with MSMEs in steel sector for enhancing their efficiency and productivity. We had undertaken training programs for operators in MSMEs involved in re-rolling mills producing rebars and coils, cold rolled coils. This was done around 15 years back, and we are still open to any such activity undertaken by any agency. We will collaborate with them. One more field with the announcement of new vehicle scrapping policy by our Prime Minister. With this act coming into force, we will have availability of scraps locally, and need will arise for setting up of MSMEs for scrapping of vehicles, for scrap management, for remelting the scrap and producing using that for production. So in this area, mini mills can be planned in the areas where scrap generation is there, with locally available scrap, and through electric arc furnace and combined mill, the scrap can be produced, can be converted to sellable product like rebar within 2 hours. And the cost and area requirement is also minimal. So we can also help any entrepreneurs interested in this area to set up this type of facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. You have given a deep insight to what MSME should be supported in the ways formulation, including formulation of SOPs for manufacturing maintenance, condition-based maintenance system. Then you talked about benchmarking of different energy parameters, I mean, say energy parameters, working hours, the norms for rejections and reduction, clustered system, and MECON's role through UNDP in developing the industry and its benchmarking. One important topic I thought you would have definitely taken up. Steel plants are using coking coal, and their blast furnace design needs modification to the extent of stamp charging. As a coal producing company, we are also producing coking coal, and we are washing by washeries. So if this percentage could be taken to the higher level, presently it is about 10 to 15%. And I'm quite optimistic that if stamp charging by suitable technological intervention takes place, so it can go up to 50%. So we will interact with you in future. This is all about what you have briefly told. So if there is any question we can take up, or we can take up question at the end. So if there is no question, we will go to the next speaker. Mrs. Usha Rani Jha, Honor Director, MP Mining and Energy, Tata Nagar. I would request you to give your views.
Good evening. Just a minute. Good evening, all of you. से चलाना पड़ेगा यहीं से। काम नहीं कर रहा है।
Will it take some time? कुछ समय लगेगा आपको क्या ठीक करने में?
Good evening, Abhishek sir, Parma ji, Nitish ji, my fellow panelists, Sanjay Sinha ji, Mirazul Haq ji, and my learned audience. A very good evening once again to all of you. I'm today given the topic, role of innovation and technological upgradation in growth of MSMEs and their development, both growth and development of MSMEs. Now, as explained by many of us, that MSME is range of industries or companies right from 0 to 250 crore turnover. शून्य से लेकर 250 करोड़ के टर्नओवर के अंदर की जो कंपनीज हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, वो MSMEs के अंदर आती हैं. For me, there are many definitions of innovations. For me, innovation is any creative addition in value seen by your customer in your product, in your sale. आपके खुद में जो वैल्यू एडिशन है, अगर आपके कस्टमर को समझ आता है, वो ही इनोवेशन है. Another thing, technological upgradation, that is the growth of a company. Growth of a company, for me, it is the growth in quality, quantity of product, sale, increase in sale, and increase in plant capacity. So all these are, for me, according to me, it is the innovation and it is technological upgradation. Few things you can see on screen, which is as per use when we search upon Google, when we see the write-up of very learned people, how they see the innovation. We can see upon board, and the innovation is there The purpose of innovation is to continuously grow. It is not a time-bound growth. You have to grow continuously and renew your enterprise with new, better product and more efficient processes. Both innovation and entrepreneurship are closely linked. We all know that necessity is the mother of innovation and invention. पुराने समय में पत्थर को घिसकर आग निकालते थे, वहां से माचिस बनाने से लेकर रॉकेट बनाना तक और आज की विभिन्न चीजें, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, वी ऑल नो अबाउट पेगा. So all these are the result of innovation and technical upgradation and use of technical tools to achieve innovations. What all entrepreneurs need? They need fundamental knowledge and set of skills to be successful. They need all entrepreneurs, they need courageous patience and lot of sincere hard work to be a successful entrepreneur. All human changes are, all progresses are, as I mentioned you about the rubbing of stones to produce fire. All these changes, all these improvements are the technological upgradation. Abhijit sir, you must agree with what I am saying. We all also know about Z, zero defect and zero effect technology. It is India's the modern or the most new technological business model for MSMEs. Z focuses on zero air, land, and water pollutions, zero wastage of natural resources, and it reduces cost of production. Cloud computing, we all know the contribution of digital knowledge in innovation and growth of MSMEs. It is a way to use IT infrastructure, software to manage business, and government also supports this model by giving subsidies. Artificial intelligence, I heard many of us panelists, they shared about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is creating exciting possibilities nowadays in upgrading business through innovation and technological supports. And it can really provide business values. It can predict business behavior very seamlessly neat. Though PEGA system is not accepted by nowadays many countries and all, but we must accept that it is leader in software for digital transformation. It can help the world's leading organizations to achieve breakthrough business results. Yes, there are many challenges faced by entrepreneurs. In short, I must explain or I must share while sharing my views today. Funding. Funding is the most painful area where SMEs are finding themselves unable. They have got all skills, they have got all knowledge, but with lack of funding, they cannot achieve their goals. Funding can be arranged from friends, relatives, family members, or some angels who is a wealthy person can support your business with his money and with his ideas and with his contacts. Second comes bank. Bank supports with different kinds of loans, but in return, bank is asking for all your personal guarantee where your personal things are upon stake. Why bank is doing it? Because bank is not certain, not confident that once loan given to MSMEs, they will give it, they will return it back on time and honestly. Then comes government. Government supports MSMEs by giving grants, giving subsidies, and sometimes providing guarantee to the loans taken by the MSMEs through banks. Lack of business knowledge, yes, proper and complete lack of business knowledge is also there. And entrepreneurs, we know nobody is born entrepreneur. We have to make ourselves entrepreneur by continuous learning and with experiences. Competitor analysis has to be there. Who is our competitor? We have to be better than them, and we have to explain to the market that we are continuously making better product and growing our business. Entrepreneurial mindset is also essential. We did not have any doubt in our mind regarding our businesses. Foresight and business value is also essential. It is, we have to continuously think about how to grow our business. And there has to be smart and prompt solutions to any problem in our business. This was only, I was given 5-7 minutes time. So this I shared about the role of innovation and technical upgradation, technological upgradation in growth of business. For me, I would like to share with fellow panelists and my lovely audience who are listening me very carefully and sincerely that my business with all these ingredients, for last 3.5 years, I'm working. We are the largest and fastest manufacturer of steel abrasives. And for last 3 and 5 years, we competed with the players who were in market for last few decades. We are also giving competition to world market by reducing import of shorts abrasives, steel abrasives in India by 20%. I had been chosen by Times of India group and was given the award of Best SME for my innovations. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for giving me chance to share my views among you. Such a wonderful dais. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Jha. You basically focused on elements of production, technological intervention through digital intervention, use of artificial intelligence, clouding, computing technology, just to bring continual improvement in production and quality to leverage the best of an industry can do. We are glad to know that you have basically challenged established business houses through your intervention by innovations and technological improvement So that probably gives this house a great comfort that you are really doing something very extraordinary in nature, and you have been awarded for that. So it's a great pleasure hearing you. If you can have question, definitely we'll take up, or we'll take up at the end of the session. It's up to you. We can take up 2-3 questions if you wish. So if it is okay, then we'll go to the next speaker. Mr. Sanjay Sinha is plant head, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, Patratu. We will listen to him. Thank you.
Good evening, respected panelists, all my friends, gentlemen and ladies. First of all, I must thank to ICC for bringing together, at least given a good platform to MSME. They should come together and interact with each other, as well as the manufacturers like us. We are in the steel business. We have power and we are buying a lot of raw material as well as the spares and consumables. The topic is innovation and technical support. Means it is not only the technology which has to be taken care, but innovation comes when we have the constraints. And if there is a constraint, we have to think differently how to overcome it. It may be finance, it may be technology, it may be raw material, it may be supply chain, marketing, anything. In recent past 2.5 years, especially Indian industry, all kind of Western industries has suffered a lot. And MSME has suffered more because in India, they are not exposed to the export. There are a lot of approvals are required, though they have the quality manufacturing, but the confidence to export, to have in that business, due to that, they have suffered more than what the larger manufacturers suffered. Many of the people have lost their job. And as far as the skill development is concerned, skill is something which has to be developed every day. And more often what we have observed, what we think, when we read, when we see, that is enough. Ultimately, the workforce which is working on the ground, whether it is a small scale industry or larger scale industry, they have to be updated every day. And in India, unfortunately, we don't have that training facility on the job. We have ITIs, we have engineering colleges, we have diplomas, but when we look forward for the technical support for development of the workers, the skilled people who are working on day-to-day basis, still they have the mindset of working as old technologies. Through ICC, we can have the opportunity, all MSME, they can take the advantage of larger industries, those who are automated, they are working on cash management, how to manage the cash, how to manage the inventory, how to manage the finished goods, because taking loan is one part, but managing cash is more than above what we are thinking of the loan. I have visited 2-3 small scale industries where I saw a lot of scraps were lying, a lot of dolomites were lying. Just I asked their owners, why there are a lot of scraps you have purchased and you are not using? He told, we got it at cheapest price, so we bought it. Their cash has been blocked. They don't have the money to circulate. So innovation, for the innovation and development, they don't have the money. And the biggest challenge today is managing cash. If you have enough cash to rotate, then you can rotate your business. If we are blocking anywhere in finished goods, in working capital, or through inventory or even WIP, if you are blocking our cash, then whatever loan you take, ultimately it has, one day it will be a burden for any kind of industry or any kind of person. So innovation comes when we have the challenges, and challenges comes when we see the world and we see around us what development the world is developing. We have example of Hindustan Motors. One time Ambassador car was one of the leading and only one leading manufacturer of car, but today they are not there in the market. The only reason they could not match their technology as per the demand of the people or technology. Same thing is with HMD Ghadi. Everywhere we have seen HMD watches, but today they are not there. Same, everything is on technology, and it is good that ICC has bought a platform, and I request, even though we are having manufacturing sectors of MSME, those who are manufacturing a lot of things, but we don't know. We are looking at different states, even for import, to get all those materials. So I request ICC again to have a bigger platform so that all the MSMEs can have their, at least their product, what they are manufacturing, what the raw material they are using, what are the challenges they are facing, so that in Jharkhand, at least as far as the industries are concerned, especially the manufacturing industries, they are like Tata Steel is there, in Bokaro Steel is there, we are here, Jindal Steel and Power Limited is there. So we are open up to help, but we don't know whom to help and how to help. So it is a good platform what ICC, and thank to Mr. Abhijit Ghosh, who has taken a special initiative, and he tried to bring all the people on same platform. So I hope within very short period we will have another session of this, and where a lot of MSMEs will be on one platform with other industries. So we can have one-to-one interaction. Then it will bring a common platform. What is the demand today for larger industries in terms of raw material or finished goods, or even some part of this finished goods, what is their raw material we can provide, but we don't know. Even they don't know from where we can get a better price, because today in India or anywhere in the world, transportation cost is very high. And if somebody is in 50 kilometers of periphery and somebody is bringing it from 2000 kilometers, then all the margins vanishes. So it is a question of only interaction, know each other, and what is the constraint. So if we find the constraint, all the innovation, whether it's technical or financing or anything, it will overcome. So I don't take so much of time, because we are already late. So thank you so much, sir, for giving us the opportunity to give our views. And we are always, Jindal Steel and Power Limited is always open for MSMEs, and we have a lot of business with them also. So any help is required for MSME development, we are always open. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for eloquent views on production element, right from labor forces to their trainability, their skill development, issues related to financing, the importance of technological innovations, the Hindustan Motor cases. I can also quote a case. It's a very good presentation by you. And ultimately, you are given your thought for participation of MSME at different stages of manufacturing supply chain system. Suitable intervention by government through ICC approach could be a better enabling condition to improve the status of MSME business, what we have today. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll go to the next speaker, Mr. Haq. Virajul Haq is Head of Technical and Planning, Hindalco Industries.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ICC, for organizing this beautiful session event, you can say. And Hindalco, you must be surprising why Hindalco is here, because we are a large corporate. We are, you can say, we are one of the biggest metal company in India, but still we are here. You must be understanding why, thinking why we are here. But just in the morning session, Mr. Bhola Singh explained that the now model is the outsourcing model. Around 80% of our core job, production, maybe it is MDO, maybe it is exploration, is outsourced to the third party. So here comes your opportunity, I think. Because 80% is a huge amount, you can say. Our cost could be your revenue. So this is your opportunity. So I know post-lunch session is really tough one, but still I want to start with a little story about innovation. Innovation is not about just making a new product. It could be a new idea even. I am sure you know about our Muri plant. 2 years back, we had a tremendous problem about red mud because this plant is operating since last 60-70 years. Whatever land we had taken during that point of time, that is completely exhausted. We don't have any land to dump more red mud. We had to close the plant for a few months. And there was some restriction that we need to have a land, then only we can dump the red mud. Otherwise, we can't do that. I think you have heard that story. Certainly, there is some option because my previous speaker spoke about the necessity is the mother of innovation or invention. So when it comes like that situation, we try to find out, is there any solution for red mud? Initially, we thought to find some land nearby, but we could not get because getting land in Jharkhand is really tough. So we thought that can we do something with this red mud? Red mud is nothing but a waste material from bauxite, because from bauxite we take out the alumina and the left out material you can say red mud. So what to do with red mud? Then a lot of R&D work went on, and ultimately we found that red mud can be used a key raw material for cement industry. Now, not only Muri, we have 4 refineries all over India. In India, Renukot is nearby, and Utkal is quite big one in Orissa, and one is in Maharashtra. So from all 4 plants, we are selling red mud. Yesterday it was a problem, now it's an opportunity for us. So this is, you can say, one sort of innovation. You can change your problem to a opportunity. So similarly, as our Honorable Chief Minister said, other speaker in inaugural session spoke about that Jharkhand mineral state, around 35 to 40% minerals are there in Jharkhand. But we never know how much is there, still unexplored maybe. And if you see major metal and mining company, Tata Steel, Vedanta, your Adani, Hindalco, Coal India, they operate 3 subsidiaries in Jharkhand. So all mining and minerals. But if you see, not only expansion, even in operational improvement also, we can do a lot of R&D, lot of innovation in mining itself. Just to give you some example, like few years, we have done around exploration. Our mining division is not big in Jharkhand, but in last 3 years, we have spent around 30 crore for exploration. But unfortunately, we had to call exploration contractor from outside Jharkhand, from Delhi, that you can do exploration. Similarly, in surveying also, you must be knowing that theodolite was the key for surveying. But nowadays we are using drone technology for surveying because it is very easy and everywhere we are using. And maintaining that drone, implementing that drone technology in all our mines. We don't have local vendor or maybe renowned vendor in Jharkhand to use that technology. Again, we have to hire from either Hyderabad or Bangalore. So there is a huge opportunity in recent technology. And if you talk about that material handling in mining and bulk material, transportation, coal, bauxite, iron ore, it's a transportation. So there are a lot of innovation is going on. So I think you could be one of the parties for that, to take part into that. Now coming to the digitization, in last few years, especially boost from COVID, you can say, we have done a lot of innovation in our minds in terms of digitization. I remember 3 years back, we used to get a daily report by our mail Excel that how much production, how much trucks and all those things. And people is feeding, somebody is reviewing, something like that. Now we have automated everything and it is taking the data from Weighbridge, from mines itself and getting this data into the dashboard. Even my corporate people can see on real-time basis, maybe one day after or maybe real time. In bauxite transportation, we are having a plan for complete digitization of supply chain. In coal, we are also using 15 million ton coal for our power plant. We have complete digitization from source to consumption. And for that digitization, we have outsourced all the job to big companies like Infosys, Accenture. But Infosys and Accenture, what they do, they took the job from us and they have again subcontracted to the startup company. And those startup company from Bangalore, Hyderabad, or maybe Delhi. So all these opportunities still there in mining. And I think as everybody said that there is a scope for MSME in terms of funding, in terms of innovation funding. So I think you can think of that. And there is a huge opportunity. As Hindalco, even though we have a very small operation in Jharkhand, we have so much opportunity. And I expect that CCL, BCCL, ECL, Coal India as a whole in mining, and other companies like Tata Steel, JSPL, and other, they will have similar type of opportunity. So opportunity is huge. You need to explore, you need to think, you need to discuss that what sort of job we can do. Again, I want to mention that around 70 to 80% job is mostly outsourced. And if I remember, few months back, we are talking to Atlas Copco, a manufacturer from abroad. They want to supply some equipment to our mines, but they can't do the servicing. They need some expert people or expert group to do that servicing. So that scope is also coming in future for MSME. Maybe they can do maintenance work, they can do overall support, part support, everything. So in mining sector, especially in Jharkhand, opportunity is unlimited. Just we need to open our eyes. So that's all. I want to thanks once again to ICC as well as other key member, Mr. Abhijit Ghosh, for inviting us in Hindalco. And I think this is a good platform for us to interact with our supplier and MSME. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ragh. Broadly, you spoke on many things. The idea of waste to wealth, rate of no use. You created wealth out of it. Beautiful idea. So is the case in coal mining too. OB to sand is a new concept. OB to some porcelain material under the study at BIT Misra. Beautiful ideas, you can create wealth. Secondly, you said about technological intervention. I'll tell you, in mining where high degree of mechanization is there are operatorless truck. 1,000 kilometers away, people are controlling it. So that is a state of art of doing mining. So it's a very good thing. entry of MSME in service sector, that is very important. See, buying equipment is very easy, but maintaining is a tough job. So if we can have capability in terms of MSME, it's just too good for everybody, for all stakeholders, for community. Thank you so much. This session was dedicated to full of technological innovations through and how we can advance on MSMEs, share more in business. All speakers spoke very well. I open the house for discussion. Any question?
Sir, you mentioned in your deliberation that you are now open to give technical assistance to MSMEs, right? So whom to contact and what will be the process and what would be the rough charges that will be charging? So here in Ranchi office only? So it is now open because we basically come from MSME and we are scared that this is for larger industry.
Any more question?
Sir, just I want to know number of representative from Jindal, because already we are previously we are supplying some weighing machine system, but few year back we are not getting any inquiry, or although we are not visiting the plants, but we will want to contact once again.
Can you repeat what you are asking?
Sir, I want your mobile number.
Pardon?
Your mobile number, sir.
Mobile number.
Okay, I'll give you my card.
Okay.
So I think we finish this session with your cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gosap. I promise you to complete in time.
Now we are going to present mementos. Sir, may I request Mr. Bhola Singh to present mementos to all our honorable guests present on the dais. सबसे पहले मैं निवेदन करूंगी मिस्टर भोला सिंह सर से कि मिस्टर निशित कुमार GM मेकॉन लिमिटेड को आप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें सर। तालियां आपकी तरफ से हों। मिस्टर संजय सिन्हा सर को प्रेजेंट करें। मिस्टर भोलानाथ सिंह सर से निवेदन है, इसको थोड़ा बढ़ाइए। मिस्टर सर भोलानाथ सिंह सर आपको प्रेजेंट करेंगे। भोलानाथ सिंह सर से निवेदन है सर मिस्टर मिराजुल हक साहब को आप मिनट प्रदान करें। मिस्टर भोला सिंह सर से निवेदन, अब मैं मिस उषा रानी झा को आमंत्रित करती हूँ, आपको प्रेजेंट करेंगे मेमेंटो श्री भोला सिंह जी। और श्री भोला सिंह जी को मेमेंटो देने के लिए सर मैं चेयरमैन सर को आमंत्रित करती हूँ। अभिजीत घोष सर से निवेदन। मिस्टर भोला सिंह डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल PNP CCL। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और इस पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए आप सभी को हम धन्यवाद करते हैं। सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मंच से नीचे आसन ग्रहण करें आप सभी। और अब हम लोग समय बिना गवाए थर्ड पैनल डिस्कशन शुरू करेंगे। और इसके लिए मैं सबसे पहले आमंत्रित करती हूं मंच पर डॉक्टर सविता सिंगर, वीसी झारखंड राय यूनिवर्सिटी। मंच पर स्वागत है मैम, प्लीज आसन ग्रहण करें। मैं आमंत्रित करती हूं मिस्टर मनीष कुमार, कमिटी चेयरमैन आईसीसी झारखंड स्टेट काउंसिल कमिटी एग्रीकल्चर एंड फूड प्रोसेसिंग एंड फाउंडर सीएमडी डायनामिक तरंग प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। मंच पर मैं आमंत्रित करती हूं मिस आशा डब्ल्यू विश्वास, चीफ जनरल मैनेजर सीएमएस मेकॉन लिमिटेड। आप आए और मंच पर आसन ग्रहण करें। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूं मिस्टर गणेश रेड्डी, सीईओ एंड सेक्रेटरी सिटीजन फाउंडेशन। गणेश, अच्छा। Mr. A.K. Saxena, Chairman Board of Governors, Sustainable Development Forum, the Institution of Engineers, Ranchi। सर मंच पर आप आसन ग्रहण करें। मंच पर आप सभी का हम बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं इस पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए विद द टॉपिक एमएसएमई सपोर्ट टुवर्ड्स सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स। और इसके पहले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर सविता सागर, वीसी झारखंड राय यूनिवर्सिटी, फॉर योर की नोट एड्रेस मैम, एंड देन प्लीज मॉडरेट दिस सेशन।
Thank you so much. I'll sit and speak. Yeah. And thank you so much for this opportunity, Mr. Ghosh. And I'm pleased to introduce our panel here for MSME support towards sustainable development goals. Before moving further with this panel discussion, I would like to touch upon one aspect which is very important in this discussion is what are sustainable development goals. Since morning we have been discussing MSMEs, role of MSMEs, technology, other things, but so far sustainable development goals have not been discussed. So I'll start with that. What are SDGs? In 2015, United Nations member states, they adopted 2030 agenda for development, which provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. At this heart are 17 sustainable development goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries, whether they are developed or developing, in a global partnership. They recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. These sustainable development goals, which are also known as global goals, were adopted by the United Nations as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. Very ambitious goals, of course. What are these sustainable development goals? Goal number 1, no poverty. 0 hunger, goal number 2. Then good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, quality of life below water, quality of life on the land, promote peaceful and inclusive societies, and build institutions who can provide access to justice and peace, and partnerships to achieve the goal. I am not going into details of these goals because of my panelists are there. They will discuss it further because we do not have the time to go into detail of each. But we may have noticed that these goals are interlinked and integrated in nature to ensure that the purpose of agenda is realized. If we realize our ambition across the full extent of this agenda, the lives of all will be profoundly improved and our world will be transformed for the better. And we'll leave a much, much better world for our future generations to come. That is why this agenda has been adopted. Now we are discussing today here, what is the contribution of MSMEs into it? How can micro, small, and medium industries support towards achieving these goals by the country and eventually by the world? What are MSMEs? We have been discussing it since morning. What are MSMEs? They are the major contributor in the socio-economic development of the society, of the country. That is why we are discussing it, their role, because it is so important, their contribution towards achieving these sustainability and the sustainable development goals. They are the growth accelerators of the economy, contributing about 30% of the country's GDP. And in terms of exports also, they are an integral part of the supply chain and contribute about 40% of the overall exports. We are aware that MSMEs play an important role in employment generation. That means ending poverty and hunger at the base of the pyramid. Very, very important aspect which they are looking into already. The sector has also contributed immensely with respect to entrepreneurship development also, especially in semi-urban and rural economies also. That is the most important role of MSMEs. They are reaching to the base. That is where we have to start when we are talking of sustainability here. They also play a very important part in the wider ecosystem where the startups come up. Startups are also part of these MSMEs where the innovation in technologies, new ideas come up. These are also an integral part to the sustainability when we are talking about. These sustainable development goals, they are very ambitious and they require transformation of public and private activities. If we really want to achieve these goals, we really have to transform the way we do our business more ethically and more sustainably. When we are talking of transforming the way we do business, that is going to open huge business opportunities for all the MSMEs and other people also associated with it. So in this panel discussion, I hope my fellow panelists will touch upon the business opportunities that come with our ambition of achieving these goals also. Thus, it becomes very significant that we discuss relevance, role, and contribution of micro, small, and medium enterprises to these 17 sustainable development goals. We are aware the role of MSMEs in the economic activity, employment generation we have just spoken about. MSMEs, they are doing a great in agriculture and food processing. And as a service provider in education, healthcare, water, sanitation, and more importantly, as energy users and polluters also of the society. That's why this particular aspect, with lots of environmental footprints, through these lenses, it is possible to establish direct and indirect linkages to the achievement of sustainable goals. While we are sitting here, my fellow panelists, I'll introduce to them, they'll be touching upon these areas. What are the new business opportunities? What are the new business models? How we can support achieving these goals? We have with us Mr. A.K. Saxena, my super senior, Chairman, Board of Governors, Sustainable Development Forum, the Institution of Engineers, Jharkhand. Then, I'm so sorry. The Institutions of Engineers, India. No. India, yes. I'm sorry. Wider scope, yes. Then we have Mr. Manish Kumar. He's an entrepreneur himself. He's a founder, CMD Dynamic Tarang Private Limited. And he is very passionate about when he speaks about agriculture and food processing. And he comes with lots of experience. And he's also a chairman of ICC Jharkhand State Council Committee, Agriculture and Food Processing. Then we have with us beautiful Miss Asha Biswas with us. She's a Chief General Manager, CMS Mekon Limited. She also brings a totally different perspective. It's a very diverse panel we have with the different perspectives. Before I hand it over to my panelists, I would like to touch myself upon two aspects of these SDGs. One is education, because that's where I come from, and another is gender equality, because that is very close to our hearts. When I say of education, because quality education is very important, the third or fourth development goal, and very important, it has a wider impact on all other goals also. How can MSMEs contribute towards this education when we are talking quality education? There is huge scope, and unfortunately it has not been I would say tapped by the MSMEs and the education both, while we discuss the industry academia linkages all the time, but the way it can be tapped has not happened, unfortunately. I hope through this discussion and through ICC, when we are interacting with the MSMEs, the entrepreneurs, probably will find solutions to it. There is one, MSMEs can be education provider themselves in vocational and skill training directly, and indirectly they can contribute by collaborating with higher educational institutes or technical institutes. How? I'll list out a couple of things. First is they can hugely contribute by suggesting changes in the curriculum, because what is happening these days, just having a degree does not mean a good employment. We have lots of educated unemployed youth because they are not skilled and trained for the industry. They do not fit into the industry. Why? Because our industry has no, of course, education as an institute, we are also at fault, but our industry has also not come forward and give their inputs. Oh, this is what you guys are doing wrong. This is how we can improve the quality education. That is an initiative, because at the end, these skilled people will go back to our these MSMEs only in most of the times, or elsewhere also. Second is there is very important scheme, I would say, from the Government of India, which is Board of Practical Training is the coordinator for Eastern region from Kolkata, where the central government actually pays MSMEs to take interns and apprentices from earlier from technical educational institutes. Recently, they have actually widened the scope to the non-technical courses also. But what is happening, big corporates are still taking apprentices and interns every year. And I'm a member of Board of Practical Training also, in Board of Governors. So what is happening, the role of MSMEs is very, very, I would say, cold. They are not very forthcoming in this, although irrespective of the fact that Government of India is paying is reimbursing these apprentice amount, which stipend which is being paid by the companies. If our MSMEs come forward and take this particular role, and corporates, probably what we are talking about, the quality education, not only in technical but non-technical areas also, can be taken care of, because this is where the collaboration is needed. Secondly, there's recently UGC with the new national education policy, there's a very interesting new program which is called apprenticeship embedded degree programs. These apprenticeship embedded degree programs are collaborative programs between the institute and the industry, where they together make a program, the curriculum, as well as the whole course structure. In this program, 1 year is mandatory. The student has to be in the industry for as a, I would say, mandatory part of the academic structure for the credits. 1 year credit credits, where they go here also the central government is helping reimbursing some amount to the industry also. And this is not only in engineering, it is about logistics, banking and finance and so. But what is happening when we are talking with these company industry, they say भैया किसी को बच्चे को 1 साल तक रख के हमें ही पैसा खर्च करना पड़ेगा, हम नहीं लेंगे क्योंकि हमारा नुकसान ही होता है, we cannot afford this. But yes, few of it may be true, I'm not saying, but this is where probably both of us can, education institution and the industry can together find solutions to it. Of course, it cannot be, nobody can be overburdened with any new policy, but this is where probably MSMEs can contribute immensely to the education and quality education and have an employable youth in the industry, in the society. Another aspect is which we were talking, Mr. Manish Kumar, we were talking yesterday also, that a research collaboration, wherever, when we are talking about these new business models and business opportunities, MSMEs cannot afford high-end technologies, and there is a lack of big corporates, they can invest in higher expensive equipment, whereas even for environment or for any other, for wastage, for post-harvest we're talking about, and they can always be a collaboration with the educational institutes in research, where the low-cost technologies can be, I would say, developed, which can help these MSMEs and can take care of the environment and other aspects also. This is another huge area where in education, the industry MSMEs can contribute. There can be much more which can be discussed, but I will cut it short and I will just move to my next point, which is gender equality. Here, gender inclusiveness, I would say. Here, what is happening in the base of the pyramid at labor level, yes, there is a balance. There are women, women working in the industry, but their representation is missing across different levels in MSMEs and all, most of the cases. What is happening, industry and entrepreneurs feel it as a burden, कि reservation देना पड़ेगा. It's not about having anybody's rights. I'm not talking about कि women rights की बात है. यहाँ पे need है. अगर inclusivity होगी, तभी हम sustainability की तरफ बढ़ पाएंगे. अगर हमारी problem is not, it's not about giving a reservation कि हमारी इतनी women होनी चाहिए. It's about at the time of inception, when we are formulating policy, how inclusive is our policy, that is more important. We keep only one set of members, one gender into mind while we are formulating policy. Are we actually keeping both the genders into mind while formulating policies? Once we start doing that, it will attract good manpower, which makes our company, our industry as gender inclusive. This is something which I feel very strongly about. And in fact, when the discussion, and I'm talking about beyond symbolism. When we were, this panel discussion was being discussed, I was suggested all women panel. I was asked to chair all women panel. I said, no, I will not do that. We are not talking about having a separate group of women. We are talking about inclusivity. We are talking about representation at, in fact, every panel or every committee should have a representation from women who have gone there with a merit, of course, not as a, that's what I'm not talking about reservation here. I'm not in favor of any reservation per se, but I'm saying let's have a system, let's have policy, let's have a mindset where everybody is welcome. Once we do that, it is going to, every company is going to be inclusive, and it is going, and researchers have shown if there is an inclusive environment, it means more sustainability in future in that. This is not something new which we are discussing, everybody knows. And now after this, I think we should now leave it to other panelists also to have a discussion on this. And now I will invite Mr. A.K. Saxena he will give overview of, because he's already heading Sustainable Development Forum in Institution of Engineers. So, सर की वो प्रेजेंटेशन है उसमें.
थैंक यू. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Dr. Savita. Hardly few people remaining. And at the end of the day, when we were supposed to close the day's program, we are starting the last session. So, एक नेताजी थे, वो जा रहे थे, नए नए नेता बने थे, जा रहे थे, तब सेक्रेटरी से पूछा मैं क्या बोलूंगा? कहने लगे सर आपको सबसे पहले खड़ा करेंगे तो आप बोल दीजिएगा। अरे बहुत बोलने वाले एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, मैं क्या बोलूं? मैं 2 लाइन बोल के आप उतर जाइएगा। अगर आपको बीच में बोलेंगे तो बोल दीजिएगा कि मेरे पहले वालों ने बहुत कुछ बोल दिया है, मैं वही बोलने वाला था, अब मैं क्या बोलूं? अब बाकी चीज आगे वाले कहेंगे। और सबसे आखिरी में बोलने के अगर आपसे बोले, पहले मैं जो सोच के आया था सब कुछ बोल दिया गया। सवेरे से मैं तो आया था करीब 1:30 बजे, लेकिन जो सुना है वो कि सभी कुछ कवर हो गया जो मैंने लिखा था। इसलिए मैं बहुत सिलेक्टेड स्लाइड्स के बारे में मैं बात करूंगा। ये तो बोलना उसके बारे में कोई है नहीं। हाँ, ये चीज जरूर है कि I just want to highlight because these covers they go and match with the SDGs. 33% of contribution is of manufacturing MSMEs in countries of total GDP. And there are about 6.33 crores of MSMEs, and 32.5 million establishments are 51.25% are in rural areas and 49% in urban areas, and 45% of industrial production is by MSMEs contribution, 30.5% sector for the services sector. They employ about 12 crore people directly. That means that they are employing about another 3 times more. 36 crores people are getting benefited by MSMEs. And the related products in the country where exports was 48.56% in 2017-18 and 2017-18, and it is very important, playing important role in Make in India campaign. This is a contribution of GDP, that's about 30% of the MSMEs contribute, and exports around 49% of exports by MSMEs. This I will skip. Now, these are the main organizations which are working for MSMEs, where MSMEs are there: Khadi Village Industrial Commission, Mumbai, Coir Board, Kochi, and National Small Industries Corporation, New Delhi. They are mostly supporting the MSMEs by various means. And National Institute of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Hyderabad, they are also supporting the MSMEs. And the Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Rural Industrialization in Varda, they are doing rural industrialization. We have a unit, they have a organization in Ranchi as well, Society for Rural Industrialization, which was started by Professor Basu of BIT Mestra way back around 40-50 years back, and still working somewhere near Kake. Near Bariatu, here Bariatu. One point which Dr. Savita made about gender equality, 25% of the MSMEs are owned by females, and roughly around 25%, and same is the status of employees. 25% of the employees in MSMEs are females. Coming to, this is one thing which I think most of us would have missed it, MSME Day. In the United Nations in General Assembly in the 74th plenary on April the 6th, 2017, designated June 27th as Micro, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Day, recognizing the significance of MSMEs in attaining sustainable development objectives and encouraging innovation, creativity, and sustainability of work for all. And the 5 years, the theme have been all related to SDGs. The first year, 2017, the theme was achieving the sustainable development goals. An economy that is greener and fairer requires resilient and flourishing MSMEs everywhere. 2018, the youth dimension. 19, it was big money for small businesses, financing the SDGs. 2020, it was MSMEs, first responders to societal needs. And 2021, MSME to the key to an inclusive and sustainable recovery. This was post-COVID, so that recovery part came. The term sustainable development has become a commonplace in mainstream politics. Everybody talks about sustainable development without understanding it. However, not everyone is aware what sustainable development truly means, because there is no fixed definition and politicians have used it, the term, in various ways. This point I would like to mention here. We have an Earth Overshoot Day. See, what is happening is we consume 1.6 times the Earth's resources in 1 year. So I do not know how many days the resources will be available for our future generations. And in 2020, it was somewhere, we went to September, the Earth Overshoot Day. But as it is from 1970 onward, it is coming, we are consuming, and within by July, August, we consume the entire resources of the Earth. Though it is, for every country has got its Earth Overshoot Day, but this is the overall picture. I will not like to skip this. I'll like to skip this. Brief history, we started for sustainable development from 1972, and ultimately in 2015, the goals were there. Before that, in 2000, there were Millennium Development Goals. They were based on the success of them. This sustainable development goals were developed from 8 to 15. I skipped this. Dr. Savita has already covered this. This has converted. Only one point I would like to make. 17 goals have 169 targets, and they have 230 odd indicators. So that is one point. This is already, and I think Asha is sitting with those sheets, so she will cover up afterwards. Coming to the role of MSMEs, I have 17 slides, one for each each goal, but I'm not going to cover up all of them. MSMEs are doing a great job in eradicating poverty. They're doing a great job because employing 12 crore people, indirectly employing another 36 crore people, total 48 crore people are getting their livelihood from MSMEs. So they are doing a great job. End hunger, this is related to what we said, in end poverty, and they are also in food processing. Main thing is food processing, which Dr. Manish will cover up a little later. So that is second goal. Good health, very important point. These nursing homes and health clinics were not a part of MSMEs. They already became a part of MSME in 2020. Now, all the entire health sector, because government sector we can't provide, MSMEs are providing the maximum caring, moving towards the better health sector. Equitable education, Dr. Savita has covered extensively on this point. Coming to gender equality, she has spoken. Now with 25% people, ladies, female population, and as entrepreneurs and as well as workforce, this needs to be increased. If not 50%, at least 40–45% it has to go. Only one point I would like to share with the very small people. हम लोग जब हवन करते हैं तो स्वाहा बोलते हैं. स्वाहा क्यों बोलते हैं? जेंडर इक्वालिटी के लिए स्वाहा क्यों बोलते हैं सविता जी? नहीं मालूम है. अग्नि की पत्नी स्वाहा थी. Agni ki patni Swaha thi. Though Agni only accepts the offering if you offer to Swaha. So Agni's wife was Swaha. So we say that Swaha. So Agni Devta only accepts the offering once we give it to his wife Swaha. So that is the reason why Swaha. So no, actually I had done this webinar on gender equality where I gave this talk. Anytime. No, I can share my slides with you because goal number 6. Goal number 6, water and sanitation. Again, MSMEs are playing a great role. All the valve manufacturers or pump manufacturers are only in MSME, like in Pimpri, Pune or other places, they're mostly from MSME sector. Here, solar energy, again, MSMEs come into picture. Apart from other things which were pointed out in the previous session, conservation of energy and other things. I would like to skip 9 also. See, coming to life below water, small fisheries, your fishermen catching fishes offshore and within on land. So that's again MSME industry, packaging and for foods, preparing content, this thing. And then life on land. I have got a complaint as well as a points for MSMEs. I live very near or opposite side of industrial area, and I find they are not using the pollution control devices. In the morning, I have on my terrace rice husk spread all over. The ash from the chimneys coming and settling on my terrace. So this is one, but by and large, they are doing well, except that what I would suggest, where there is a cluster, they should go, because there will not be a much variation in the quality effluents, so they can have a common effluent plant working. There are common effluent plants in all the industrial areas, but the problem is there's so much of variation in the effluent quality that their functioning is not, they cannot function it properly. This is all this thing. Coming to the last few slides, MSME businesses need to understand that resource efficiency should be a core strategy in every sector. And I would like to explain with the next slide, which is a circular economy, which we are talking now. We were doing linear economy, raw materials production, use, and non-recyclable waste. Reuse economy, raw materials production, use, non-recyclable waste, with some use of from the reuse from the after the use, and the circular economy is utilizing 100%. A very great example is near in Jamshedpur. Tata Steel has got 16 subsidiaries, or 16 companies there. Each one of them is converting the waste into wealth. Tata Pigments, they're converting the waste from the steel plant into Tata Pigment, into pigments and paints. So this is one aspect which MSMEs must look into it. And individual MSMEs have potential to adopt actions, their business practices to contribute to the SDGs, and new business model solutions of MSMEs that will help achieve SDGs and minimize carbon, water, and energy footprints. That is the most important part for any MSMEs. And with this, I thank you. I thank Dr. Savita for giving me this. I think I have not exceeded your time limit. Thank you very much, and look forward to some interaction some other time.
Thank you so much, sir. you started with a story or anecdote. The same data is to be used by everybody. I would say that even if the data is the same, there are different interpretations. If you can all speak on the same topic, but still we can bring a new aspect to it, and you have definitely done that, sir. And another point is, as per the gender, I said it's very close to my heart. That's why you mentioned that there's a representation of 25%. But what is at what level that representation is there? What I was talking about, okay, the same, I'm saying same data, but the interpretation is different. At what level? Labor or other levels also? That's important. And now next I'll move on to Ms. Biswas. She is the Chief General Manager, CMS MECON. And I request her to bring a new perspective to it, that how big corporates can help MSMEs achieving sustainable development goals, and how are their policies are so inclusive, which maybe MSMEs can replicate from taking a cue from the corporates.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. When Abhijit Ghosh sir called me up to tell me that I should speak in an all-women panel, I also had the similar thoughts as Ma'am Savita, that why all women? I'm sure when we women are given the opportunity, we would definitely take a step forward in gender equality and empower the men too. So with that, I would like to start my session on sustainable development. And when we are on this topic, one of the critical questions of our times is, how can we meet the needs of today without diminishing the capacity of future generations to meet theirs? In the 75 years since United Nations was founded, the human race never had to face a set of challenges as we do right now. The world is in the grip of a pandemic. Lives and livelihoods have been threatened and lost. We are living in an uncertain and difficult world. A microscopic virus has put us on our knees, showing us how fragile the world is. And that fragility, while making us humble, has exposed fractures in our world. A world with great inequality that must be righted. A world which must win the war against the climactic catastrophe. The whole world is at stake, and this is a moment to ponder on the way that we have been moving. Despite the grim situation, the pandemic has also shown that many things can change, even climate. Many of you would know that in Punjab, for the first time after many, many years, you could actually see the Himalayas. So change is possible, and we can bring about the change. To determine a set of solutions for some of humanity's biggest challenges globally, as Ma'am Savita has already mentioned, as per the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, all United Nations members signed up for the universal set of 17 SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, with 169 corresponding targets and many indicators, as Saxena sir has also mentioned. These aim to end poverty and hunger, increase access to education, combat climate change, reduce inequality, address environmental degradation and peace and justice, amongst others. And a 15-year plan was set to achieve these. From our current perspective, SDGs might really seem very daunting and more of a distant dream. However, achieving them is a crucial need because our survival may be at stake. These SDGs are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all and ensure that by 2030, all the people will enjoy peace and prosperity. India, home to 1/6 of all humanity, holds the key to the success of the 2030 agenda. Much of India's developmental agenda is mirrored in these SDGs. Our national plans are ambitious and purposeful, and as the fastest growing major economy of the world today, we are uniquely placed to deliver on our commitments for inclusive and sustainable development. Externally, we have played a key role in shaping the SDGs and ensuring that there is a balance amongst the 4 pillars: economic, human, social, and environmental. And internally, we have launched many programs to make progress towards these goals. Towards successful achievement of the SDGs, MSMEs and steel industry have a very vital role to play. Coming first to MSMEs, over the last 5 decades, the MSME sector has emerged as a highly vibrant and dynamic sector, contributing significantly in economic and social development of the country. Much has been said about MSMEs since the morning, but I would certainly like to add that the MSMEs generate largest employment opportunities at comparatively lower capital cost. They are complementary to large industries as ancillary units and contribute significantly to the inclusive industrial development of the country. Indian economy, on their part, is focusing to achieve the goal of sustainability through MSMEs by using locally available resources for production, labor-intensive techniques, and resettlement. SDGs cannot be achieved without the contribution of MSMEs, which are important pillars of sustainable development through economic growth, employment creation, poverty elevation, and reduction in inequality. To help MSMEs adopt new and green technologies, government has been advocating various schemes and policies which can also help them upscale their business without damaging the environment. Government of India has created policy frameworks to enable prospective and existing MSMEs to spiral up their business prospects. The government also extends support in the areas of skill development programs, market development assistance, technology support, credit flow, public procurement policies, participation in exhibitions, both in India and abroad, and many, many more. Apart from other initiatives undertaken, Government of Jharkhand is also easing credit support for MSMEs, organizing training programs and skill development workshops, and also working towards easing compliance procedures. They are repealing the existing compliance procedures. Central ministries, departments, and even public sector undertakings are doing their bit. And we at MECON are providing relaxation and purchase preference for micro and small enterprises, including relaxation in financial PQ criteria, exemption in registration fee for SC, ST, and women MSc entrepreneurs towards empanelment, and also for identified items, limited tender is given to empaneled SC, ST women entrepreneurs. And as Mr. Manish had asked a question during the last session, MECON does provide its services to MSMEs. Kindly get in touch with our marketing department, and we will be happy to assist you in any goal that you have towards nation development and nation building. Now, moving from MSMEs to the other important parameter for successful achievement of SDGs, steel products. These are vital to meet the society's needs. And as direct or indirect producers of steel, it is our duty to meet the demand for steel in a very responsible manner. In a changing society in which circular economy is crucial For preserving natural resources, steel is the fundamental ingredient. Saxena sir, just before me, did broach upon circular economy, but I would take a moment more to talk about it. Not only can steel products be reused and remanufactured, steel is also a permanent material which can be recycled over and over again without losing its properties. Though it ensures that our society reduces the burden on nature by ensuring that the resources remain in use for as long as possible, the fact remains that steel industry is one of the top 3 producers of carbon dioxide, accounting for 8% of global emissions. Traditional steel production relies heavily on coke made from coal to extract iron from its ore. So, technology needs to be developed for using renewable resources and reducing our dependence on fossil fuel. Few days back, many of you would have noticed a news article about a Swedish company, SSAB, who have produced the world's first fossil fuel free steel by replacing coking coal used in the production of steel with hydrogen and renewable electricity, adopting a new technology, hybrid, HYBRIT. This discovery, they claim, will significantly reduce carbon emissions by almost 10%. So it is time to innovate and move towards ensuring a fossil fuel-free value chain. It is time that each of us adopt the energy efficient and green mindset and use natural resources available equitably and judiciously, and save them for our future generations, while focusing on one of the SDGs, which talks about responsible consumption and production. I would like to conclude with emphasis on the world's need of support from MSMEs. Your empowerment and collaboration would help to achieve the SDGs and commit to a sustainable world. We urge you to harness the resources and support that is prevalent and created by the government. Let us together innovate and create an industry that demonstrates leadership in economic, human, social, environmental sustainability. And as Alan Kay, the early visionary of computer science, who created the world's first portable notebook, which later helped to evolve the laptop computer industry, said, "The best way to predict future is to create it." And with that, I would like to thank Indian Chamber of Commerce Jharkhand chapter for organizing this business meet. I appreciate the efforts taken by all of you to bring together renowned organizations and institutions of Jharkhand. This meet gave us an opportunity to listen to various inspiring and inspirational talks and interact with people. And I'm sure the agenda of this meet has been accomplished, and look forward to such interactive sessions in future too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Asha ji. She has very beautifully talked about responsible production and consumption pattern. If we really want to move towards sustainability, this sums up it all. Now I will request Mr. Manish Kumar, because there is the second development goal, sustainable development goal, is end hunger. This is what he does, the most important development global goal. And he is an entrepreneur in agri and food processing, and he has lots of great ideas where we can talk about new business models and which moves towards the sustainability. Over to you.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर सविता। मेरे सब आखिरी है, सबको लग रहा होगा कि जल्दी खत्म हो राइट। मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा। मेरे साथ इतने सफल ओरेटर्स बैठे हुए हैं कि मैं थोड़ा नर्वस हो गया। मेरे पास कोई प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है, कुछ अनुभव है जो मैं रखना चाहता हूँ। मुझे याद पड़ता है आज से 7-8-10 साल पहले जब ये मोबाइल टावर्स लग रहे थे छतों में, ये शायद 12-15 साल पहले, एक दिन मैंने अखबार में पढ़ा, उसमें लिखा था, एक नोटिस था कि मोबाइल टावर से विकिरण निकलता है जो स्वास्थ्य के लिए प्रतिकूल प्रभाव डालता है। तो इसी के लिए मकान मालिक जो अपने घर के छत पे टावर लगवा रहे हैं वो नगर पालिका में अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन करवा लें। मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आया कि रजिस्ट्रेशन करने से स्वास्थ्य को अनुकूल प्रभाव कैसे बढ़ेगा, लेकिन रजिस्ट्रेशन कराना जरूरी है। अगर वो रजिस्ट्रेशन करा लेंगे फिर स्वास्थ्य को प्रतिकूल प्रभाव पड़ता है तो उससे कोई मतलब नहीं। यहाँ पे भी ऐसा ही लग रहा है मुझे। अभी मुझे वो पुरानी बात याद आ गई। दूसरी बात थी कि मैं रूरल मैनेजमेंट बैकग्राउंड से था और करीब 14 साल एनजीओज में मैंने काम किया था। उसके बाद अपनी कंपनी शुरू की। 2000 के टाइम में ये गोल 7 होते थे, 7 ही थे सर। MDGs होता था और हम लोग हर एक फोरम पे जाके इसको अचीव करना, एनजीओज का जो काम होता था हम लोग करते थे। ये कब 17 हो गए मुझे पता नहीं चला। सविता जी ने मुझे कल बताया कि इसको देखना है, तो फिर मैंने देखा तो 7 से 17 हो गया। इस बीच मैं कहाँ था, तो मैं तो बिजनेस कर रहा था मैं तो बिजनेस कर रहा था। एक एंटरप्रेन्योर ये नहीं सोच के चलता है कि वो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल को अचीव करने जा रहा है, राइट। वो तो बिजनेस करता है, उसको अपना परिवार चलाना है, उसके जहन में कुछ अचीवमेंट की इच्छा है, वो कुछ करना चाहता है, उससे वो 4 पैसे कमाना चाहता है, प्रॉफिट बुक करना चाहता है, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। तो लेकिन जब मैंने उसको रिव्यू किया तो मुझे लगा कि यार ये तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरा काम इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट ही कर रहा है। तो एक अच्छा रियलाइजेशन हुआ। और अभिजीत दा, आपको शुक्रिया बोलूंगा कि आपने मुझे इसमें बोलने का मौका दिया, नहीं तो मैं पढ़ता भी नहीं, क्योंकि मैं तो बिजनेस करता। फूड प्रोसेसिंग के बारे में मेरा जो जर्नी शुरू हुआ वो 2010 के आसपास शुरू हुआ था। रूरल मैनेजमेंट बैकग्राउंड से किसानों के साथ काम करना, उनके मटेरियल, उनका प्रोडक्शन एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा, तो लगा कि इसमें काम किया जा सकता है। तो पहला सवाल ये है, क्यों फूड प्रोसेसिंग? मैं भी सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल पे बात नहीं कर रहा, क्यों फूड प्रोसेसिंग करना है? बहुत सिंपल सा उसका जवाब है कि भाई हम सारा खाना बिना प्रोसेस किए खा ही नहीं सकते। हम गेहूं तो नहीं खा सकते, हमें तो आटा ही खाना पड़ेगा, राइट। और सिर्फ फ्रूट खा के, और अगर हम बैगन भी खाएंगे तो उसको प्रोसेस ही करेंगे, कुछ सब्जियां बनाएंगे उसकी, ऐसे कच्चा बैगन तो नहीं खाएंगे। तो कहानी तो यहीं से शुरू होती है। दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस, कि हमें जो भी उत्पादन हमने की उसको बचाना चाहिए, और उसको प्रोसेस कर लेंगे तो उसकी लॉन्जिविटी हम बढ़ा सकते हैं, ताकि हम एग्रीकल्चर को फुल कैपेसिटी में इस्तेमाल कर लें। अभी भी जो डेटा बताता है कि करीब 20-22%, 30% तक, इवन झारखंड में तो उससे भी ज्यादा। जमशेदपुर के रोड में जो भी लोग हम जाते हैं, तो वो तमाड़ के आगे जो जगह है जहाँ एग्रीकल्चर मार्केट रहता है, वहाँ किसी भी दिन 1 टन 500 किलो तो मिनिमम सब्जियां फेंकी ही रहती है। उसको बचाया जाए। एक जेंडर की बात हो रही थी, तो मैं ये भी बताऊंगा कि अभी एक जो टिपिकल स्टीरियोटाइप रोल होता था कि महिलाएं किचन संभालेंगी, वो रोल अभी काफी बदल रहा है। वो रोल इसलिए बदल रहा है क्योंकि अब आप चाहे मैनेजमेंट स्कूल देखें, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस देखें, या कोई भी दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूशन आप मुझे, उसमें लड़कियों की सहभागिता काफी बढ़ रही है। जब मैं अपने बैच में था तो 2 लड़कियां थी मेरे फिजिक्स के क्लास में। आज फिजिक्स के क्लास में बहुत सारी लड़कियां हैं। और इंजीनियर्स बन रही हैं, डॉक्टर बन रही हैं। अब उनके पास, मेरी माँ ने जैसे अपने पूरा दिन भर किचन में बिता दिया, आज मेरी बेटी नहीं बिताने वाली, राइट? तो उसको डेफिनेटली है, और किचन मिनिमम 6 घंटा का एंगेजमेंट है, चाहे वो सुबह दोपहर शाम आप मिला लें। तो ये सारा जो समुदाय अभी पढ़ रहा है कॉलेज में, या वो आने वाले वक्त में जॉब में जाएगा और उसको प्रोसेस फूड पे डिपेंड करना ही पड़ेगा। तो ये जो एक बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी फूड प्रोसेसिंग के लिए यूं भी खोलता है। अब दूसरा जो चीज है कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल, तो एक बात हो गया, काफी कंट्रीब्यूशन है इसमें, स्पेशली बताया भी कि कौन कौन सा गोल, मैंने भी कुछ टिक किया था। पहला गोल है, दूसरा है, तीसरा है, 7वां है, 13वां है, एटसेट्रा। ऑलमोस्ट सब में जहां जब खाना रहेगा पेट में तभी तो कुछ अचीव होगा। तो हमें ये ध्यान में देना है कि फूड प्रोसेसिंग स्पेशली में इसमें बॉटलनेक क्या आता है। फूड प्रोसेसिंग में एक जो रेलवे स्टेशन पे चाय बेचता है वो भी है, उसने भी है, वो भी FSSAI एक्ट के अंदर में आता है, और एक ऑटो जो फूड को डिलीवर करता है FSSAI के अंदर में वो भी आता है, राइट? तो उसमें मैं एक प्रोडक्शन हाउस की तरफ से बात करता हूँ अभी। मैं बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि इस तरह के वेंडर का और ट्रांसपोर्ट एटसेट्रा का। तो इसमें हमने जो एक्सपीरियंसेस किया है अभी तक, मैं उसमें 2-4 बात रखना चाहूँगा। कि एक तो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है, एक MSME लार्जली क्या है, जो इंटरप्रेन्योर है वही क्लर्क भी है, वही मैनेजर भी है, वही सब मैनेज कर रहा है। 75% केस तो ऐसा ही है। 2-3 स्टाफ रहते हैं जो उसको थोड़ा असिस्ट करते हैं। ओवरऑल मैनेजर वही है, वही टेक्निकल हेड है, वही सब कुछ है, राइट? उसमें टिपिकली कस्टमर को आइडेंटिफाई करना कि मेरे प्रोडक्ट का कस्टमर कौन है। क्या ये एक इंडिविजुअल फैमिली है, क्या ये होटल है या रेस्टोरेंट है, या मैं जो प्रोडक्ट बना रहा हूँ क्या ये ढाबा ठेला वाला इस्तेमाल करने वाला। तो एक ये एरिया हो गया। दूसरा, रिसोर्सेस, अगर मैंने डिसाइड भी कर लिया कि ओके ठीक है मैं ये प्रोडक्ट बनाऊंगा और इसके लिए बनाऊंगा, तो उसके लिए कैपिटल, लैंड, लेबर कहाँ से आएंगे, ये दूसरा एक प्रॉब्लम रहता है। तीसरा जो सबसे मुख्य प्रॉब्लम रहता है कि फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री ऑलवेज सीजनैलिटी के ऊपर में डिपेंड करता है। तो अगर कोई एक प्रोडक्ट मैंने चुना तो वो हार्वेस्ट ही होगा 2 महीना के लिए। अगर मैंने टमाटर पे प्यूरी बनाने की सोची तो जिस वक्त में टमाटर सबसे चीपेस्ट रेट में होता है वो होता है आपको दिसंबर जनवरी, उसी वक्त में वो रहता है। उसके बाद फिर टमाटर का रेट बढ़ जाएगा। सिमिलरली आम भी उसी 2 महीने में मई जून में रहेगा। उसके बाद मैं क्या करूंगा, जितने भी राइस मिल है सिर्फ 6 महीना काम करते, 6 महीना बंद रहते। तो सीजनैलिटी इस इंडस्ट्री को, तो हमें एक ऐसा इंडस्ट्री प्लान करना होगा कि कम से कम 300 दिन तो चले। तो इसका माने मुझे मिक्स एंड मैच करके चलाना होगा। ठीक है, 3 महीना हम मिर्च पे काम करेंगे, 3 महीना चाउमीन पे काम करेंगे, 3 महीना कुछ और करेंगे। ये मिक्स एंड मैच करने का वाला जो एरिया होता है ये काफी चैलेंजिंग होता है इसको प्लान करना। और चौथा एरिया फिर अगेन टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशंस पे काफी बात हुई। इंडिया में बड़े इंडस्ट्री के लिए हर तरह के सोल्यूशन मौजूद है, छोटे इंडस्ट्री के लिए बिल्कुल सोल्यूशन मौजूद नहीं। चाहे उसका पैकेजिंग का मशीन से लेकर के पैकेजिंग के प्रोडक्ट तक, उसके पास ना उसको उसके जेब में इतने पैसे भी होते हैं कि वो मैं कौन जैसी मैम, अब मैं एग्जांपल ले रहा हूँ, मुझे आपके रेट चार्ज नहीं मालूम है, लेकिन अगर वो एक कंसल्टेंसी एजेंसी में जाएगा तो सबसे पहले उसकी मार्केटिंग टीम उसको पता है 2 लाख रुपए का एक बिल पकड़ा देगी। उस बेचारे के जेब में ही 2 लाख रुपए है। अब वो सोचता है कि इस 2 लाख रुपए में मैं कंसल्टेंट हायर करूं, कि मैं मशीन खरीदूं, कि मैं लेबर खरीदूं। ये एक मेजर इश्यूज रहता है और इसको हेल्प करने वाला कोई भी नहीं है। मैं फ्रैंकली बता रहा हूँ, इसको हेल्प करने वाला कोई नहीं है। उस एंटरप्रेन्योर को लिटरली खुद ये काम करना पड़ता है। वो अपना बुद्धि लड़ाता है, 2-3 आदमी से पूछता है, इधर उधर भागता है, कुछ सोल्यूशन इसका मिल जाए इस प्रॉब्लम का। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे यूनिवर्सिटी में भी ये कल्चर नहीं है कि उसको जो प्रॉब्लम फेस वो कर रहा है उसको हम कैसे सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। वो यूनिवर्सिटी के पीछे, प्रोफेसर्स के पीछे दौड़ते रह जाएगा। 5 साल तो मैं दौड़ा हूं। तो खैर मैंने अपनी वो एक दोस्ती के नाते थोड़े हेल्प कर देते हैं, लेकिन वो एज एन यूनिवर्सिटी कि मैं इंडस्ट्री का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए मैंने डिपार्टमेंट खोला हुआ है, ये है नहीं। आईआईटी में भी है, आईआईटी ने खोला हुआ डिपार्टमेंट, उन्होंने इस तरह के, लेकिन आप वहां सिर्फ दौड़ेंगे, वहां से कोई सोल्यूशन लेके नहीं आएंगे। पहले तो आप वहां जाएंगे, आज प्रोफेसर साहब नहीं है, हम रांची से आईटी दिल्ली गए हुए हैं, किसी होटल में ठहरे, रोज का बिल उठा रहे हैं। आज प्रोफेसर साहब नहीं है, दूसरा दिन वो एग्जाम लेने गए हैं, तीसरा दिन वो इंटरव्यू देने गए हैं, चौथा दिन वो सेमिनार अटेंड करने गए। यही होता है और मैंने इसको अनुभव किया हुआ है। तो अल्टीमेटली आप वहां से निकलेंगे, जो मशीन बनाता है उसके पास आप जाएंगे, उसके साथ बैठेंगे, उसके साथ ही सोल्यूशन को आइडेंटिफाई करने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये मेजर बॉटलनेक है झारखंड में। अगर हम इसको उठाना चाहते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि अभिजीत दा, हमें यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ भी उतना ही क्लोजली काम करके उसमें भी ये कल्चर को डेवलप करना होगा और उनके यूनिवर्सिटीज में इस तरह के प्रोएक्टिव डिपार्टमेंट सेट करने पड़ेंगे जो लोअर कॉस्ट पे एमएसएमईज को हेल्प कर सकेंगे। चौथा एरिया आता है कंज्यूमेबल्स का। झारखंड में अगर पॉलिथीन प्रिंटिंग भी कराना है ना तो उसका सोल्यूशन नहीं मिलता है। उसके लिए उत्तर प्रदेश, दुर्ग, तमिलनाडु, क्योंकि यहाँ पे कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर का कोई कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं है। छोटा छोटा चीज मैं बता रहा हूँ, बोतल के ऊपर रैपिंग करते हैं, बोतल लगाएंगे, किसी भी फूड प्रोडक्ट को रखेंगे। फॉर एग्जांपल हम लोग सब हनी वनी खरीदते होंगे, उसका ढक्कन खोलेंगे, अंदर एक फ्लैप रहता है। वो फ्लैप के लिए हमारे यहाँ आता है तमिलनाडु से, चेन्नई से आता है। वो फ्लैप यहाँ नहीं मिलता है। रांची के मार्केट में क्या बोलते हैं, कमर्शियल सप्लाईज नहीं मिलता है। यहाँ पे सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो घर में हम जरूरतें जो इस्तेमाल होती हैं, जो कंज्यूमर प्रोडक्ट होता है, उसी का सप्लायर मिलता है। देन यू हैव टू डू 2 आवर सर्च इन इंडिया मार्ट, ये कौन देगा जी, वो कौन देगा, फिर तो ये तमाशे लगे रहते हैं। उसके बाद आ जाता है मार्केट को आइडेंटिफाई करना। मार्केट कहाँ होगा, ये प्रोडक्ट तो मैंने बना लिया है, मार्केट कहाँ होगा। हम लोग आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, फलाना ढिमकाना, बहुत सारा बात कर लिया सुबह से। 90% एंटरप्रेन्योर के पास टाइम ही नहीं है वो करने के लिए। एक तो उसको आता नहीं है, और वेबसाइट बनाने जाएगा तो एक वेबसाइट डेवलपर ही उससे 50,000 रुपये मांगता है। उसके जेब में 2 ही लाख रुपए से बिजनेस शुरू किया, उसमें 2 लाख रुपए वेबसाइट बनाने में दे देगा वो, तो उसके पास रिसोर्सेस क्या बचेगा। उसके पास तो 2 लाख होगा तो सबसे पहले सोचेगा एक टेम्पो खरीद लेते हैं जिससे अपना मटेरियल तो कम से कम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे। तो इस दर्द को समझना होगा कि मार्केट को आइडेंटिफाई कैसे करेंगे। इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर हमने आईएम में खोला, मुझे आज तक पता नहीं कि उसमें होता क्या है। मैं गया वहां मीटिंग करने कि भाई आपने खोला है इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर, मैं एक एंटरप्रेन्योर हूं, मुझे आप क्या हेल्प करेंगे। तो बोले पहले आप रजिस्टर हो जाइए, उसके बाद देखते क्या करेंगे। मैं बोला कहाँ समय बर्बाद करूं इनके साथ। दूसरा, फूड प्रोसेसिंग में एक सबसे बड़ा बॉटलनेक आता है, वो होता है क्रेडिट। बिना उधार के माल नहीं बिकता, और उधार तहसील ने जाइए तो गाली गलौज होता है। वो बेचारा क्या एमडीजी और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट सोचेगा कि मैं उसको कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा हूँ। उधारी में इतने पैसे डूबते हैं, मैं भाई साहब मैं आपको सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, उधारी में इतने पैसे डूबते हैं, लास्ट में आप थक जाएंगे, बोले कहाँ उधारी कलेक्ट करने का जो कॉस्ट है उससे तो बढ़िया नहीं है, जाओ, जाने में भी 2 आदमी लगता है, डीजल लगता है, पेट्रोल लगता है। और कंपटीटर एनालिसिस, मैं तो छोटा एजेंसी हूँ, मेरे पास कैपेसिटी छोटी है, छोटा बना रहा हूँ, लेकिन उससे रिलेटेड एक मल्टीनेशनल का प्रोडक्ट है मार्केट में, चाहे पापड़ का हो चाहे बरी का हो, उस प्रोडक्ट का भी एक सर्टेन जो हमारे घर में बनता था पहले, उसके लिए एक एमएनसी खड़ी है। वो सोया बड़ी मार्केट में मिलता है 70 रुपए किलो, न्यूट्रीला अपने पैक में लाया हुआ है 50 रुपए में 100 ग्राम, और लोग धड़ल्ले से उसको खरीद रहे। और लास्ट बट नॉट लीस्ट, कंप्लायंसेस। वो बेचारा एक एंटरप्रेन्योर है मैनेज भी कर रहा है, उसको 3 जीएसटी फॉर्म तो महीने में फाइल कर देने, उसके बाद मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर, अगर उसने प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी गलती से बना ली होगी तो उसने कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स के सारे कंप्लायंसेस करने, उसको इनकम टैक्स के सारे कंप्लायंसेस करने हैं, लेबर लॉज के सारे कंप्लायंसेस करने हैं, ईएसआईसी पीएफ के, और अगर वो सारे कंप्लायंसेस करेगा तो उसका माल भी नहीं बिकेगा, क्योंकि उसका प्रोडक्ट महंगा हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उसका जो कंपटीटर झारखंड का अगर मैं बात करूं तो 15 में वही माल बिना जीएसटी बिना फलाना के सब बिक रहा है, तो वो अगर ये सारा जीएसटी पीएसटी ऐड करेगा तो उसका बिना ईएसआईसी पीएफ के 15 चल रहा है, तो उसका प्रोडक्ट का कॉस्ट ही महंगा हो जाएगा, उसका प्रोडक्ट नहीं बिकता तो ये है कहानी। हमें बैठ करके आईसीसी में ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि अगर हम एजेंसीज को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, एमएसएमई में ज्यादा लोग आए, तो ये जो सारे बॉटलनेक्स है ना, उसके लिए क्या सपोर्ट सिस्टम हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं? क्या राई यूनिवर्सिटी आगे आ रहा है कि मैं एक डिपार्टमेंट सेटअप करती हूँ, भाई झारखंड का, ताकि आईसीसी भी गर्व से अपने जिन एंटरप्रेन्योर को वो बोल सके कि भाई आपको इधर उधर दौड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है। बीआईटी मिश्रा तो मैं 5 साल बर्बाद किया अपना, आप मत बर्बाद करना, आप सीधे राय यूनिवर्सिटी चले जाओ, वहां पे एक नॉमिनल फी लगता है, आप अपना प्रॉब्लम रखोगे, वो स्टूडेंट के साथ मिलकर सॉल्व कर, राइट? या फिर मैकॉन एक एमएसएमई के लिए स्पेशल सब्सिडाइज रेट, तो मुझे मालूम है ज्ञान बहुत महंगी चीज है। ऑब्वियसली एक इंजीनियर बनने में उसने जिंदगी के अच्छा खासा समय बिताया है, सो ही डोंट वांट टू सेल हिज स्किल्स और नॉलेज इन अ चीपर रेट, राइट? लेकिन आपका जो कंपटीटर है उसके जेब में पैसे ही नहीं है, तो वो फिर सक्सेना साहब का स्किल्स को खरीदने के लिए मैं कितना भी पैसा दूंगा तो कम ही होगा, राइट? उन्होंने पूरी जिंदगी लगाई इंजीनियरिंग की, उसके बाद पूरी जिंदगी बिता दी, अभी उस लेवल का इंजीनियर जब वो इंटेलिजेंस लेके आ रहा है तो वो सस्ता तो नहीं होगा, लेकिन उस बेचारे के पास है ही नहीं रिसोर्स। तो हमें क्या आईसीसी से या मेंबरशिप की व्यवस्था से कुछ ऐसा कर सके कि जिसमें सक्सेना साहब भी खुश रहे और वो एमएसएमई भी खुश रहे? क्राउड फंडिंग का कुछ आइडियाज लिया जा सकता है। तो there could be lot of ways, but definitely MSMEs के व्यूज और उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट का कोई तोड़ भी नहीं है। सुबह से हम लोगों ने बताया इतना कंट्रीब्यूट करता है, इतना वगैरह वगैरह। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। कुछ बहुत ही हार्ड फैक्ट्स मैंने बोले हैं, होप किसी के लिए पर्सनल नहीं था। It was all about the actual and what an entrepreneur face in his daily life. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manish Kumar. And he's given actually a food for thought for ICC and unfortunately not many MSMEs representatives have a very small impact, but together all MSMEs can have a huge impact on everything, whatever we are discussing. And he has given very interesting food of thought for ICC in two areas, sir. One is he's discussed about food processing industries, mainly challenges, which I'm sure common to other industry also, about compliances and all, and how they are actually obstructing sustainable development, which we've been talking about in for this particular panel. And second, very interesting food for thought he's given is the business opportunities. He spoke about unavailability of caps, polythene printing. I know label printing is missing in Ranchi. You cannot get a good quality label printing here. So these are the business opportunities for the MSMEs present here. I don't think it's going to be a very huge investment in these equipment, I'm sure. So these two things where ICC can, of course, as a university, we can have a discussion on this, how we can have a support. And another, Mr. Ghosh, congratulations to you for actually having this panel discussion, and it has been immensely successful because MSMEs who were not aware of 17 development goals, sustainable development goals, actually had to go through that and understand what they are doing and connecting it to a bigger agenda, because they must be doing everything on their own, but it is connected to a bigger agenda is some achievement for you for having this discussion today. And I will, with this, I will end the session, and thank you so much, all the panelists with me and audience present here today. I wish there were more, and thank you so much.
थैंक यू मैम। और अब हम स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करेंगे। मैं सबसे पहले हमारे इस सेशन के मॉडरेटर डॉक्टर सविता सागर मैम से अनुरोध करूंगी कि मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे जो डिग्निटरीज हैं आप उनको स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। मिस्टर मनीष कुमार, तालियां आपकी तरफ से हों। आशा डब्ल्यू विश्वास मैम को आप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। और अब हमारे बीच उपस्थित आदरणीय मिस्टर ए.के. सक्सेना, चेयरमैन बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट फोरम, द इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स रांची। और चेयरमैन सर से अनुरोध होगा कि मॉडरेटर ऑफ दिस सेशन डॉक्टर सविता सागर, वीसी झारखंड राय यूनिवर्सिटी मैम को आप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। सविता सेंगर मैम, थैंक यू सर। मंच पर सभी हमारे अतिथियों का हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं फिर से। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हुए हम जरूर अपने सभी स्पॉन्सर्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे। हमारे बैंकिंग पार्टनर एसबीआई को हम धन्यवाद देते हैं। प्रिंसिपल पार्टनर सीसीएल और मेकॉन को हम धन्यवाद देते हैं। साथ ही साथ को स्पॉन्सर जिंदल स्टील एंड पावर लिमिटेड को हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं। और आज के इस अवसर पर हमारे जितने भी अतिथिगण यहाँ मौजूद रहे, आप सभी का हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हुए इसी उम्मीद के साथ कि फिर से अलग अलग उद्देश्यों के साथ अलग अलग विषयों पर चर्चा करने के लिए हम इसी तरह से एक मीटिंग करेंगे। और भविष्य में भी कई जो उद्देश्य है हमारे, उसकी पूर्ति के लिए भविष्य में बहुत सारे ऐसे मीटिंग्स होती रहेंगी। ऐसे ही कामना के साथ आप सभी का हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हुए सभी को जोहार, नमस्कार, जय हिंद।